Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2803. Lu Yin stared at the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. With so few people, the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign had withstood the plundering. Of course, there had to be a limit to the plundering, or no one would have survived. Even so, those who could withstand it were definitely geniuses. It was no wonder why the people below were so aggressive despite their young age. Do I have to go through this as well? Lu Yin asked. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign smiled. Of course not. Below, countless disciples had ugly expressions as they stared at Lu Yin, their eyes cold. Every one of them had gone through the same thing. They had gone through the cruel competition and slaughter underground, and they had to endure the fate of becoming yin-eaters on land. They had barely survived to stand here. Even so, if they could not ascend to the yin-yang realm, their extreme yin energy would be roasted by the scorching sun sooner or later, and they would also be reduced to ashes. If that was the case, how could this person be an exception? Even top geniuses like Xiao Gu and Xiao Qingfeng had to go through this, and no one was an exception. For a moment, Lu Yin saw the coldness and killing intent in the eyes of countless people. You don't have to go through this, but the rules cannot be broken. Think of a way to ascend to the yin-yang realm yourself. Only extreme yin energy can become a staircase for the yin-yang realm. Otherwise, even if you become an immortal, you will be burned to ashes by the scorching sun. Xian Qi, how far you can go in 2 months will depend on yourself. After he left, the people below relaxed and scattered in all directions. Everyone had their own place to stay. That was where they thought the people underground might appear. Lu Yin walked to where the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign had been standing and looked down. He saw Xiao Gu look up and meet his gaze. Xiao Gu did not say anything. He only exchanged a glance with Lu Yin before turning to leave. The scorching sun roasted the earth as Lu Yin looked into the distance. From time to time, people would stare at him coldly, but when he looked over, they would look away and focus on their own cultivation. A few days later, a scream rang out, attracting Lu Yin's attention. He took a step forward and arrived not far from the person who had screamed. The person howled in agony and rolled around. Green smoke rose from the surface of his body as his body melted. Soon, the person was reduced to ashes in front of Lu Yin. Even further away, people watched coldly, but no one interfered. This was the fate of this person. The power of yin in his body had been used up, and he could not withstand the heat of the sun. This was his fate. Are you pitying him? Xiao Gu's voice rang out from behind him. Lu Yin turned around and looked at Xiao Gu. A little. Xiao Gu sneered. Her eyes wandered around, looking very seductive. The most useless thing here is sympathy. Master doesn't allow sympathy, so death is the norm here. Everyone has to be responsible for themselves. This person had no ability and couldn't compete with others. He also didn't have much talent in cultivating the power of yin. He could only die. He couldn't even escape. Have you ever thought that you might end up like this one day? He did not cultivate the power of yin, so he did not care about the heat of the sun. Only those who cultivated the power of yin would not be able to withstand the heat of the sun after losing their power of yin. Xiao Gu approached Lu Yin and came to his side. Her body emitted a delicate fragrance. Lu Yin did not know if she did it intentionally or not, but the back of her hand brushed against his, causing him to feel a chill. Those who are weaker than me are too much. It will only be my turn after all of them die. But how long do you think that will take? Lu Yin looked around. There were too many disciples under the young yin deity, and they all had varying amounts of the power of yin. Xiao Gu definitely had the most. She was a rank 6 ascendant immortal and was definitely one of the best among the young yin deity's disciples. But if she died because she lost her power of yin, the the young yin deity would have no more disciples. The person underground will appear soon. If you want to ascend to yin-yang and cultivate the power of yin, you must snatch the ladder formed by the power of yin in the person underground. Otherwise, you will never be able to ascend to yin-yang. Xiaogu looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Others have tried their best and even risked their lives to snatch the power of yin. They have been waiting for a long time to ascend to yin-yang. If they lose the chance, they will end up like this person. Then, will you snatch it? I look forward to it. With that, she left. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Snatch. He was not a benevolent person. There was nothing wrong with snatching a disciple that the young yin deity had nurtured using this method, but why would he be forced to do so? The young yin deity and Xiaogu both wanted to force him. What a joke. Had he begged them to come? Thus, Lu Yin left without another word. Xiaogu suddenly turned around and watched Lu Yin tear through the void to leave. She was stunned. The young yin deity appeared with an ugly expression. Master. Xiaogu was shocked and hurriedly bowed. The young yin deity's gaze was cold. How dare this brat be so bold? He recalled the scene from before. This brat had left after a slight threat. Normally speaking, this brat should not have done this. No matter what, the young yin deity had to give him face. Xiaogu was trembling, and she hated Lu Yin to the core. How could this brat leave just like that? She had not said anything, so what if her master blamed her again? She suddenly recalled what Lu Yin had said. Had he not thought that such a day would come? So he had been waiting for her all along. If her master was angry, he might really strip her of her power and turn her into ashes. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. She quickly knelt down. Master, this disciple did not say anything to Xianqi. It was him. All right, I understand. The young yin deity snorted. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation, so he suppressed his anger and left. Lu Yin returned to the void god spacetime and then returned to the red domain. Su Wuji was stunned. Why are you back? Lu Yin's attitude was casual. Just taking a stroll. Before Su Wuji could react, the young yin deity arrived. Xianqi, let's go back to the Taiyin realm and ascend to yin-yang. Lu Yin smiled. It felt good to have someone to rely on. Forcing him. What a joke. No one could force him. He had to wait for the Lu family to return. He had to wait for Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi, and the others to return. Then, he would run amok in the Six Paths Society. Would the Grand Empyrean hate him? Would the young yin deity scheme against him? What a joke. The young yin deity had seen Lu Yin's appearance, but the others in the Six Direction Society had not. Even if Lu Yin found someone to impersonate Xianqi, the four-way scales would not be able to see Xianqi's hidden appearance unless the young yin deity appeared at the same time as them. However, even if they did appear at the same time, as long as no one compared Lu Yin's appearance to the impersonator, no one would know who was Xianqi. Lu Yin suddenly felt that it was not a bad thing that the young yin deity had seen his hidden appearance in the Lost Clan. The four-way scales definitely knew Xianqi's current appearance, but the young yin deity could tell them that Xianqi was in disguise. If Lu Yin found someone to impersonate Xianqi, the four-way scales would naturally assume that the impersonator was the one that the young yin deity had seen through. The young yin deity had Su Wuwei backing him up, so he would not think that Lu Yin was related to Xianqi. As for the four-way scales, they would never think that Lu Yin was Xianqi. They would only check if Lu Yin's appearance was in disguise. It was like a person who had gone to another city. They would never think that the person in front of them was the same person who had interacted with that city before. It was not that they were stupid, but they would not think in that direction. The four-way scales would never think that Xianqi, who had made a name for himself in the Six Direction Society, would have any relationship with Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2804. The only thing was that Xian Qi's name might make them suspicious. This was Lu Yin's oversight. If he ever needed to change his appearance again, he definitely would not use a similar name. A month passed, and there were only a few days left before the 2-month deadline that Divinity Shaoyin had given him. On this day, Divinity Shaoyin looked at Yin and Yang and frowned. Had Xian Qi absorbed too much extreme Yin energy? He stepped onto Yin and Yang, only to see a pale Lu Yin sitting on the extreme Yin energy with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Shocked, Divinity Shaoyin hurriedly checked. Lu Yin opened his eyes. No need, I absorbed too much extreme Yin energy and suffered a backlash. Divinity Shaoyin's eyes flashed. Let me take a look. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated. Please forgive me, Divinity. Everyone has their own secrets, and I don't want others to know my secrets. Divinity Shaoyin did not mind. It would be strange if Xian Qi did not have any secrets. He knew how difficult it was for someone to cultivate from the beginning to the peak, but Xian Qi had reached this height in such a short time. How could he not have any secrets? However, he did not intend to pry into Lu Yin's secrets. You suffered a backlash from extreme Yin energy and should not be able to use much strength for the time being, but that will not stop you from assisting in the investigation at the 4-way scales. Divinity Shaoyin did not care about Lu Yin as long as he completed his task. Lu Yin nodded. Of course, Divinity Shaoyin can rest assured. It will be the appointed time in a few days, and I will go to the 4-way scales to assist in the investigation. It won't be difficult. The two had a tacit understanding that the so-called investigation was fake. Divinity Shaoyin was just using Lu Yin's reputation, and Lu Yin was just going through the motions. The battle had nothing to do with him, and even if he was injured, it would not affect him. Then you should rest for 2 days. Even if you go to the 4 cardinal scales, you will only have half a month to cooperate. The tea party will be held in a little more than a month. I hope that you won't disappoint me, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin said, glancing at Lu Yin one more time before leaving. Lu Yin sighed. That was enough. The backlash had obviously been an act. He had indeed absorbed a lot of extreme Yin energy, and the space in his heart had become much deeper. He did not know how it was, but he had never tried it before. He looked around. This was a good place. If he had the chance in the future, he would absorb all of this extreme Yin energy. During this time, people constantly ascended the Yin and Divinity Shaoyin energy, but no one approached Lu Yin. Yin and Yang might seem small, but it was actually a huge area. 2 people didn't need to be too close to each other. Another day later, Xiaogu came. She had a gloomy expression on her face. Her master had definitely told her to get close to Lu Yin, and she was already traumatized by it. It was as if there was something wrong with this person's brain. She hadn't even said anything, and he had just left. She didn't even dare to approach him for fear of disrupting her master's plans. He remembered that the first time they met, this person was not very respectful to his master. As she thought about this, she saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin opened his eyes and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Xiaogu felt that Lu Yin's tone was becoming increasingly stiff. She remembered that people had said that Xian Qi was a kind and humble person, but she could not see that at all. Instead, she could see that this person would run away whenever he encountered a problem. She had no idea how he had managed to cultivate to this level. Xiaogu took a deep breath and revealed a coquettish smile. "Master asked me to take a look at you. If there's anything you need help with, just tell me." Lu Yin said seriously, "There's something I need your help with, and only you can help." Xiaogu's eyes lit up, and she approached Lu Yin. Her lips curled up into a charming smile. "Tell me. Whatever you say, I'll definitely do it." Lu Yin's expression was very serious. I'm hungry. Help me find a beast leg, the kind that Senior Su Wuwei eats. Xiaogu was stunned. Oh, by the way, the taste must be exactly the same. Remember, Lu Yin added. Xiaogu's expression was extremely ugly, and she turned to leave. That beast leg would forever be a shadow in her heart, this bastard. 2 days later, Su Wuwei came to the Shadow Realm to check on Lu Yin's injuries. It's quite serious. You can't use your strength for the time being. As he spoke, he looked at the Shaoyin divinity with dissatisfaction. How did you teach him? What's wrong with Xian Qi? The Shaoyin divinity was cold. He was too hasty in his cultivation. It has nothing to do with me. Su Wuwei raised his eyebrows. You mean it's Xian Qi's fault? Look at your disciples. Which one of them suffered a backlash? Only Xian Qi suffered a backlash. Why, are you still hiding it? There must be something you didn't tell Xian Qi. Xian Qi, let's go. We won't come here again, and we won't cultivate the power of shadow in the future. What kind of help is it? It's none of our business. Lu Yin nodded obediently and stood behind Su Wuwei. The Shaoyin divinity was furious. Su Wuwei, don't be unreasonable. Su Wuwei was even angrier. Who's being unreasonable? Look at your disciples. Why didn't they suffer a backlash? Only Xian Qi suffered a backlash. Take a look for yourself. What is this? He almost lost his life. Xian Qi made a great contribution by capturing the spy. Both the Wood spacetime and the reincarnation spacetime are fighting over him. The Ultra spacetime, the Three Monarch spacetime. Bah! The Ultra spacetime heaven's reflection manner is his. Do you know how important he is? The Shaoyin divinity was furious. Although he was sinister and good at scheming against others, his eloquence was no match for Su Wuwei's. When Su Wuwei said this, he felt that it was his own fault. What was even more infuriating was that Xian Qi had not said a word from beginning to end. He was clearly the one who had acted too hastily. The Shaoyin divinity glared at Su Wuwei, who was unwilling to be outdone. The two stared at each other for a long time, and in the end, the Shaoyin divinity gave in. One in soul all. My greatest sincerity. Lu in soul all. The name sounded very powerful. Su Wuwei smiled. That's right. Your fault is your fault. Don't try to push the blame to others. Xian Qi is so pure. Lu Yin's face twitched, and he blushed. The Shaoyin divinity did not want to look at Su Wuwei, and with a wave of his hand, a cone-shaped weapon appeared in the void. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was a good item, and it looked powerful. Su Wuwei chuckled and pushed the Shaoyin divinity towards Lu Yin. Take it. This is from the Shaoyin divinity. It's a good item refined from pure lunar energy. It can cause harm to extreme powerhouses, and it can save your life if used well. However, its greatest use is to spy on the Shaoyin divinity, right, divinity? The Shaoyin divinity was cold and arrogant. As long as you have the talent, you can cultivate to my level with this Shaoyin divinity. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. What did this mean? It meant that it could be upgraded. He had finally found a treasure that could be upgraded. Su Wuwei laughed. You're finally generous for once, ha. The Shaoyin divinity was impatient. Xiaogu, take Xian Qi with you. Brother Wuwei, please leave as well. I'm going into seclusion. Su Wuwei nodded. No problem. Xian Qi, you can go with the little girl. Hey, little girl, is my beast leg delicious? Xiaogu was disgusted, but he did not dare to show it. He bowed to Su Wuwei. Greetings, senior. Su Wuwei laughed. He patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Go. By the way, you can show your true face now. There's no need to hide it too much. You have the Shaoyin divinity behind you. True face. Xiaogu was shocked. Was Xian Qi in disguise? The Shaoyin divinity was calm. He had already seen through it. Lu Yin smiled. Yes, senior. He then looked at Xiaogu. Xiaogu looked at the Shaoyin divinity and then bowed to Su Wuwei again. He tore through the void and left with Lu Yin. They were going to the starry sky tree. When they returned to the starry sky tree, Lu Yin did not expect Xiaogu to be the one who had brought him there. There must be a coordinate seal in the starry sky tree, but Lu Yin did not know how many people's auras were left on it. The ones he knew were the Yuan sages and Xiaogu. Lu Yin did not know about the others, but Luo Shan and the others definitely did not have it. Did you disguise yourself? Xiaogu looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin coughed. His lips were a little pale, and he looked like he had not recovered from his injuries. Why? Are you curious? Xiaogu's eyes lit up. Indeed. I'll recover after resting for a while. The lunar energy is rampaging in my body, and it's a little uncomfortable. Lu Yin found a place to sit down and rest. Xiaogu did not rush him. Anyway, you just need to meet up with the 4 cardinal scales in 2 days. You can rest for 2 days. Lu Yin landed in the mountain range and looked around. This was the top realm. Before going to the lunar realm, he had specially returned to the Eternal Kingdom and left Luo Lao in the top realm. After thinking about it, the most suitable person to disguise as Xian Qi was Luo Lao. Firstly, Luo Lao was very clear about the 6 Direction Society and would not be exposed by the 4 cardinal scales. Secondly, Luo Lao was very meticulous. When he was thrown into the hyperspace as a hostage, he tried his best to join the 6 Direction training hole. During this time, he made some friends and his cultivation kept improving. He also knew how to hide. He had always been on guard against Luo Zong. Such a meticulous person who relied on him was the most reassuring to Lu Yin. The only thing he was worried about was being recognized by the people of the 6 Direction Society. Fortunately, with the order of the Grand Empyrean, not just anyone could come to the starry sky tree. Even if someone could come, they might not recognize Luo Lao. Luo Lao was just a junior. Besides the 3 monarchs universe, who else could recognize him? Perhaps Xiaoxinji knew him. After all, he had stayed in the 3 monarchs universe for a while. He might have accidentally seen Luo Lao's appearance, or he might have specially looked for him because of Mu Jun's disappearance. However, the current Xiaoxinji was not the Xiaoxinji of the past. Luo Lao also confirmed that he had not met the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's disciple. Lu Yin was resting, and Xiaogu was not far from him. With Lu Yin's cultivation, he could easily leave without her knowing and bring Luo Lao here. Are you sure you haven't met Xiaogu before? She won't recognize you. Lu Yin asked again. Luo Lao promised, don't worry, brother-in-law. Even if we met, she definitely won't remember a nobody like me. Lu Yin looked at Luo Lao seriously. It's hard to guarantee that this plan will be foolproof. Once exposed, you might die. Think carefully. Luo Lao patted his chest. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I will find a way to complete the mission. Even if I die, I won't betray you. Lu Yin looked at him deeply. Take care of yourself. Luo Lao nodded vigorously. He had been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Mu Jun was in the Eternal Kingdom, right under his feet. His mother had died at Mu Jun's hands, but he could not take revenge. The Thunder Sealing clan had almost been destroyed by the Mu clan. All of this was because he was too weak. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2805. During their time in the Eternal Kingdom, Luo Lao had longed to be Lu Yin's brother-in-law and had even asked Lu Yin to help him find a powerhouse to become his master, but he had never succeeded. This mission had allowed him to see a path forward. As long as he completed it, he would no longer be a lackey in the Above Sky sect, but someone who could work for Lu Yin. Although the mission was extremely dangerous, he was willing to risk his life for this opportunity. He was bullied in the Three Monarchs universe, and he was looked down upon in the super universe. He had enough and didn't want to be a waste. Lu Yin walked out, and Xiao Gu looked over. "You look a little better." Lu Yin nodded. He felt a headache coming on. "I didn't think that I would be so greedy and provoke a backlash from the extreme yin qi. It really isn't easy to cultivate. I won't be able to do anything for a while." Mockery flashed in Xiao Gu's eyes, but he still had a smile on his face. Of course, Master is one of the three venerables after all. How could it be so easy to cultivate the power of yin? Lu Yin rubbed his face. "Senior Su Wuwei wants me to show my true face. Then, I'll be rude." As he spoke, his face twisted and quickly turned into Luo Lao's appearance. The moment he disguised himself as second brother Luo, Lu Yin stared into Xiao Gu's eyes to confirm whether or not she knew him. Xiao Gu's gaze didn't change from beginning to end. "So this is who you are, Xian Qi." Lu Yin smiled. "I'm naturally gifted, but I'm worried that someone will take revenge on me. It's never wrong to be cautious." Xiao Gu nodded and smiled. "Let's go." The two set off once more, and along the way, Lu Yin really did switch places with Luo Lao. From this moment on, Luo Lao was Xian Qi, and if he was recognized or exposed, then he would die. This was the path that he had chosen himself, and if he wasn't recognized, then everything would proceed smoothly. Lu Yin would be able to safely wait until the Grand Celestial Tea Party, and he might even be able to turn the tables on Luo Lao during the tea party. At the same time, he would also be able to obtain the evidence that Divine Sovereign Xiao Yin had mentioned, killing two birds with one stone. Success or failure would be determined by the moment of contact with the scales of the four sides. However, Lu Yin didn't leave and instead used his heaven's eye to keep an eye on Luo Lao. The celestial eye had countless uses, and according to the Void Master, it could even see through spacetime. Lu Yin had not reached this level yet, but it would not be too much of a problem for him to see through the topmost realm without being discovered. Half a day later, Xiao Gu brought Luo Lao along to meet by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. Xia Xinji was not around. He had suffered such heavy injuries, and only 2 months had passed. He did not want to come out, in case by Wang Yuan and the others noticed something. "This is Xian Qi. He will cooperate with your investigation of Lu Yin," Xiao Gu introduced. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan stared at Luo Lao. They had been traumatized by Lu Yin's actions, and they stared at everyone they saw. They wanted to see through the disguise and prevent that person from being Lu Yin. After taking a closer look, the two of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't a disguise but the real person. Luo Lao's expression was calm. He had faced several life and death crises before. His father was also Luo Shan. This was not the first time he had met an extremely strong expert, so he was very calm. This was also one of the reasons why Lu Yin had chosen him. He was knowledgeable. "Didn't you say the 4 corners scale? It should be 4, right?" Luo Lao asked. Xiao Gu did not answer. Bai Ran said, "We will tell you. You are Xian Qi, right? Your only mission here is to cooperate with one person to confirm that the son of the Lu family is a spy and complete the chain of evidence." Luo Lao nodded. "The Supreme Divinity told me. Don't worry, I have enough experience." "All right then. Bai Wangyuan looked in a direction. Come on. In the distance, a person walked out and slowly approached. In the distance, Lu Yin used third eye. When he saw who it was, his gaze turned cold, and he smiled sinisterly. So, it's you. Lu Yin quickly left. He had seen what he needed to see. Luo Lauer's next move was up to him. As long as he completed this mission, Lu Yin would find him a good master. For now, Luo Lauer had to go into seclusion. There was still a month before the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. During this month, Lu Yin did not plan on cultivating, but he wanted to adjust his state to the best possible state. He used his Dai's enhance to adjust his state and prepare for the upcoming tea party. There was a parallel spacetime in the endless battlefield called the Gourd spacetime. The name was cute, but it was one of the most dangerous regions in the endless battlefield. The reason why it was called the Gourd spacetime was because everyone in this spacetime would be enveloped by a gourd-shaped materialized power. This power was said to have come from an extreme powerhouse, the Gourd Ghost, who had changed the world. It was rumored that the Gourd Ghost had been an extreme powerhouse among extreme powerhouses. No one knew how he had died in the end, but it was known that his power had completely changed the Gourd spacetime. Even powerhouses at the level of the Triple Sovereigns and Void Master would be enveloped by a gourd-shaped materialized power when they arrived in this spacetime. This power was called a gourd. Every cultivator who entered the Gourd spacetime would be enveloped by a gourd. The battle method was simple: use your own power to attack the gourd that enveloped you. Regardless of whether it was your physical body, spiritual force, or ancestral world, as long as it could be used to kill, it could be used to attack the gourd. The stronger the power, the harder the gourd would be. More than 4 extreme powerhouses had died in this spacetime, and it was extremely dangerous. The Everlasting Tribe often had the 7 sky gods running amok, and the 6 Direction Society often had powerhouses at the level of the Triple Sovereigns. Whenever powerhouses at this level appeared, countless gourds would shatter, and countless people would die. This was a clash of the strong against the strong. At this moment, 2 gourds were clashing in the Gourd spacetime. One of them was from the Everlasting Tribe, a female corpse king. She was beautiful in the color of blood, and she exuded a bloody aura that constantly fused into the gourd, causing the gourd to become harder and harder. The surface of the gourd was covered in a layer of blood red. On the other hand, the other gourd was a transparent gourd. An old man with a mustache stood inside the gourd, and he constantly swung a wooden sword to attack the gourd. Peach trees bloomed around them, bearing huge peaches that fell into the ground from time to time and slowly melted. Every time a peach melted, the gourd would ripple. Although the ripples seemed gentle, they were not shattered by the bloody gourd on the other side. Bang! 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 The collision of the gourds tore through the starry sky and spread out. In the distance, gourds fled in fear of being affected. There were 6 Direction Society cultivators, Everlasting Tribe corpse kings, and giant astral beasts inside the gourds. Another gourd came from another direction and slammed into the bloody gourd. Inside the gourd was Xiao Ci, the domain lord of the Void God Spacetime Azure Sea region. Su Heng and Su Leng had broken through to the Ancestor realm, but they could barely defeat him. Xiao Ci's arrival caused the bloody gourd to retreat. Long-bearded freak, why are you here? The old man in the transparent gourd was surprised. Xiao Ci said, Long-bearded freak, the Grand Empyrean Tea Party is about to start. Why aren't you going? Aren't I being held back? Why don't you go? I'm here to help you out. Use you. When I pour the rootless water on her, the gourd will crush her in an instant. Stop bragging. The 2 of you have been fighting for thousands of years without a clear winner. You must have developed feelings for each other. Long-bearded freak, don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to hit you. Alright, the tea party is about to start. Let's go. What's wrong with this spacetime? What should we do? Have you forgotten that the everlasting tribe also needs to rest at this time? This is tacitly agreed by both sides. Moreover, the reincarnation spacetime has someone overseeing this place, so you and I don't have to worry about it. It won't be too late to come back after the tea party. That's right. If the everlasting tribe dares to start a war at this time, the Grand Empyrean will personally exchange blows with the one true God. That would be earth-shattering. It was also an endless battlefield. This spacetime was filled with cubes that filled the starry sky. As far as the eye could see, each cube was the size of a planet. Many of the cubes had people inside. Some cubes were adjacent to each other and could be entered. Some were adjacent to each other and could not be entered. It depended on the person who arranged the cubes. Outside the starry sky, two huge forces were playing chess. They were constantly arranging cubes as if they were playing chess. When one side had the advantage, they could allow the strong on their side to slaughter the weak on the other side. This would give them an advantage in the war. Otherwise, it would be easy to be defeated. I'm not good at playing chess. I'm at a disadvantage against you. Is that so? But why do I remember that the witch spirit god is good at open schemes? Open schemes are simple, but conspiracies are difficult. Lotus Venerable, aren't you anxious? What's the hurry? Your Grand Empyrean's tea party is about to start. It's okay. The war is more important. Every tea party, there are always people who can't return from the endless battlefield. I'll play chess with you here. Hee, forget it. I'm not interested. You play by yourself. With that, the witch spirit god left the starry sky. On the opposite side, the eyes of the venerable Lotus Venerable flickered. Did he leave? She could take this opportunity to expand her advantage and eliminate the Eternals in this starry sky. However, what was the point of eliminating just one battlefield? There were still two progenitor realm corpse kings in this starry sky. It was meaningless. She would rather go to the tea party and listen to the teachings of the Grand Empyreans. Perhaps she could take a step further and touch a higher level. After thinking about it, she also left. Everyone was selfish. It was just that no one touched the selfish part of that person. For a powerhouse like the Venerable Lotus Venerable, taking a step further was her lifelong pursuit. The same scene kept happening in the endless battlefield. Some people left and some entered. Not all of the extreme experts attended the tea party. Sometimes there were more, sometimes there were fewer. There was one time when they didn't even occupy 1/5 of the 99 seats, and at most, they only occupied 2/3 of the seats. This was the teachings bestowed by the Grand Empyreans. Whether or not one could participate and improve depended on oneself. The Eternals seemed to have formed a routine. On this day, the endless battlefield would be very quiet. The 6 direction associations had their own arrangements. The Eternals also had their own ideas. Reincarnation spacetime, 9 heavens 10 earths. Outside the heaven gate, figures appeared and entered the heaven gate. The sound of the bell echoed through the reincarnation spacetime. Countless people in the reincarnation spacetime bowed. Flowers rose from the ground and went straight into the 9 heavens 10 earths. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Providence was boundless. Transparent chains that looked like particles danced in the air. Only those who had cultivated to the point of touching the laws knew that those were the laws that the Grand Empyreans had touched. The laws formed a physical entity that could be seen with the naked eye. That was the Tao of the Grand Empyreans. Those who didn't understand would only think that it was an arrangement similar to flowers. Outside the heaven gate, children were playing. An individual with peerless talent was born. Some people worked hard to obtain the qualifications to serve outside the heaven gate. They looked at those who entered the heaven gate with envy and longing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2806. Senior Li is here. He rarely travels the endless battlefield and draws a star chart just to fight for a little advantage for humanity in the war. It is said that everyone who traveled with Senior Li in the endless battlefield died. Only Senior Li survived by luck, but he lost his limbs and even the ability to speak. The only thing he can move is his eyes. Although Senior Li's cultivation was not high, only third rank ascendant immortal, and now he has lost his cultivation, he was invited to the tea party by the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean is merciful. That's the successor of the Qianren bloodline. Back then, the Qianren bloodline was framed as a spy, and the entire clan sneaked into the endless battlefield to fight. The last person left was this infant successor. Fortunately, Senior Lotus Venerable cleared their name and brought this successor back. He also accepted him as Senior Lotus Venerable's disciple. He was also invited to attend the tea party. There are generally two kinds of people who can participate in the tea party. One is extremely high cultivation or fame, and the other is outstanding meritorious service. The Thousand Mermen bloodline fought until the last person. Although they did not cause much damage to the Eternal Race, they did not let the Eternal Race succeed in their plot. They are qualified to participate in the tea party. Look, that is Senior Su Heng and Senior Su Leng, who have both broken through to the extreme level in the Void God universe. They are also here. I'm so envious. Both of them broke through, and the two of them are partners. This is definitely a good story in the Six Paths Guild. Hey, Senior Xiao Ci is also here. On the other side of the Heavenly Gate, Xiao Ci and the mustached extreme expert arrived. This person was called Mu Tao, and he came from the Wood universe. Because of his mustache, he was naturally at odds with Xiao Ci. Senior Xiao Ci. Su Heng and Su Leng saw Xiao Ci arrive and quickly bowed. Xiao Ci smiled and said, "You are also here. Not bad, you are very lucky. After the breakthrough, there will be a tea party. Listen well. Not everyone can accept the teachings of the Grand Empyrean. We know." The two were polite. They had a good relationship with Xiao Ci. Although Master Su Yi and Xiao Ci were competitors, they were both competitors and friends. Master Su Yi's corpse was brought back by Xiao Ci. Mu Tao praised, "You are Su Heng and Su Leng. Not bad, not bad. I am envious. Both of you broke through." The two looked at each other in confusion. Not all extreme experts knew each other. Xiao Ci introduced, "This mustache man is called Mu Tao. He is from the Wood universe. He has been fighting in the Gourd universe for many years. It's normal that you don't know him." The two of them hurriedly greeted each other. After all, they were juniors. Mu Tao smiled and said, "I heard that you guys defeated that long-bearded freak Xiao Ci. Good, good, good. Wonderful. Ha." Su Heng hurriedly said, "It's a tie, and it's 2 against 1. It's really embarrassing." Mu Tao smiled and said, "What's there to be ashamed of? You guys are so much younger than this old fellow. When you guys reach his age, you might also be fighting 1 against 2. But since you guys are 1, this old fellow will have to call for help, ha." Xiao Ci smiled. "Sure, I'll call you. As long as you can put down your pride, this old man doesn't mind helping you." As they chatted and laughed, they stepped into the Divine Gate. Not long after, the great elder of the Lost Clan, Shan Gu, arrived with a woman. The woman's name was Shan Yen, and she was also an extremely powerful expert of the Lost Clan. She possessed the 3 stars immemorial card, and her strength surpassed Shan Pu's. Dan Pu did not appear. The wooden carving arrived, blindfolded. At the same time, Reverend Xiaoyin arrived as well. Seeing the wooden carving, Reverend Xiaoyin's eyes narrowed. I thought you had given up on the Lost Clan's power. You also went to the Lost Clan's upper 3 fragments. How was it? Did you exchange for a card? The wooden carving walked past him and entered the divine gate without saying a word. In the distance, many people were watching. They lowered their heads, not daring to look. Reverend Xiaoyin was ignored. Reverend Xiaoyin's face was gloomy as he stared coldly at the wooden carving's back. This person was too arrogant. Why aren't you going in? Reverend Lotus arrived and asked. Reverend Xiaoyin recovered and looked at Reverend Lotus. Didn't you go to the incorporeal spacetime? Can you come back? Reverend Lotus said, which spirit god ran away, so I came back. Reverend Xiaoyin was surprised. It seems that more old friends have come to this tea party. I just don't know if he will come back. Reverend Lotus said, he shouldn't. The conflict between him and Master has never been resolved. Reverend Xiaoyin shook his head. As one of the 3 reverends, the gap between us is so big. He can ignore Master, but we can't. He suddenly stopped and didn't dare to speak again. Reverend Lotus stared at him. You also want to ignore Master like him? Reverend Xiaoyin hurriedly denied. Of course not. Another person arrived. When he saw Reverend Xiaoyin and Reverend Lotus, he quickly bowed. It was a young man. He looked very young, but he was qualified to participate in the tea party. The young man's ancestor had made a great contribution by chance. This contribution allowed the young man's family to participate in every tea party. Logically speaking, if one participated in the tea party many times, even a fool could become a genius. Generation after generation, they would eventually become a giant. However, the young man's family had always been like this. Their descendants didn't seem to have any cultivation talent. Reverend Xiaoyin glanced at the young man. Go in. The young man pursed his lips. Yes. Master gives this useless family a position every year. It's meaningless. Reverend Xiaoyin whispered. Reverend Lotus walked towards the divine gate. Master has his own reasons for doing things. A mighty bell rang. Both Void Master and Dimensional Master had arrived. Wood God had also arrived. He looked like an ordinary old man. He wore a green robe that didn't have a speck of dust on it. Void Master and Dimensional Master were very respectful towards Wood God. This old man was quite ancient. He had participated in several battles in the primordial space. He had personally witnessed the destruction of the primordial space and the birth of the Six Direction Society. He was an old man who had witnessed history. The stairway connected the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Flowers bloomed one after another, representing each seat. There were a total of 99 seats scattered above the 9 heavens. 9 of the seats were at the front. There was no order in the 9 seats. However, many people were used to recognizing the first seat on the left as the first seat. Since ancient times, the first and second seats had always been empty. Starting from the 3rd seat, it was Wood God, Void Master, Dan Gu, and Dimensional Master. The next seat was empty. Below them were Reverend Lotus and Reverend Xiaoyin. Now, Wood God and the others had sat down. Reverend Xiaoyin had also arrived. However, he could only sit at the back. He couldn't sit in the first row. The 9th seat had been replaced by Lu Yin. Many people knew that the 9th seat had been replaced by Lu Yin. They all looked at Reverend Xiaoyin strangely. Reverend Xiaoyin looked calm. No one could tell what he was thinking. Not far away, Bai Xianer arrived at a seat and sat down calmly. Chu Jian had also arrived. His temperament had changed, which attracted Reverend Xiaoyin's attention. You've broken through to the immortal transformation realm. Chu Jian nodded and looked at the 9th seat. Path Master Lu hasn't arrived yet. Reverend Shaoyin said faintly, he's the Path Master of the Above Heaven sect. It's normal that he comes late. Chu Jian laughed. He didn't mind. After breaking through to the immortal transformation realm, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Although he was still far from being comparable to Reverend Shaoyin, he already knew what that level represented. His master had high hopes for him to be undefeated. As for Lu Yin, how could he be compared to him? The 99 seats continued to be filled. However, it was impossible to fill all the seats. Only the 9,990,000 people who were listening to the teachings were missing. They were all looking at the ripples in the void and the people sitting in the seats with envy. The people who were most envious were naturally the people in the top 9 seats. They were the closest to the great heavenly venerates. Yuan Sage had arrived. He was supposed to be in the endless battlefield, but the eternal race had suddenly retreated. Thus, he returned at this special time of the tea party and sat down in a seat that wasn't too close to the top 9 seats. Looking at the empty 9th seat and then at Reverend Shaoyin's expression, Yuan Sage sneered. That son of the Lu family wouldn't have it easy. Based on his understanding of Reverend Shaoyin, he might cause trouble during this tea party. However, he didn't know if that son of the Lu family would bring that mount. If he could bring it to please his master, he might still have a chance of survival. He was really looking forward to it. Martial strength wasn't prohibited at the tea party. Son of the Lu family, this 9th seat of the tea party was the most glorious moment of your life. However, it was also the moment that would drag you into the abyss. Sitting behind Yuan Sage was that young man. The young man looked apprehensive. He looked around from time to time and bit his lip. Everyone's aura here made him tremble. Was he really qualified to sit here? In particular, the aura of the person in front of him was so oppressive that he couldn't breathe. Sitting beside him was a middle-aged man who had lost half of his face. He looked particularly terrifying. When he saw the young man looking at him, he smiled gently. However, because he had lost half of his face, his smile was very sinister and gave the young man a scare. Don't be afraid. This is an injury, the middle-aged man said in a hoarse voice. The young man swallowed his saliva and said, "Hello, senior." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Calm down. This is a rare opportunity. I have made great contributions in the endless battlefield to have this opportunity." The young man nodded. Yuan Sage turned around and shouted, "Shut up." The middle-aged man's face turned pale and he bowed deeply. "Sorry to disturb you, Yuan Sage." The young man followed suit and bowed deeply. Yuan Sage was disgusted. His seat was occupied by extremely strong powerhouses in front of him and trash behind him. What contributions? What outstanding contributions? These were all nonsense. Sitting with trash like them would tarnish his status. They were all sons of the Lu family. In the past, his seat wouldn't have been so far behind. Those sons of the Lu family deserved to die. In front of him, someone turned around and smiled at Yuan Sage. "You seem very unhappy. This is the tea party of a great heavenly venerate." Yuan Sage looked at this person with fear in his eyes. He forced himself to calm down and forced a smile. "I understand, Mr. Daheng." Mr. Daheng had a scholarly temperament like a teacher who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Beside him, Mansion Master Gon smiled and said, "Mr. Daheng, why are you so free to attend the tea party? In the past, you didn't attend many tea parties." Mr. Daheng smiled and said, "I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and naturally came to attend the tea party. In the past, I would listen to the teachings of a great heavenly venerate even if I didn't attend." Someone on the other side chimed in. "It's the same for us. If it weren't for the teachings of a great heavenly venerate, we wouldn't have been able to reach our current level of strength." The extremely strong powerhouses chatted with each other, making the tea party very lively. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2807. In the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, the seating time would end when the bell stopped ringing. The 9 heavens 10 earths, the reincarnation spacetime, the 6 direction society, all the famous people were either participating in the tea party or listening to the teachings. For example, the disciples of Lotus Lord, Little Lien, Ro, Lingmu, and the others. For example, Jiang Shaodao, the son of Saint Jiang, the son of Saint Food, the Little Food Saint, Bai Qian from Ultra Spacetime, the supreme powerhouse who guarded the laboratory, the Yu family, Saruzan from the Wood World, Su Ji from the Virtual God Spacetime, Wu Man, Shi Xiao from the Lost Clan, and many others. Even the endless battlefield had people listening to his teachings, including Bodhi Saint. The Grand Empyrean Tea Party was the biggest event of the Six Paths Guild. Whether it was the Six Paths Guild itself or the endless battlefield, everyone would pay attention to the tea party. Although the number of people who could listen to the teachings was limited, this group of people was enough to influence the entire operation of the Six Paths Guild. At that moment, even the war slowed down. Everyone listened to the sound of the bell, which was about to stop. When the bell ended, those who had yet to appear would not be able to participate in the tea party. Reverend God Shaoyin glanced at the ninth seat again. This son of the Liu family isn't here yet. Bai Xianer turned her head and looked to the right. Xia Xinji had arrived. He was qualified to attend the tea party, so he came without a sound. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan didn't come and didn't receive an invitation. Only Xia Xinji received an invitation when he met the Grand Empyrean last time. Su Heng and Su Ling subconsciously looked towards the back. That was the 99th seat, which should be Xian Qi's seat. Xian Qi had not arrived yet. Just as they were thinking, a huge shadow appeared outside the heaven gate. A deafening roar rang out, scaring all the Six Directions Association cultivators outside the heaven gate. Their faces turned pale as they stared blankly at the Hell Flood Dragon. What the hell was that? How terrifying! Prison Flood Dragon liked these people's expressions and couldn't help but shout again. Shut up and go up. Lu Yin stomped down, interrupting the Hellworm's roar. The caged WIRM was very displeased, but it did not dare to vent its anger on Lu Yin. It could only charge towards the stairway. This place did not allow it to show off its might, but that was fine as well. It could go up there as well, and it wanted everyone to be afraid of it. Caged Flood Dragon's huge figure ascended the sky stairway and arrived at the tea party. Everyone looked over in surprise. Who would arrive at the last moment of the bell? Throughout the history of tea parties, those who did not show up would always arrive early, regardless of who they were. Even Void Lord and the other Spacetime Lords were like this. Very few people arrived at the last moment. The Yuan sage looked over with a cold gaze and a cruel smile on his face. Son of the Liu family, you really came. Lu Yin appeared at the last moment of the bell's chime. He looked at the seats with a smile on his face. He was dressed in white and looked very elegant. Below his feet was a prison dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Lu Yin rarely wore white, as it was too eye-catching. But today, keeping a low profile was out of the question. He had officially entered the eyes of the entire Six Paths gang, and the eyes of these Ancestor Realm experts. Below his feet, the prison flood dragon roared, wanting to display its powerful aura. It was time, there were so many humans. But when it focused its eyes, it blinked and stared ahead, seeing an Ancestor Realm expert. That aura was definitely an Ancestor Realm expert. Then, it looked again and saw another, and then another and another. Not only that, there were many Ancestor Realm auras that were exceptionally powerful. The prison flood dragon had a keen sense of smell and was even more sensitive to danger. At this moment, it felt weak and helpless. It had originally planned to roar and brandish its claws, but now, it was very well behaved. It lowered its head and the corners of its mouth curled up in a human-like manner, as if it wanted to use a smile to express its goodwill. The prison flood dragon looked at Luin. Luin rolled his eyes and landed on the ground, glancing at his shoulder. The prison flood dragon understood and quickly shrunk its body, landing on Luin's shoulder and grabbing it tightly. Only then would it be safe. Sorry for being late. There are so many familiar faces. Luin walked step by step towards the ninth seat. Everyone looked at him. Some were curious, while others were disgusted. The Shaoyin divine sovereign slowly turned to look at Luin. Had the son of the Lu family arrived? He looked over and met Lu Yin's gaze. At that moment, time seemed to stop. The Shaoyin divine sovereign's pupils shrank as he stared at Lu Yin's face. This. Lu Yin smiled brightly and happily at the Shaoyin divine sovereign. Everyone looked at the Shaoyin divine sovereign and Lu Yin strangely. They did not understand why Lu Yin was so happy, nor did they understand the Shaoyin divine sovereign's expression. Only Su Wuwei, Su Zhu, Dan Gu, and a few others understood. They all looked on as if they were watching a show. The Shaoyin divine sovereign's thoughts were very fast. The moment he recognized Lu Yin as Xian Qi, he immediately wanted to inform by Wang Yuan and the others. He had been tricked, this bastard. However, the bell stopped ringing at that moment, and a supreme power descended. A grand empyrean had arrived. Lu Yin had waited until the last moment to appear because of this. He took a step forward and arrived at the ninth seat. He slowly sat down in front of the Shaoyin divine sovereign. The Shaoyin divine sovereign's sluggish expression made Venerable Lotus frown. What's wrong? No one could describe the Shaoyin divine sovereign's feelings. It was as if he had thrown his enemy under a guillotine and the guillotine was about to chop him down, only to find that he had been replaced at the last moment. He had become the one waiting for death under the guillotine. It might be an exaggeration to say that he was waiting for death, but the Shaoyin divine sovereign knew that he would be in big trouble if the plan went smoothly. The more he thought about it, the paler his face became. The Yuan sage frowned. He knew the Shaoyin divine sovereign well. Was there something wrong with his expression? He had not participated in the entire process and had no idea what was going to happen next. He also did not know that the Shaoyin divine sovereign had been tricked by Lu Yin. The only difference was that he had underestimated Lu Yin and had not paid attention to Lu Yin's appearance. He had once thought that the Yuan sage could deal with him, so he had let the Yuan sage make a move. He had thought that Luo Shan could deal with Lu Yin, so he had not cared. He had thought that using Luo Shan to threaten Lu Yin would make him die in the endless battlefield and that using the four-way scales would consign Lu Yin to eternal damnation. These thoughts had become the source of his greatest regret today. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken action personally. This son of the Lu family was actually Xian Qi. How long had he been hiding in the Six Direction sect? The aura of a grand empyrean descended, covering the 9 heavens and 10 lands and suppressing the reincarnation spacetime. The world became transparent, and spacetime seemed to have stopped. Everything slowed down. Petals floated past his eyes, and Lu Yin saw the grand empyrean through the petals. He had not expected the grand empyrean to be a woman. She was dressed in a pale golden robe and was sitting cross-legged. The grand empyrean's projection covered the world and everyone. A veil covered her face, making it impossible to see her face clearly. Lu Yin could only feel an incomparably intense and sacred aura. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the grand empyrean. A voice constantly echoed in his ears and in his heart. You can't look. You don't dare to look. You don't have the qualifications to look. What right do you have to look? Lower your head, lower your head, lower your head, countless voices echoed. It was as if the world and the universe were suppressing him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Her eyes were so beautiful, but they were also so dignified. She was emotionless. Strands of almost solid sequence particles twined around her like flowing water. Auspicious clouds rose and emitted a colorful rainbow light. It was extremely beautiful. There was a loud bang as Lu Yin's mind exploded. Blood dripped down from his ears. He did not realize that aside from the top 9, no one dared to look directly at the Grand Empyrean. Even Reverend Lotus had her head lowered. Only Wood God, Void Master, Grand Elder Shangu, and Master Wei were able to raise their heads and look directly at the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean's gaze landed on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mind exploded again, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not look at the Grand Empyrean anymore. If he did, he would die. An intense aura of death spread out, wanting to devour him. The prison flood dragon trembled. Wood God looked at Lu Yin. Void Master, Grand Elder Shangu, and Master Wei all looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes were bleeding, but he stubbornly looked at the Grand Empyrean. He clearly did not have to look, but he wanted to see this person who had exiled the Lu family. He wanted to see the true master of the Six Direction Society. He wanted to see what this human leader looked like. He opened his celestial eye to share some of the pressure on Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not hear the Grand Empyrean at all. His mind continued to rumble, and his vision became blurry. He could only use his celestial eye to stare at the Grand Empyrean. His forehead throbbed with pain, but even the celestial eye could not violate the Grand Empyrean's dignity. Suddenly, Lu Yin's vision cleared, and the rumbling disappeared. All of the Grand Empyrean's dignity retreated. Lu Yin's body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. "Young man, do what you can." Wood God's voice was very calm. Void Master smiled. "Young man, you should have some vitality." Shangu praised, "You are very energetic." "You are just a little stupid." Void Master's voice was indiscernible. Finally, the Grand Empyrean spoke. His voice was still so lofty that it was impossible to tell if he was a man or a woman. "Wu Tian, Grim Reaper, Destiny, and the son of the Lu family, you have obtained their inheritances." Venerable Lotus was shocked. She looked at Lu Yin. She knew that the three of them had been the 3 realms and 6 paths during their heyday. They were the true 3 giants of the above heaven sect, and this kid had actually obtained their inheritances. Shaoyin clenched his fists. Wu Tian, Grim Reaper, and Destiny. This son of the Lu family had actually obtained their inheritances. If he had known, he would not have underestimated Lu Yin. How hateful. Chu Jian's gaze turned cold. So what? He was undefeatable. Bai Sienna was calm. She had long known that Lu Yin had not only obtained their inheritances, but she also stared at Lu Yin's back. Where would he stand in the future? The Grand Empyrean's words shocked everyone who understood the 3 realms and 6 paths. Yuan Xing's scalp went numb. Once this son of the Lu family matured, who would be able to stop him? He had to die. He had to die. Behind Yuan Xing, the youth stared blankly. He did not know anything about Wu Tian, but he knew that anyone who could catch the attention of a Grand Empyrean and sit in the first row was a supreme being. That person was so young, but he was so powerful. It would be great if he could become his disciple. Lu Yin panted heavily, wiped the corners of his mouth, and smiled. He had withstood it. Although it had only been a short while, it was significant. He had seen the sequence particles in the Grand Empyrean's eyes. He had seen the indescribable terror. Even if it was difficult to bear, he had seen the supreme power of a Grand Empyrean. One day, he would definitely be able to reach this height. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2808. The Grand Empyreans were lofty existences that looked down on everything. Ants couldn't see humans looking down on them. In their minds, humans might not even exist, but Luin wasn't an ant. If he could see the Grand Empyreans, then they were the same kind of people. This was Lu Yin's stubbornness. Just like the last time he had met the Grand Empyrean had asked him if he hated him, but Lu Yin hadn't answered. He didn't have the qualifications to argue with the Grand Empyrean, but he did his best to maintain his dignity. This dignity was like a prairie fire that would one day incinerate everything in the universe. Empyrean, the tea party can begin, Wood God said calmly. The Grand Empyrean's gaze shifted away from Lu Yin. His empty eyes did not look at the people seated in the audience or the 99 million listeners. Instead, he looked at the reincarnation spacetime, the six-direction society, the boundless battlefield, the countless people who were fighting against the Eternals, and even the countless geniuses who had been born in the long river of time. Names came out of the Grand Empyrean's mouth, each of them representing the people who had contributed to humanity and sacrificed their lives. This was the tea party. Tasting tea wasn't just tasting tea, but also tasting life, tasting time, and tasting the long history. The Grand Empyrean would speak at every tea party. Those people were worthy of her speaking and were worthy of everyone's remembrance. This was humanity. The Eternals said that emotions were humanity's greatest weakness, but for humans, it was the opposite. Without emotions, how could one be human? The bonds and emotions between people were the basic meaning of maintaining the human race. Emotions were the source of human strength. As he listened to the Grand Empyrean savoring history, Lu Yin felt as if he had fallen into the long river of time. He saw geniuses rise up one after another, fighting and killing for humanity. That surging passion made him want to roar at the sky. It wasn't just him, everyone was the same. Even people like the Void Lord and Head Elder Gu would feel their blood boil because of the heroic spirits that had fought to the death. At this moment, everyone, including the Grand Empyreans, was cheering for these people. It didn't matter if they were seniors or juniors, it didn't matter if they were strong or weak. At the tea party, there were also people who had broken limbs and couldn't speak. They had contributed to humanity, and they were the ones who deserved the most respect. The sequence particles soared and headed toward the endless battlefield, bringing with them voices and names. It was like a miracle that made one's blood boil. Lu Yin opened his heaven's eye once more, and he finally understood what was going on. It wasn't just the stories of those people that had influenced them, it was also because the Grand Empyrean had touched the sequence particle. She had most likely touched upon something that had caused the tragic events of the past to reappear, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Lu Yin finally understood that this was the true meaning of the tea party. Although humans had emotions, they also had forgetfulness. Every tea party, the Grand Empyrean would use this method to remind everyone of history and never forget it. This was the only way to unite the entire six-direction society, unite humanity, and fight to the death against the Eternals. The Eternals did not need to be united. They were loyal to the one true God, and they fought for the one true God. However, humans were different. There were also negative emotions. Positive emotions were the source of motivation for human cultivation, while negative emotions could also cause people to become traitors. The Grand Empyreans used this method to unite humanity as much as possible. No matter how she treated the Lu family, no matter what enmity she had with him, what she was doing now was truly for the sake of all of humanity. It was no wonder that Void Master and the others were willing to cooperate with the Grand Empyrean. For several days, the Grand Empyrean did not stop. The names that she mentioned seemed to be imprinted in everyone's hearts. This continued until 5 days later. Only then did the music stop. Wood God stood up and bowed. "Thank you, Grand Empyrean. Void Master, Grand Elder Dan Gu, Master Wei, and the others also stood up and bowed. Thank you, Grand Empyrean. They bowed not because of their cultivation, but because of the Grand Empyrean's respect for history and those who had sacrificed themselves for humanity. They were bowing to this action. The Grand Empyrean's tea party was a monument in their hearts. The names that had been engraved on the monument were displayed before everyone's eyes. Humanity would never forget their contributions. Thank you, Grand Empyrean. Thank you, Grand Empyrean. Thank you, Grand Empyrean. Luin bowed deeply. Thank you, Grand Empyrean. In the Six Direction Society's boundless battlefield, countless people bowed. Thank you, Grand Empyrean. No one knew if it was an illusion, but everyone seemed to see the people whose names had been praised by the Grand Empyrean appear from the river of time and return the bow. At this moment, the hearts of the human race were united. They wanted nothing more than to kill the everlasting race and eliminate this old enemy once and for all. After everyone sat down, the Grand Empyrean's voice sounded again. The tea party will take a while. If anyone has any questions, you can raise them. Someone immediately stood up and bowed. Grand Empyrean, this junior's cultivation is often disturbed by the noise. My body circulation is not smooth, and my cultivation is regressing instead of advancing. Is there a solution? The Grand Empyrean said, experience the various forms of humans and be immortal. Thank you, Grand Empyrean. Grand Empyrean, this junior has cultivated the heaven awakening technique to greater mastery and can no longer cultivate. How can this be solved? Kill a powerful enemy in the boundless battlefield and I will bestow you with a cultivation technique. Thank you, Grand Empyrean. Grand Empyrean, those who asked were all progenitors. Luin looked over and saw that he did not recognize most of them. It had to be said that there was still a group of progenitors in the Six Direction Association. Even if each parallel universe only had 5, the Six Direction Association had close to 30 people in total. Moreover, there were even more in the parallel universes and the outer realms. Among them, Luin saw several strangely dressed progenitors. One of them wore something that looked like a gourd, but Luin did not know where it came from. Each of them only had one eye, and that eye almost covered their entire face. It was very strange. These people either came from the parallel universes of the endless battlefield or from the outer realms. He did not see Jiang Qingyue. Did she not come? The Shaoyin divinity was restless and looked at Xiaoshenji from time to time. He wanted to express something, but Xiaoshenji did not look at him at all. The Shaoyin divinity was so angry that he wanted to slap Xiaoshenji. Dao Master Lu, don't you have anything you want to ask Master? Lotus Reverend suddenly asked. Lu Yin looked at her. Lotus Reverend, are you talking to me? Lotus Reverend was calm. Yes. No. Lotus Reverend looked at him and then looked away. She did not say anything else. Everyone was very casual at the tea party. If someone asked a question, they did not necessarily need the Grand Empyrean to answer. This was a chance for them to improve, so many people wanted to participate. Lu Yin turned to look at the Shaoyin divinity. Long time no see, Shaoyin divinity. The Shaoyin divinity stared at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, you are Xian Qi. Lotus Reverend was shocked. What Xian Qi? Lu Yin's lips curled up. The power of Yin is not bad. The Shaoyin divinity clenched his fists. You dare to trick me. At that moment, the Grand Empyrean's voice rang out. Xiaoshenji. Ji. Everyone immediately fell silent. No one dared to make a ruckus when the Grand Empyrean spoke. Xiaoshenji hurriedly stood up. Senior Grand Empyrean, I am here. The Grand Empyrean's gaze landed on Xiaoshenji. Why are Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan standing outside the heaven gate? The Shaoyin divinity's heart sank. He stared at Xiaoshenji and kept signaling him with his eyes. Xiaoshenji acted as if he did not see it and said respectfully, "It seems that they have something to report to Senior Grand Emperor." He glanced at Lu Yin. "It has to do with Tao Master Lu." The Grand Emperor was interested. "Is that so? Let them in." Evergreen Saint let them pass through the heaven gate. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan brought Luo Lauer in. Behind them was 9 glories. Luo Lauer's heart trembled. The true test had arrived. He had to face the Grand Emperor. In the past, he had never dared to imagine that such a day would come. His legs trembled when he thought about it. He looked up and saw that the stairway was so tall that he could not walk anymore. Bai Wang Yuan frowned. "Xian Qi, don't be nervous. As long as you present the evidence, it will be enough to consign Lu Shaoxian to eternal damnation. He is a spy. If you testify against him, you will have contributed to humanity. The Grand Emperor will reward you." Luo Lauer swallowed. 9 glories was more excited than anyone else. The Shaoyin divinity had promised that as long as the Lu family's son was a spy, he would be able to become a sage. A sage was a progenitor from the reincarnation spacetime. His status far surpassed that of a martial ancestor, and the 6th mainland could not compare to him. He had betrayed Lu Yin because of this, but it could not be considered a betrayal. The 6th mainland and the 5th mainland had always been enemies. The martial ancestor had personally participated in the 5th mainland's battle to eliminate the 5th mainland's geniuses and prevent them from threatening the 6th mainland. Now that the martial ancestor was dead, 9 glories would inherit the martial ancestor's will and deal with Lu Yin first. 9 glories took a deep breath and followed by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan up the stairway. At the end of the stairway was the sage's position. At the tea party, everyone waited quietly. Soon, Bai Wang Yuan's group of 4 arrived. Before the Grand Emperor could speak, the Shaoyin divinity suddenly shouted, "Master's tea party is very important. If you dare to disturb Master without any important matters, I will make you pay the price." Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan exchanged glances. Something was wrong. The Shaoyin divinity's attitude was different from the plan. The Shaoyin divinity seemed to want to chase them away. Shan Gu was unhappy. "Shaoyin divinity, the Grand Emperor let them in. Whether they disturb or not has nothing to do with you. Why are you jumping up?" Su Wuwei lazily said, "That's right. The Grand Emperor hasn't said anything, so why don't you shut up?" The Shaoyin divinity gritted his teeth and glared at Bai Wang Yuan. Bai Wang Yuan felt that something was wrong. "Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, why are you waiting outside the Heaven's Gate?" the Grand Emperor asked, bringing with him a supreme pressure. Bai Wang Yuan's mind raced. He wanted to retreat and was about to speak. Xiaoshenji spoke up, "Senior Grand Emperor, they seem to want to accuse Lu Yin of being a spy." Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Everyone looked at Lu Yin with bewildered expressions. The Shaoyin divinity stared at Xiaoshenji. This idiot. Lu Yin was confused. "Accuse me? Spy? Xiaoshenji, are you joking? I was the one who chased the Eternal Tribe out of the primordial space. I was the one who fought the Eternal Tribe to the death. How did I become a spy?" Xiaoshenji said, "I'm not sure. Brother Bai and Brother Wang said so. They even brought witnesses." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2809. Bai Wang Yuan was bewildered. Xiaoshenji was clearly involved in this matter, so why did it seem like he was trying to exclude himself? Bai Wang Yuan felt that something was amiss. "Senior Grand Emperor, we are not. 9 glories, why are you following them?" Lu Yin suddenly barked. 9 glories was not stupid. He also felt that something was amiss, but he did not dare to speak. This was the first time he had seen so many progenitors. In the outside world, the 99 million people who were listening to the teachings were watching this scene. Although there were only 99 million people, there were far more people who had accompanied these people to the tea party. This was because there were people constantly spreading news about the tea party, especially the changes that had occurred, which attracted the attention of countless people. Many people recognized Luo Lao. Why is Luo Lao there? Didn't he disappear with Mu Jun? He's qualified to attend the tea party. Bai Wang Yuan bowed deeply. Senior Grand Empyrean, we do not know what Xia Xinji is talking about. We just want to attend the tea party. Wang Fan also said, that's right. We just want to attend the tea party. Do you take us for fools? The Void Master asked coldly. The Wood God shook his head. They also take you for fools. Interesting. The Void Master found it funny. Bai Wang Yuan's expression turned ugly. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin hurriedly faced the Grand Empyrean. Master, actually, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin, the Grand Empyrean is asking them, not you. The Wood God's voice was calm, but it forcefully cut off Divine Sovereign Shaoyin's words, making it difficult for him to speak. This was the difference in cultivation. Speak. The Grand Empyrean barked. His voice shook the sky and shook the echelon, causing everyone's minds to buzz. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan were aghast. This explosion almost caused them to faint. The Grand Empyrean's supreme might continued to rise, replacing the universe's stars. An existence similar to the origin tribulation had even appeared. They did not doubt that if they dared to speak nonsense again, the Grand Empyrean would definitely unleash an unimaginable attack. Bai Wang Yuan did not hesitate or think any further. At this moment, he had no choice but to prove that Lu Shaoxian was a spy. Otherwise, he might not have a good ending. Senior Great Heavenly Venerable, Lu Shaoxian is a spy planted by the Eternals. Above Heaven Sect's 9 luminaries and 6 direction associations Xian Qi are witnesses. Wang Fan reacted faster than Bai Wang Yuan and stepped forward to testify. Even though Xia Xinji had just mentioned this matter, the crowd was still astonished by Wang Fan's words. Lu Yin was the Tao master of the sect of heaven in the primordial space. Although this sect of heaven was different from the sect of heaven of the past, the name of the sect of heaven represented the peak of the human race's glory. It represented an era when even the Eternals did not dare to show their faces. Now, the Taoist master of the above heaven sect had actually been identified as a spy. This had completely overturned the worldview of everyone who understood that era. Everyone looked at Lu Yin once more. Lu Yin's face was expressionless. Master Wei's interest was piqued. You've accused Lu Shaoxian of being a spy, and at this tea party. You must have proof. Now that things had come to this, Bai Wang Yuan and the others had no choice but to stake everything on this one throw. That's right. His name is Ninefold Brilliance, and he's one of the 12 heavenly gates in the above heaven sect. He's the house lord of the blood heaven gate, and he can attest to Lu Shaoxuan's strange behavior. He works with the Eternals, and whenever Lu Shaoxian is in trouble, the Eternals help him. There's a person from the Eternals called Yebua. This proves that whenever Yebua is active, Lu Shaoxian goes into seclusion. This Yebua is only active for a very short period of time, and it's almost like he's empty. Thus, Lu Shaoxian also goes into seclusion for a very short period of time. It's normal for cultivators to go into seclusion for hundreds or thousands of years, but Lu Shaoxian only goes into seclusion for a few years at most. Most people only go into seclusion for a few months, and it's fine if it's only once or twice. However, he does this all year round, and it's been decades. Many people can testify to this. For this reason, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin specially invited Xian Qi to cooperate with our investigation. The final result also matches the clues provided by 9 luminaries. Not only that, but by Wushan of the eternal race's 7 sky gods is also hiding in the above heaven sect. He's working with Lu Shaoxian. As long as we capture everyone in the above heaven sect and investigate them one by one, we'll definitely be able to find Bai Wuxian. Bai Wangyuan had clearly been prepared for this. His words seemed logical, but he was actually using the existing facts to prove that Lu Yin was a spy. These facts had nothing to do with the spy, but he had used 9 luminaries and Xian Qi's names to forcefully make things seem like a spy. In the end, he even mentioned Bai Wuxian. Bai Wuxian had a huge impact on everyone. Bai Wuxian was the most mysterious of the 7 sky gods, and he posed the greatest threat. This was because Bai Wuxian had a list in his hands called Eternal Life. This list recorded all the spies, not only from the primordial space, but also from the 6 Direction Society. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was also dragged away by Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan felt that Divine Sovereign Shaoyin's attitude was not right, but since things had already gotten to this point, he could not pull Divine Sovereign Shaoyin out of this. Either they had to shoulder the blame together, and Divine Sovereign Shaoyin had to be the one at the front. Either they could prove that Lu Yin was a spy, and everyone would be happy, or they would all suffer together. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin's expression was gloomy. Everyone was selfish. He was like this, and Bai Wangyuan was even more so. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin had always flaunted his self-interest and acted despicably, but he had never expected to be tricked by Lu Yin and defeated by his own arrogance. He had also never expected to be tricked by Bai Wangyuan. Many people looked at him. So it's Divine Sovereign Shaoyin who's working with you. Xian Qi, is it? He's still trustworthy. Void Master smiled. Great Elder Shangu nodded. I've heard of Xian Qi's name before. If he was the one who pointed it out, then. He then looked at Lu Yin. Path Master Lu, what else do you have to say for yourself? Void Master spoke up. Xian Qi captured a spy in my hyperspace and even pointed out he ran in the end. He ran also disappeared after that incident, and it's possible that he fled to avoid punishment. Xian Qi's words are trustworthy. Lu Yin glanced at Void Master. He had not expected Void Master to say such a thing. How could he have thought that he ran was a spy? During today's tea party, Void Master and the others had spoken up multiple times, and they all had the same meaning. If Lu Yin had not recognized Void Master, he would have suspected that Bai Qian was an impostor. Did Void Master really believe Bai Wangyuan, or did he agree with Void Master and the others? Since these important figures had spoken up, many people below agreed. They all looked at Lu Yin with vigilance and curiosity. Bai Kun heaved a sigh of relief. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin had made the right move. Xian Qi was indeed someone with a reputation in the 6 Direction Society. He looked at Divine Sovereign Shaoyin, but he found that Divine Sovereign Shaoyin's expression was getting worse. What was going on? They had already reached this stage, so why was Xian Qi still acting like this? Hold on. Bai Wangyuan suddenly reacted, and he turned to look at Luo Lauer. This Xian Qi wouldn't betray them, right? Divine Sovereign Shaoyin's attitude made Bai Wangyuan extremely uneasy. The more Divine Sovereign Shaoyin acted like this, the more likely it was that this weapon that had pointed out Lu Shaoxian would harm him instead. Bai Wangyuan stared at Luo Lauer. Xian Qi, tell us your conclusion. Wang Fan had naturally thought of this as well, and he stared at Luo Lauer. May I ask where my younger brother, Xian Qi, is? Su Heng's voice rang out, and when it reached Bai Wangyuan's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder that almost stunned him. Wang Fan looked at Su Heng, and then at Luo Lauer. Younger brother. This person was definitely familiar with Xian Qi, but wasn't Xian Qi right here? Bai Wangyuan stared at Luo Lauer in a daze. He finally understood why divine sovereign Shaoyin had stopped them. No wonder he had such an attitude. This Xian Qi was a fake. However, divine sovereign Shaoyin had stopped them the moment they had arrived, which meant that he had already known that this Xian Qi was a fake. Did that mean that Xian Qi was really here? Otherwise, divine sovereign Shaoyin could have notified by Wang Yuan before the tea party. If he had not notified them, it meant that he had not made it in time. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan both looked at Lu Yin. It was him. Divine sovereign Shaoyin closed his eyes. He had opened his mouth several times, but he had been interrupted each time. At this tea party, Lu Shaoxian and Xian Qi had not been the only ones who had tricked him. Even Su Heng, Wood God, and the others had been helping Lu Shaoxian. He had no choice but to watch as Bai Wang Yuan and the others stepped into Lu Shaoxuan's trap. "Where's my younger brother, Xian Qi?" Su Leng asked, puzzled. Su Wuwei was astonished as well. "That's right, where did Xian Qi go? You said that Xian Qi proved that Dao Lord Lu was a spy, so let him come out." "Let Xian Qi come out," Xiao Ci said. Lu Yin smiled at divine sovereign Shaoyin. Divine sovereign Shaoyin opened his cold eyes and stared at Lu Yin. "Lu Shaoxian, you are Xian Qi." There was a moment of silence, and then laughter. Su Wuwei, Su Heng, Su Leng, and the others could not help but laugh. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan's faces were ashen. They finally understood. This little bastard had changed his method. He was Xian Qi, but when he went to the four-way scales, he had found someone to impersonate him. They did not know what method he had used to fool divine sovereign Shaoyin, but he had used divine sovereign Shaoyin to prove that the impersonator was Xian Qi. Despicable, shameless little bastard. The two were furious. This was the third time they had been fooled. Su Wuwei laughed so hard that he could not breathe. "Shaoyin, do you know what you are saying? You said that Lu Shaoxian is Xian Qi. You mean that you want Xian Qi to prove that he is a spy?" Ha ha ha. Many laughed again. Venerable Lotus frowned and looked at divine sovereign Shaoyin unhappily. "Don't talk nonsense." The Shaoyin deity was so angry that his entire body trembled. He wanted to slap Lu Yin and Su Wuwei to death. That old bastard definitely knew that Lu Shaoxian was Lu Yin, and the Void Master definitely knew as well. How many people present knew? How many people were laughing at him? These bastards. Dan Gu looked at divine sovereign Shaoyin with a smile. The Lost Clan had been waiting for this day for a long time. If not for divine sovereign Shaoyin's instigation, the Lost Clan would not have started a war with the reincarnation spacetime, and two people with the surname Dan would not have died. They had never forgotten this grudge. Today, divine sovereign Shaoyin would not have a good ending. "Shaoyin." A majestic voice sounded. Divine sovereign Shaoyin's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and knelt before the Grand Empyrean. "Master." "Say it again." Divine sovereign Shaoyin's face was pale, and his eyes flickered. "Master, this disciple was foolish and was deceived by a villain." "Please, Master." Lu Yin sneered and faced the crowd. "Everyone, let me formally introduce myself. I am Lu Yin, the Path Master of the above heavens. In the four-way scales, I am Lu Shaoxian, and in the six-way society, I am Xian Qi." Everyone was stunned. It was really Xian Qi. Su Heng and Su Leng were calm. They already knew that Lu Yin had told them. Some of the people present knew, but most did not. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28:10. Outside the tea party, everyone else was stunned. Su Ji, Su Yu, Jiang Xiaodao, Xiaoyan, and the others were all stunned. Xian Qi was Lu Yin. Was he that legendary Tao Lord from the Genesis space? This was simply inconceivable. No one had thought of this before, and it overturned everyone's understanding. Bai Wangyuan clenched his fists and stared at Lu Yin. It was over. Their plan had been wrong from the start, and they had been fooled from the start. Zhou Yao was the most terrified. He had framed Lu Yin at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, and he himself was not even a progenitor. One could imagine what would happen to him. Lu Yin looked at them. Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, your Four Directions Libras are working together with Reverend Xiaoyin to slander me. What a joke. If I was a spy, the Four Directions Libras would have long been out of the picture. If I was a spy, the Six Directions Society would have suffered countless losses. And you, Zhou Yao. Lu Yin did not hate Bai Wangyuan and the others for framing him, nor did he hate divinity Xiaoyin for scheming against him. These were all enemies, and it was normal for them to do whatever they wanted. What he hated was Zhou Yao. Because the martial ancestor died for humanity, I gave you a chance to join the Above Heaven sect and become the Blood Heaven sect master. But you betrayed me and joined the Four Directions Scales and divinity Xiaoyin. How can you face the Above Heaven sect? Did the Four Directions Scales really think that you can deal with me by instigating a piece of trash? Zhou Yao lost all his strength, and he no longer had the heart to argue. His fear was magnified. Suddenly, a gaze replaced the world and illuminated the universe. The next moment, he slowly disappeared from his head to his feet. The intense pain made him want to howl, but he could not make a sound. Everyone looked at Zhou Yao and watched as his body slowly disappeared. It was silent, but cruel. This was the method of a Grand Empyrean. There was no need to explain it in detail, as a Grand Empyrean could understand everything. Zhou Yao was the most tragic one, and he was also the first to be dealt with. The entire process took an entire incense stick's worth of time. Everyone calmly watched Zhou Yao go from life to death, experiencing pain without being able to make a sound as he gradually disappeared from the world. From then on, the 9 luminaries no longer existed in this universe. Lu Yin wanted to stop him, but he was shocked by the Grand Empyrean's methods. With his heavenly eye, he watched as the 9 glories disappeared as the particles streaked past. His entire body turned into a wisp of smoke as he followed the particles. Although the entire process took half an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Yin watched in a daze. He wanted to see what had happened to 9 glories, but in the end, he couldn't see it clearly. He couldn't understand the methods of a Grand Empyrean. Even with the heavenly eye, he could not understand it. It was not that the heavenly eye was weak. After all, he was only at the peak of the emissary level. The tea party was silent. At this time, only the wood deity spoke up. Celestial Sovereign, the Xiaoyin deity colluded with the 4 cardinal scales to frame Lu Yin as a spy. How should we deal with this? Everyone looked at the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean was tall and majestic. Although she was a woman, she covered the world and made everyone look up to her. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin didn't dare to argue. It was useless to say anything now. Xiaoyin, enter the endless battlefield for 10,000 years. You may not return. The Grand Empyrean's punishment convinced everyone. Even if Divine Venerable Xiaoyin wanted to live in an ordinary parallel spacetime battlefield for 10,000 years in the endless battlefield, the Eternals wouldn't allow it. Furthermore, according to the hidden rules of the Six Direction Society, he had to enter the top 5 battlefields where the battle was intense. He had to be in the top 10 at least. The Yuan sage trembled. Fortunately, the son of the Lu family had determined that he couldn't harm anyone. He was determined to be someone who couldn't make a move against him. Otherwise, he would definitely be involved in this matter. He definitely wouldn't be able to survive in the endless battlefield for 10,000 years. When he thought of this, he had to thank Liu Shaoxian. By Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, Xiaoshenji, enter the endless battlefield for 10,000 years. This was also a punishment from a grand empyrean. The primordial space was one of the 6 direction societies. In the words of the first meeting, the grand empyrean was now the master of humanity. She could punish anyone as long as she wanted. Bai Xian's expression was calm, as if Bai Wang Yuan's punishment had nothing to do with her. Xiaoshenji's expression changed as he looked at Lu Yin for help. Lu Yin hurriedly said, "Grand Empyrean, Xiaoshenji did not participate in the 4 cardinal scales framing me." Divine Venerable Shaoyin turned around and looked at Xiaoshenji with a murderous gaze. It turned out that he was on Liu Xiaoshuan's side. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan were stunned. Why would Xiaoshenji help Liu Shaoxian? Lu Yin calmly faced their gazes and had no intention of explaining. Xiaoshenji looked at the Grand Empyrean nervously, waiting for her to change the punishment. However, the Grand Empyrean did not change it. First meeting stood up and looked at Lu Yin. Master Liu, Divine Venerable Shaoyin had already stopped Bai Wang Yuan and the others from framing you as a spy, which was considered a repentance. However, he had to continue twice because of Xiaoshenji. Since Xiaoshenji didn't help Bai Wang Yuan and the others, that means that he's on your side. In that case, not only did Divine Venerable Shaoyin and the 4 cardinal scales work together to frame you, but you also deliberately set up a trap for them to step into, right? If that's the case, then Xiaoshenji should receive the same punishment. There's also that person. If I'm not wrong, that person is Xian Qi, the one who tricked the 4 cardinal scales. He should be punished as well. First meeting pointed at Luo Lauer. Luo Lauer almost peed himself. Punished. When he thought of Zhou Yao's tragic death, he felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Yin sneered, "Xiaozun, are you saying that since Divine Venerable Shaoyin discovered that I'm Xian Qi and knew that he couldn't frame me and wanted to cancel his plan, I should have let him cancel it instead of pursuing the matter?" First meeting's gaze was cold. Whether or not you should pursue the matter during the tea party is Master's Tea Party, the biggest event of the 6 Paths Association. It's a place where countless people yearn to improve themselves and cherish the memory of humanity. This is not a battlefield for your schemes. I don't think I'm the one who chose this battlefield, Lu Yin said coldly. First meeting's expression was indifferent. Divine Venerable Shaoyin is in the wrong, but he's repentant. After the tea party, you can report to Master and punish him, but not now. Lu Yin laughed. What a hypocrite. If I wasn't Xian Qi, would you still be saying this at the tea party today? If I'm recognized by everyone as a spy during this tea party, it will definitely be the most eye-catching event of the tea party, and it will also be the most important event in history. Is this what you want to see? The Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect being a spy? Is this what the reincarnation spacetime wants to see? Impudent. First meeting shouted. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What right do you have to jump out and criticize me? The 4-side scale couldn't turn a piece of trash against me, so Divine Venerable Shaoyin sent a piece of trash like you to twist the truth. Who do you think you are? First meeting raised his head. I don't have the right. You're just a clown. Do you really think you're the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect? Do you really think you can call yourself the Above Heaven sect just because you gathered a bunch of random people? Today, I'll let you see the truth. He faced the Grand Empyrean and bowed deeply. Master, please allow this disciple to fight the Liu family's son. One battle. Everyone exchanged glances. Although the tea party didn't forbid martial arts, with the incident of the spy and the perfect young master challenging the Liu family's son, no one would believe that the reincarnation spacetime wasn't targeting the origin space. But so what? Under the Grand Empyrean's suppression, everything was meaningless. Allow. This one word represented the Grand Empyrean's attitude. The Void Master and the others didn't speak. This battle was between First Meeting and Lu Yin. They were about the same age. Although First Meeting had already broken through to the immortal realm, that was because Lu Yin hadn't broken through. This battle was fair. Bai Xian'er looked up at Lu Yin with bright eyes. Let me see what level you've reached now. First Meeting was the perfect young master of the reincarnation spacetime. To anyone who knew him, this young master learned everything very quickly and did everything perfectly. His reputation was greater than many powerhouses. The reincarnation spacetime's 3 venerables and 9 sages. When they were mentioned, they definitely wouldn't forget this young master. But when it came to battle experience, it seemed like no one knew. Lu Yin had checked before. This young master had never fought in the 6 Directions gathering. But since he had such a reputation, it definitely wasn't baseless. There had to be a reason, but no one knew the reason. I know that you once defeated Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan is the only Taoist that your primogenitor has ever met. As for me, I'm a Grand Empyrean's disciple. You and I aren't even on the same level. Lu Shaoxian, today, I'll show you the difference between heaven and earth. First Meeting raised his arms, and a bow and arrow naturally took shape. A strange feeling rose in everyone's hearts, as if something had been sucked away. An arrow shot out, heading straight for Lu Yin. Lu Yin hadn't expected First Meeting to use a bow and arrow. 7 God Arrow. Someone exclaimed. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. 7 God Arrow. It seemed to be a battle technique of the Bao Saint, one of the 9 sages. Rumor had it that the 7 gods couldn't avoid it and could only take it head-on. The arrow wasn't ordinary either, as it used the 7 emotions of a human. It had an unstoppable sharpness, but it could also strike a person's heart and create openings. The Bao Saint had used the 7 God arrow to slaughter everyone in the boundless battlefield, and it was far stronger than Chen Li's archery. It was clearly an arrow, but it wasn't very fast because it couldn't be avoided. As long as Lu Yin had the 7 emotions, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. This was First Meeting's first move. In the audience, the Bao Saint's eyes lit up. It had to be said that it was perfect. First Meeting's arrow was far stronger than Gong Yu's. It wasn't just a difference in cultivation, but also a difference in understanding. Under the premise that there wasn't an absolute difference in cultivation, it would be difficult for Lu Yin to deal with this arrow. The Bao Saint was very confident, as this was the 7 God arrow. There was an absolute difference in cultivation, but it was the exact opposite. First Meeting was strong, while that Lu Yin was weak. Everyone watched as the arrow shot towards Lu Yin. The more they understood the 7 God arrow, the more they understood how terrifying this seemingly ordinary arrow was. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he raised a hand and tapped out with a finger. The Bao Saint's eyes narrowed. He admired this Lu Yin, as his spirit during the gate of heaven had won over many people. It was a pity that he was too arrogant. Just as First Meeting had said, the current celestial sect was no longer the celestial sect of the past. He wasn't a true Tao disciple, so he wanted to break the 7 God arrow with a single finger. What a joke. Lu Yin's finger collided with the arrow, but the expected scene of Lu Yin's finger being shattered did not occur. On the contrary, the arrow disappeared. The arena fell silent as everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin's finger. There was no trace of damage. But what about the 7 God arrow? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28:11. Bao Saint stood up and stared at Lu Yin's finger. Chu Jian's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin retracted his finger. Continue. Chu Jian's bow disappeared, and the 7 God arrow was ineffective. No wonder you were able to become the path master of the above heaven sect. I'm curious how you did it, but someone like you is terrifying. You're no different from a corpse king. Lu Yin shook his head. I don't understand, and there's no point in explaining. You don't have many chances left. Make your move while I'm still patient. Arrogant. Chu Jian took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Lu Yin and struck out with Stone Gate's 8 hands. Lu Yin frowned. He hadn't opened his celestial eye, so he couldn't see how Chu Jian had arrived. Wait, he hadn't used spatial travel, but some other method. What method was that? First, Jian Jie's movements were traceless, but his attacks were easily broken by Lu Yin. The Stone Gate's 8 hands was the Great Stone Saint's technique. It was very strong, but against Lu Yin, who had learned the Stone Gate's 8 hands, it was useless. Chu Jian had only attacked 3 times, and on the 4th, he had used cosmos conversion to try and dissolve Lu Yin's astral source. Lu Yin had also used cosmos conversion. Bang! There was a loud collision as their palms collided. Chu Jian's expression changed. How could this be? His astral source couldn't suppress Lu Yin's. Lu Yin grabbed Chu Jian's palm and exerted force, bending Chu Jian's hand and slamming his palm towards Chu Jian's forehead. At the same time, the Akalanatha King's elephant roared out. Lu Yin didn't hold back in this attack, as he wanted to see what Chu Jian's trump card was. Chu Jian looked up and saw a great 5 lotus blooming in front of him, shining brightly and illuminating the surroundings. This wasn't a venerated lotus treasure, but rather a technique. Chu Jian had cultivated a grade 9 venerated lotus technique. Lu Yin's palm slammed into the grade 5 lotus, causing it to crack. Chu Jian's expression changed. A grade 5 lotus could block a progenitor's attack, but Lu Yin had cracked it with a single palm. Lu Yin hadn't expected Chu Jian to have cultivated a venerated lotus technique. He had already used 4 of the 9 sages' battle techniques. It was no wonder why he was called the perfect young exalt. He had cultivated each battle technique to the limit of his current realm, and he had even broken through that limit. Regardless of whether it was the 7 god arrows or the 5th grade lotus bloom, they were both considered ancestor realm level powers. As a half-martial ancestor, this person was able to continuously unleash the power of an ancestor. He was qualified to be called a young exalt. The 5th grade lotus blossom blocked Lu Yin's palm, but first Jian Wushuang's other hand clenched together. Extreme yin energy gathered in his palm, forming a semi-conical object that stabbed towards Lu Yin. Yin divine ol. Another person cried out in surprise. This time, it was the power of the Shao Yin divine venerable. Just how much power did Chu Jian cultivate? He was clearly the disciple of a Grand Empyrean and cultivated the battle skills of a Grand Empyrean. However, he had been using the 3 sovereigns' 9 saints' battle skills so well that he was even more proficient than the disciples of the 3 sovereigns' 9 saints. Outside the tea party, Gong Yu, Xiao Gu, and the others watched in shock. This was the young master, the perfect young master, the strongest of the younger generation, recognized by everyone in the 6 Paths Association, the only one qualified to be accepted as a direct disciple by a Grand Empyrean. He was perfect. No matter what he cultivated, he was perfect. The Yin divine all brushed past Lu Yin's face, the power of extreme Yin invading his body like a malevolent demon. Jiang Xing frowned. The power of extreme Yin has entered his body, freezing his body and even his consciousness. This Lu Shaoxian is too careless. No one had thought that Lu Yin would be defeated so quickly, but the fact that the power of extreme Yin had entered his body had sped up his defeat. This person still didn't understand. 6 Paths Association. Only the Shao Yin divine venerable had an ugly expression. Had this kid been careless? No, he had done it on purpose, because he also cultivated extreme Yin. He finally realized that Lu Shaoxian was Xian Qi, which meant that he was hiding something about extreme Yin. Only Lu Yin himself knew how far he had cultivated it. No wonder he hadn't allowed Xiao Yin to inspect him. Xiao Yin should have been more vigilant. Xiao Yin was the one who had been careless. Not only did Chu Jian not relax when the power of extreme Yin entered his body, he even let go of the Yin divine all, allowing it to transform into extreme Yin power and invade Lu Yin's body. Lotus flowers bloomed in front of him, and he raised his hand, summoning the 7 god arrows once more. This time, the arrows shot out like 7 rainbows, dazzling the eyes as they shot towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his hand again and tapped out 7 times, causing the 7 arrows to disappear at the same time, just like the first arrow. Chu Jian said arrogantly, "Let's see how long you can last." He continued to shoot out arrows, using them to consume Lu Yin's strength. The power of extreme Yin had already entered his body, and he wouldn't be able to last much longer. When the Yin divine all completely disappeared, Chu Jian's extreme Yin power had completely entered Lu Yin's body. Chu Jian's eyes widened, and the power of the 7 god arrows suddenly increased. Astral sources wreaked havoc, causing thunder to rumble from the 9 heavens. Even Jiang Xing and the other progenitors felt the pressure of Chu Jian's astral sources. Although this kid was only a half progenitor, he had the power to directly face a progenitor. Su Wuwei sighed. "I've never believed in perfection, but now I do. This Xiao Zun is much more powerful than I was when I was young. His future is unimaginable." The 7 god arrows turned into afterimages, and it was impossible to count how many arrows were shot out. However, Lu Yin's fingers also turned into afterimages, blocking all of the 7 god arrows. Gradually, Chu Jian felt that something was amiss. Lu Yin's strength hadn't weakened in the slightest. A Yin divine all suddenly appeared next to Lu Yin. "Here." The Yin divine all shot towards Chu Jian, shattering the 7 god arrows along the way. It contained far more extreme Yin power than what Chu Jian had just used. Chu Jian's expression changed. "How could this be? You've also cultivated extreme Yin power?" Many people looked at the Xiao Yin divine sovereign. How could he have allowed Lu Xiaoxian to cultivate extreme Yin power? Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan stood in the distance. They should have been sent to the endless battlefield as punishment, but because of Chu Jian's battle with Lu Yin, they hadn't left yet. When they saw Lu Yin use extreme Yin power, their expressions changed, and they looked at the Xiao Yin divine sovereign with confusion. The Xiao Yin divine sovereign clenched his fists. As expected, this kid's extreme cultivation of extreme Yin power had he absorbed. Just how much extreme Yin power had he absorbed? The Yin divine all slammed into the lotus, shattering the grade 5 lotus. Lu Yin grabbed the last 7 god arrow that had shot towards him and threw it back at Chu Jian. The Bao Saint was shocked. Impossible. The 7 god arrow used the 7 emotions as arrows, and once it was shot, it would definitely hit its target. No one had ever heard of someone being able to shoot a 7 god arrow back at the person who had shot it. Su Zhu praised, "This was Wu Fa Celestial Eye." Chu Jian had used the 7 god arrows so many times in front of Lu Yin, it would be strange if he hadn't learned it. Wu Fa Celestial Eye could break through all weapons. The 7 god arrow used the 7 emotions as arrows, and it was also a type of weapon. As long as it was a weapon, it couldn't escape Wu Fa Celestial Eye's analysis. They didn't know that Lu Yin had mastered the sword Sect's 13th sword, and he was no stranger to using emotions as a sword. The Yin divine all shattered the grade 5 lotus, and the arrow shot through the cracks towards Chu Jian. Not only did this arrow have the power of Chu Jian's arrow, but it also had Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin had not held back. Chu Jian released his grip, and another 7 god arrow shot out, colliding with Lu Yin's arrow. Both arrows shattered, but a force tore through the void and slammed into Chu Jian's body, forcing him to take a dozen steps back. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Everyone watched in amazement. Chu Jian had used all sorts of power, but Lu Yin had used Chu Jian's own strength and injured him instead. Who was the perfect person here? Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not playing with you anymore. Be careful from now on. His expression turned cold. You'll die. Lu Yin's body suddenly vanished, and space itself became a line in Lu Yin's eyes. He appeared in front of Chu Jian and slammed his palm down with absolute power. The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant roared, and a blackish-purple substance spread out from his palm. His palm was in the undying state, and even progenitors had to retreat from this attack. Chu Jian's expression was cold as he looked up and watched Lu Yin's palm descend. He didn't even try to dodge. Lu Yin's palm landed on Chu Jian's face without any resistance. This palm strike was enough to kill an ordinary progenitor, and Chu Jian hadn't been prepared for it at all. However, it was precisely because he hadn't been prepared that Lu Yin felt that something was wrong. He stared into Chu Jian's eyes and saw a sneer and mockery. Lu Shaoxian, I'll show you what it means to be invincible. Lu Yin was also struck, and a five-fingered imprint was left on his white robes. Chu Jian's palm landed on Lu Yin's chest, and he growled, "Annihilation." With a bang, the void exploded, and Chu Jian's body was sent flying. He landed in front of the 9 seats, right before the Grand Emperor's eyes. He suddenly stood up and stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. You? Lu Yin also stared at him in shock. Chu Jian was surprised that Lu Yin hadn't been injured at all by his annihilation palm, and there was only a palm imprint on his white robes. That was the annihilation palm, and it had been taught by the Grand Emperor. It had once slaughtered 48 immortal transformation realm corpse kings in the endless battlefield. How could it be useless? With Chu Jian's current strength, a full-powered annihilation palm was enough to severely injure an extremely powerhouse. Lu Yin was stunned. Chu Jian hadn't been injured at all by his palm strike, and even his hair wasn't messed up. How could this be? The two exchanged glances, both shocked by the other's strength. Chu Jian couldn't possibly have the ability to ignore Chu Jian's killing palm strike, but Chu Jian hadn't been affected at all. He didn't have the power of space or the power of time. What was going on? I remember now. Annihilation. He's the killing god, someone exclaimed. It was Senior Li, and he looked at Chu Jian excitedly. The others were puzzled at first, and then someone exclaimed, the killing god. Could it be that killing god who wantonly slaughtered immortal transformation realm corpse kings in the endless battlefield? That's right. I remember now. The killing god's move is annihilation. Once annihilation is used, the corpse kings would retreat. So Shao Zun is the killing god. He's actually the killing god. A total of 48 immortal transformation realm corpse kings were praised by everyone in the endless battlefield. Shao Zun, it's actually you. Senior Li was excited, and his eyes were red. The Void Master and the others weren't surprised. If they didn't even know this, how could they be sure that Chu Jian was the perfect Shao Zun? This was the strength he should have. With the strength of an imminent celestial, he had slaughtered 48 immortal transformation realm corpse kings in the endless battlefield. He had even escaped from extremely powerhouse corpse kings several times. This was the origin of the word perfect. How many people have been able to do this since ancient times? Even they might not have been able to do it when they were young. Thank you. Far away 1985 missing link begging the wind for 4 updates a day. Surrounding stars desert dust over impatience will lead to nothing brother's reward, I'll give it to you. Thank you. The theme song of Star Stepping, Only Heart, will be released on the internet at midnight tonight. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28:12. It was easy to kill corpse kings, but that was under the premise that one could encounter extremely strong corpse kings at any time in the endless battlefield. Even Yuan Sage and other extreme powerhouses didn't want to go to that place. They believed that they would most likely die there, so Chu Jian had fought there. Yuan Sage exhaled. That's right, Xiao Zun was that killing god. They had even worked together in the endless battlefield. Xiao Zun's true strength was terrifying, but the most important thing was that he couldn't die. He had withstood heavy attacks from extremely strong corpse kings, and even an all-out attack, but he still hadn't died. Yuan Sage still didn't understand why, but this was Xiao Zun, the perfect Xiao Zun. Chu Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Lu Yin. My achievements in the endless battlefield are nothing compared to yours, Dao Master Lu. You killed extremely strong powerhouses with the strength of an ascendant celestial, right, Dao Master Lu? Lu Yin stared at Chu Jian. Extremely strong powerhouses are easy to kill, but it doesn't seem that easy for you. Ha ha ha. Chu Jian laughed. Extremely strong powerhouses are easy to kill. Before this battle, I would have thought that you were arrogant, but now I don't think so. Lu Shaoxian, you're qualified to fight me. You're really lucky to be my first opponent after breaking through to the immortal realm. I promised Master that I would never be defeated after breaking through to the immortal realm. Let's see if you can break my promise. Secret technique, Phoenix splitting tail. A grayish-brown power surged from Chu Jian's body. It seemed like an astral source, but it wasn't. It kept twisting like the air was boiling. He looked at Lu Yin. Nirvana, Phoenix splitting tail. With a roar, the grayish-brown power soared into the sky and turned into a grayish-brown phoenix-like existence that screeched at the sky. At that moment, the sky darkened, and the void shook and cracked, revealing the darkness of despair. Lu Yin looked at the sky with a serious expression. This move wasn't weak. Lu Shaoxian, let's see if you can withstand it. Nirvana Sky Phoenix Descent. The grayish-brown phoenix charged at Lu Yin, its eyes burning with grayish-brown power. Two black lines tore through the void, and also tore through the space that Lu Yin could see. This was Chu Jian's strongest attack so far. Under Lu Yin's eye of heaven, this attack could destroy heaven and earth. He was sure that ordinary progenitors wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. Su Leng stood up and said fearfully, "Brother." Xia Shinji frowned. Young people nowadays were so scary. Although this attack was not as powerful as the divine martial saber domain, it was close. Nirvana and secret spells came from the Grand Empyrean. This attack displayed the power of the Grand Empyrean's teachings. Lu Yin looked up at the Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix's descent before turning to Chu Jian. You misunderstand our power. The Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix crashed down, but Lu Yin lifted it up with a single hand under everyone's stunned gazes. It was like a real phoenix being held up by Lu Yin. The power of nirvanic extermination and the secret technique of phoenix splitting tail had no effect on Lu Yin. The dark purple substance on Lu Yin's arm was impenetrable. Everyone who saw this was shocked. Although they hadn't withstood the power of nirvana, it was still a battle skill given to them by a Grand Empyrean. How could it be blocked like this? The wood god smiled. Gu Yiji's inheritance can kill a progenitor with a mortal body. This child's talent is truly extraordinary. The Void Master sighed. The origin space was extremely glorious and gave birth to the three realms' 6 paths. Each of them was extremely powerful and walked their own path. Any one of their inheritances could create the glory of an era. In comparison, this. He didn't finish his sentence, but many people knew. Why did the Grand Empyrean hate the origin space? Aside from her grudge with the progenitor, it was also because the people in the origin space were too brilliant. The 6 paths of the 3 realms were clearly her juniors, but the power they created was mysterious and unfathomable. Those people were arrogant and unruly, which was one of the reasons why the Grand Empyrean hated the origin space. However, how many people could understand this point? Lu Yin had displayed the origin space's glorious power at the Grand Empyrean's tea party. Chu Jian stared blankly. He hadn't felt anything before, but now he stared at the dark purple substance on Lu Yin's arm. What was that? It had actually blocked the power of nirvana. Behind Lu Yin, the Akalanatha elephant roared, and its terrifying power shattered the nirvana celestial phoenix. The grayish-brown power of nirvana rained down on Chu Jian's body. The only thing that makes me curious about you is your so-called undefeatable confidence. Let me see where it comes from. Lu Yin lowered his hand and aimed at Chu Jian from afar. With a bang, he unleashed a clear void palm. A grade 5 lotus bloomed in front of Chu Jian again, but this time, it couldn't block the attack and was directly shattered. The palm viciously slammed into Chu Jian's body, but it only managed to push him back a little. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry. He opened his celestial eye and stared at Chu Jian. The latter would definitely be able to see the problem. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Chu Jian. It was still a suppressive palm that descended from above with an unshakable might. Chu Jian retreated. He couldn't think of any way to injure Lu Yin. Although he could hold on with his undefeatable confidence, he had to constantly endure Lu Yin's attacks. In this tea party, he was losing face as a Grand Empyrean. Not being defeated didn't mean that he had won. He couldn't see any hope of winning. But Lu Yin's attacks weren't something he could retreat from just because he wanted to. Bang! 1 palm. Bang! 2 palms. Bang! 3 palms. Palm after palm landed on Chu Jian's body. No matter how he retreated or tried to escape, he couldn't avoid Lu Yin's attacks. Lu Yin was completely suppressing him. Strangely enough, Chu Jian wasn't injured in the slightest. The scene of Lu Yin injuring Chu Jian with brute force was like an illusion. Chu Jian gritted his teeth, and his expression grew increasingly ugly as he searched for Lu Yin. Behind him, a palm descended. Chu Jian saw it and wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. Lu Yin's speed wasn't something he could compare to. This person appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Bastard, bastard, bastard. This bastard is actually suppressing me. Why is he doing this? Why can he do this? He's clearly just an ascendant immortal and hasn't even reached the immortal transformation realm yet, so how can he do this? Right, Xian Qi has void 5 tastes Taishu domain, and he's extremely skilled in using the power of space. Bastard. Chu Jian's eyes turned red as the void around him distorted, forming a horizontal crescent moon that continued to extend until it enveloped him. The crescent moon twisted and turned into a circle. Chu Jian took a step forward and entered the circle. This was his inner world, the minor samsara path. He didn't believe that Lu Yin could cross through space to hit him. Unfortunately, this inner world couldn't increase his power level by much. Damn it. There was a thump as Chu Jian was sent flying again. Lu Yin couldn't directly enter the minor samsara path through space as the entire space there was distorted. Chu Jian's inner world wasn't bad, and it could even be considered extremely high-end. In the future, he might be able to use it to control the power of space, but even if Lu Yin couldn't approach him through space, he could still use reverse step. Once he used reverse step, he could reverse spacetime, and it wasn't just space anymore. Chu Jian was sent flying again, and all of his defensive and evasive methods were like ants in front of Lu Yin. Only his undefeatable confidence was worth watching. Lu Yin. He stood in place and watched in amazement. You actually have such an innate gift. No wonder you think you're undefeatable. Chu Jian gritted his teeth, his eyes ferocious as he glared at Lu Yin like a madman. Everything that had just happened was like a nightmare. He had been beaten up, bullied, and humiliated in front of everyone from the Six Paths Society, in front of these powerhouses, and in front of Biciener. He was the perfect young exalt, the perfect one. This shouldn't be happening. How could this be? This person shouldn't be on the same level as him, so how could he be like this? Blood vessels spread from the depths of Chujian's eyes, and he was about to go mad. 10 rooms, 9 emptiness, the Grand Emperor's voice rang out, startling everyone back to their senses, including Chujian, who was about to go mad. They stared blankly as Lu Yin crushed Chujian. What they had thought would be a stalemate had been completely one-sided, and they couldn't even react. Chujian's performance had been stunning enough. Whether it was the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages' battle techniques or the Grand Emperor's, he had displayed enough power to threaten extreme powerhouses. However, Lu Yin had beaten him to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. If not for his undefeatable confidence, he wouldn't even have been qualified to fight Lu Yin from start to finish. The difference between the two was too great. From start to finish, he had only relied on that confidence to strike Lu Yin once, and that strike had been completely ineffective. Chujian was clearly just an immortal. Was this the reason why Lu Yin had the confidence to become the Tao master of a heavenly sect in the Genesis space? The difference between the two was actually so great. 10 rooms, 9 of which can be empty. Any attack can be transferred to an empty room without having to endure it. This is the 10 rooms, 9 emptiness. Everyone looked at Chujian. There was such an innate gift. Even divine sovereign Shaoyin and venerated Lotus didn't know about this, let alone them. Aside from the Grand Emperor's, no one knew about Chujian's innate gift. Venerated Lotus sighed. No wonder he has the confidence to be undefeatable and can move unhindered through the boundless battlefield. Outside the Six Directions Society, Jiang Xiaodao sighed. There's actually such an innate gift. If it was given to me, I would be able to move unhindered through the boundless battlefield. Su Ji was shocked. His innate gift is indeed powerful, but it still can't make up for the difference between him and Xian Qi, no, that Tao Master Lu. In the limitless realm, Bodhi Saint sat and looked at the screen. It's actually such an innate gift. No wonder he didn't reveal it at all. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find out. However, Master is revealing it now. Does he want him to reach nirvana? That's interesting. At the tea party in the 9 heavens 10 earths, First Jian's mind was on the verge of collapse. He had already used all the strength he could muster. He had completely lost the word perfect in front of the Six Paths sect. The word perfect made him seem so high and mighty, but at this moment, he was completely crushed. Chujian, do you still not understand? The Grand Emperor's voice echoed, shaking Chujian's mind. The madness in Chujian's eyes faded as he looked at the Grand Emperor. Master. Why do you insist on being undefeatable? Chujian was stunned. It's because of you that your disciple is undefeatable. What are you afraid of? Chujian's eyes were unfocused. What was he afraid of? Was he afraid? No, he had the 10 rooms, 9 emptiness, so why should he be afraid? He was undefeatable. No one could defeat him, so what was there to be afraid of? What are you afraid of? The Grand Emperor shouted. The theme song of Star Stepping, Only the Heart, has been released. Stepping on the stars for thousands of miles, only the heart shines for you. Brothers, you can hear it on the music app. Thank you for your support, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28:13. Chu Jian's body swayed. The Grand Emperor's voice had almost caused his mind to explode. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed into a pool of his own blood. His eyes were filled with the color of blood. Through the blood, he saw the scenes of himself fighting in the endless battlefield. He saw the corpse kings that he had killed. He saw countless people cheering for him. He saw the helplessness of the corpse kings of the extreme powerhouses. He heard everyone shouting, "God of slaughter, God of slaughter, God of slaughter." When he returned to the Six Direction Society, countless people acknowledged his perfection. He was high above everyone else, the disciple of a grand Empyrean. He would not care about anyone else, and he should not care about anyone else. So what if there were three sovereigns? If he wanted to learn, he could learn their power. The 9 sages were just destined to be trampled beneath his feet. Six Direction Society. Laughable. The Grand Empyrean was the leader of humanity, and the so-called Six Direction Society was just a name. Primordial space. That primordial space was no more. The so-called above heaven sect and the so-called Tao master were just a joke. In the future, he would definitely become someone second only to the Grand Empyrean in the Six Direction Society. He could slaughter immortal transformation realm corpse kings and face off against powerhouses. He could not die, he could not be defeated. He could not be defeated. What was there to be afraid of? Above the blood, Chu Jian's eyes were lifeless. He saw a pair of eyes filled with fear and despair. He wanted to escape, but behind him, pairs of scarlet eyes chased after him. Was he afraid? This person was very afraid. He was so afraid that he had to put on a mask. He was so afraid that he didn't even dare to look back. He was afraid of death, but he had a powerful innate gift that could prevent him from dying. Why should he be afraid? Turn back, turn back, turn back. This person turned back and was met with countless unbearable attacks. He withstood them all, and under countless incredulous gazes, he escaped. Everyone was praising and exclaiming in amazement. Only he knew what he had faced in that moment. From now on, no matter what enemy he faced, he would use his innate gift. He would loudly announce to everyone, including his master, that he was undefeatable. He would never be defeated. His innate gift was the foundation of his invincibility, and he had to make good use of it. Everything else was illusory, only his innate gift was the most loyal. Ripples appeared in the blood as Lu Yin walked to Chu Jian's side and looked down at him. Success is due to your innate gift, failure is also due to your innate gift. You can divert the enemy's attacks, but you also divert your own. You don't dare to walk out of this innate gift. First meeting. Another shout rang out. First meeting's eyes instantly became clear, and his sentence kept repeating in his mind, "You don't dare to walk out of this talent at all. You're afraid of death. You don't even dare to walk out of this talent. You're afraid of death. You don't even dare to walk out of this talent. You're afraid of death." I'm not afraid of death. I'm not afraid, not afraid. Chu Jian suddenly stood up and glared at Lu Yin. You're spouting nonsense. Lu Yin shook his head. Senior Grand Empyrean, this is more interesting, right? This disciple of yours finally dares to come out. However, it's still not enough. He's not even a match for me. I'm afraid that I might kill him on a whim and cause Senior to lose his beloved disciple. Lu Yin suddenly looked at the Yuan sage sitting at the tea party. He stretched out his finger and beckoned for the Yuan sage to come. Come on, I told you that I would kill you at the tea party. Everyone looked at Lu Yin in shock. He wanted to fight both Chu Jian and the Yuan sage at the same time. Yuan Xing was dumbfounded. He had never expected Lu Yin to challenge him at such a time. Was he really that confident? The corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up. That wasn't even a warm-up. I was just helping Senior Grand Empyrean teach his disciple. That's all. Chu Jian clenched his fists and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had regained its clarity. The arrogance he once had was completely gone. He now understood that his master had always said that he wanted him to be undefeated. Undefeated was not a requirement at all. It was just a reminder to let him out of the cage of being undefeated. The funny thing was that he had actually thought that his master had high expectations of him. Now, it was all in the past. He looked at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, "I really have to thank you." Lu Yin smiled. "It's too early. I just wanted you to see the gap between us, the gap of despair." Chu Jian did not refute. He had already done his best, but this person really did not seem to have done anything. Most of the moves he had used just now were the techniques of the 3 venerables and 9 sages that he had learned under Xian Qi's identity. At most, he had added the power and footwork of the dark purple substance. Yuan Xing could not figure out how strong this person was. It was really hopeless. But so what? The more hopeless he was, the more achievements he would have after breaking through. Yuan Xing had just broken through to the immortal transformation realm and had yet to fully master the power of the immortal transformation realm. Now, he could use this person to truly master it. However, he really could not hold on by himself. At least, he needed someone to stall for time for him. Thinking of this, Chu Jian looked at Yuan Xing. "You did not even dare to make a move after being provoked. Are you still the 3 venerables and 9 sages?" Yuan Xing's face was extremely ugly. It was fine that Lu Yin had challenged him, but he had actually challenged 2 people at once. It would not be glorious if he won, but it would be completely humiliating if he lost. Furthermore, the battle between Lu Yin and Chu Jian had honestly made him feel a little apprehensive. At this moment, he regretted provoking this person. He should not have helped Madman Lu. That madman had not come to the tea party. He should not have come either. He could have stayed in the endless battlefield. Everyone looked at Yuan Xing. Yuan Xing helplessly walked out of his seat and stared at Lu Yin with murderous intent. "Lu Shaoxian, you are the one who challenged me. After this battle, the restrictions of the endless battlefield will no longer be effective." Lu Yin raised his head. There is no need for that. He had never fought with a Yuan Xing before, but he understood Yuan Xing very well. If he wanted to defeat the enemy, he had to have some understanding of them. Yuan Xing was good at swordsmanship, but he was most famous for his trump card, the 3 divine essence strikes. This so-called 3 divine essence strikes was the essence, qi, and spirit. Very few people in the 6 Direction Guild cultivated battle qi, domains, and essence, qi, and spirit. However, Yuan Xing used essence, qi, and spirit as his trump card. Among the 3 venerables and 9 sages, he was not the strongest, but he was not weak either. He could be considered above average. This was also the reason why he was arrogant. Divine Venerable Shao Yin had asked Shao Qingfeng to follow him. He had also found a way to throw his shoe to his side so that he could learn essence, qi, and spirit from him. It was not that the people of the 6 Direction Guild did not want to cultivate essence, qi, spirit, or domains. It was just that they could not find a way to do so. It was not easy to cultivate this kind of power in the origin space, let alone in the 6 Direction Guild. After all, it was not the mainstream power. A majestic stellar source swept out. Yuan Xing had made a move. He had no choice but to join forces with Chu Jian. In that case, he could not lose no matter what. He really wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lu Yin. No matter how much he regretted not attacking Lu Yin, he abandoned all distracting thoughts at this moment. It was still not too late. A sword thrust out along with a majestic stellar source. The power of the progenitor realm suppressed Lu Yin to the point that he could not breathe. Lu Yin stood in place and calmly watched Yuan Xing draw his sword. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yuanxing. The moment Yuanxing drew his sword, Chu Jian did not hold back. He raised his hand and shot out the seven-deity arrow. The arrow followed closely behind, and the seven-deity arrow was entwined with the power of nirvanic extermination. This was what Yuanxing had always wanted to use. He had been too comfortable in the past and had not dared to try it out. Now, he had been enlightened. He was the perfect young master. What was there that he dared not do? What was there that he could not do? When the sword edge attacked, Lu Yin raised his hand and transformed his stellar source into a sword. With a bang, the two swords collided and Yuanxing's sword was deflected. The sharp sword edge pierced through the void, bringing with it pure darkness that turned into spots and spread out. The seven-deity arrow entwined with the power of nirvanic extermination appeared in front of Lu Yin. He raised his sword and slashed at the front of the seven-deity arrow, using his sword as a source of strength to slash the seven-deity arrow back at Yuanxing. It was as if the power of nirvanic extermination did not exist to him. He had completely seen through the seven-deity arrow. Gongxing's face was gloomy. Not only could this young man catch the reflection of the seven-deity arrow, but he could also use his sword to transfer the seven-deity arrow. He had completely seen through the seven-deity arrow. At the same time, Yuanxing's sword pierced through the void and slashed at Lu Yin's back. Lu Yin turned around and controlled the arrow with his sword. He threw the arrow at Yuanxing and it happened to collide with Yuanxing's sword. With a bang, the seven-deity arrow exploded. Anger rose in the hearts of both of them. This was an arrow formed by anger. Even Lu Yin was unconsciously affected for a moment. Although he had seen through the seven-deity arrow, it did not mean that the seven-deity arrow was useless. After all, it was an archery technique of Gongxing. Gongxing had also dominated the boundless battlefield with the seven-deity arrow. Yuanxing took a step back and purple qi appeared behind him. 3 divine essence strikes, purple qi from the east. Lu Yin looked at the purple aura that was descending. This was pure spiritual force pressure. When a Yuan sage cultivated his spiritual force to the progenitor realm, the pressure it brought was unparalleled. Even if one was also at the progenitor realm, they would collapse if their spiritual force could not withstand the pressure. Chu Jian took the opportunity to execute the phoenix splitting tail secret technique. The Nirvana heavenly phoenix screeched at the sky and slammed into Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at Yuanxing with clear eyes. You attacked me with your spiritual force. Go to the origin space and ask if anyone dares to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark purple substance spread on the blade of his sword. Without turning his head, he slashed backward. Not only did he tear apart the Nirvana heavenly phoenix, but his sword was also driven by a terrifying force. It formed a sharp edge visible to the naked eye and slashed at Chu Jian. This was Lu Yin's 13th sword, using emotions as a sword. It was similar to the seven-deity arrow. It had to be said that some people in the reincarnation spacetime were extremely strong and were not weaker than those in the origin space. Each arrow of the seven-deity arrow was equivalent to the 13th sword. If Lu Yin had not mastered the 13th sword and obtained the sky eye, he would not have been able to break it so easily. Chu Jian's lotus opened in front of her and blocked the force of the sword, causing the lotus to crack. However, it could not block the 13th sword. The sword swept past. Chu Jian vomited blood. He did not hide in the 10 rooms or 9 skies. Instead, he endured the sword by himself. In front of Lu Yin, the spiritual force formed by purple qi from the east condensed and transformed into another Yuanxing. This was the second move of the 3 divine essence strikes, divine essence incarnation. A pure spiritual force Yuanxing attacked the spiritual force instead of the physical body. However, he could use his own body to exert the power of a battle technique. Compared to purple qi from the east, this move brought about several times more pressure on the opponent's spiritual force. However, Yuan Xing was shocked to find that Lu Yin had not changed at all. Lu Yin's spiritual force was tempered by the ancestral scripture. Although the ancestral scripture was not that useful outside the origin space, it still had the effect of tempering his spiritual force. His spiritual force was as stable as a rock. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28:14. The Yuan sage's divine energy incarnation couldn't even shake Lu Yin after using all his means. Lu Yin struck out with his palm, using the empty bright palm and the immovable heavenly king elephant. The indestructible state blasted through the void. The Yuan sage was horrified and tried to dodge but failed to do so. He was sent flying by Lu Yin's palm. Half of his body was shattered, and blood splattered all over the ground. They had only exchanged a few moves, but Lu Yin had severely injured the Yuan sage and Chu Jian by himself. It was a completely one-sided situation. Everyone at the tea party watched in shock. This person was merely a virtuous celestial. The young man who had been scolded by the Yuan sage looked at Lu Yin with eyes full of splendor. If only he could do this. If only he could do this, how wonderful would the world be. Chu Jian gasped for breath as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Opposite him, the Yuan sage was coughing up blood. Half of his body was numb. He had only been hit once, but this person's palm force was so strong that even he couldn't withstand it. Between the two of them, Lu Yin looked at the Yuan sage and then at Chu Jian. You should be more serious now. The Yuan sage's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Yin with resentment. He growled, "Bow before the sage." As soon as he finished speaking, the essence, energy, and spirit that permeated the surroundings suddenly surged. His eyes turned white, and the veins in his eyes turned white. The third move of the three divine essence strikes, bow before the sage, was the strongest move he could unleash. This move had once defeated Jiang Xing, who was also one of the 9 sages. It was praised by deity Shaoyin as the 6-direction sex essence, energy, and spirit technique. Any extreme powerhouse would have to take this move seriously. Lu Yin looked around in surprise. The essence, energy, and spirit were constantly being suppressed, forming a scene of countless people kowtowing. This essence, energy, and spirit was similar to a sourcebox array, producing an illusion effect. Many people who saw this scene were dumbfounded. Only those who understood the situation subconsciously looked away. Deity Shaoyin narrowed his eyes. This move should be effective. Even he had been dazed by this move back then. Su Wuwei frowned. He had seen this move in the endless battlefield. He would be affected if he was too close. Although it was only for a moment and the Yuan sage couldn't do anything to him, that was him. Lu Yin was Lu Yin, and this person wasn't even an extreme powerhouse. It had to be said that Lu Yin felt a little dizzy, but that was all. How many years had it been? He had never relaxed his recitation of the primogenitor's scripture. He didn't even know how strong his spirit was. The essence, energy, and spirit of a Yuan sage were at the progenitor level. Although Lu Yin's essence, energy, and spirit might not be as strong as a Yuan sage's, he was confident that his tenacity was beyond anyone's imagination. Kowtowing in front of a Yuan sage should have caused Lu Yin to hallucinate. Yuan sage shouted, "Young master, attack!" He stabbed out with his sword. On the other side, First Jian also attacked at the same time. This time, it was not the 7 gods' arrow. He leapt out, stepped into the void, and raised his hand to unleash a nirvanic palm. Lu Yin sighed. Yuan Xing, you disappoint me. The Yuan sage was shocked. He was not affected. Lu Yin looked up. There's no sense of accomplishment in killing you. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a line extended out, penetrating the void like a square drawing. This was the Taishian domain. Taishian field, someone exclaimed. Many people looked at Su Wuwei. How many six-direction sect moves did this Lu Shaoxian know under the identity of Xian Qi? With the appearance of the Taishian domain, Yuanxing hurriedly stopped his attack and used his sword to block in front of him. The line flickered. Yuanxing opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Half of his body, which was already broken, was in an even worse state. Pieces of flesh were still attached to his body, and blood stained his entire body red. First Jian was safe and sound. At the critical moment, he had no choice but to use his innate gift. If he had not used his innate gift, he might have died from this move. Bearing the pain was one thing, but if he died, there would be nothing left. The line slowly disappeared. Lu Yin did not even look at First Jian. His gaze fell on Yuanxing as he walked over step by step. I said that I would take your life at the tea party. Yuanxing coughed out blood again and looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. This person had actually ignored the kowtow in front of a sage and completely obliterated the 3 divine elemental strikes that he was so proud of. How strong was his essence, energy, and spirit? Lu Yin walked closer to Yuanxing and looked at him condescendingly. The Great Celestial Venerate Tea Party does not forbid martial strength. Similarly, it forbids life and death. No one should be able to stop me. At the tea party, everyone looked at the miserable Yuanxing. It was too tragic that one of the 3 venerates and 9 sages would end up like this. Jiang Sheng looked at Lu Yin in shock. He had a deep understanding of the horror of the 3 divine elemental strikes after his battle with Yuanxing. Even the purple chi from the east had almost made him faint. His divine elemental incarnation had made him try his best to escape. However, the kowtow in front of a sage was simply unavoidable. He had been defeated by this move. He had not expected that his ultimate move, which he found unbearable, would be useless against Lu Shaoxian. What had this person gone through? No one would plead for mercy for Yuanxing. Everyone knew that he had a grudge with Lu Yin and was second only to Hierarch Shao Yin in the 6-direction sect. If possible, Lu Yin would definitely want to kill Hierarch Shao Yin. However, he was definitely not a match for Hierarch Shao Yin. There was a qualitative difference between the 3 venerates and the 9 sages. Lu Yin walked towards Yuanxing again. His words had put an end to the possibility of the great celestial venerates and the others intervening. He had said that he would kill this old dog at the tea party. Yuanxing looked at Lu Yin with resentment and fear. Do you really think you can kill me? Don't force me. If you force me, we will die together. Lu Yin sneered. Ancestral world. Use it and see. If it was useful, you would have used it long ago. Son of the Lu family, do you really want to die together? Yuanxing roared. Yuanxing, Hierarch Shao Yin shouted. If you don't win this round, what will be waiting for you? Yuanxing's expression changed as he looked at the great celestial venerate. The great celestial venerate was high up in the air and her face was not visible. However, one could only feel that she was inviolable. This inviolability was not only from her body but also her majesty. The 3 venerates and 9 sages represented the great celestial venerate. If he was defeated by Lu Yin, it would be equivalent to offending the great celestial venerate. What would be waiting for him would be certain death, the grief of the sage. Hua Xing had just experienced that unforgettable scene. He did not want to die. Lu Yin stopped and looked at Hierarch Shao Yin before looking at Chu Jian. All of you want to hide your trump cards. However, will your trump cards really work? At that moment, the spirit, essence, and spirit that had been drifting in the surroundings suddenly converged toward Yuanxing. Shortly after, a new world opened up. It was Yuanxing's ancestral world. Inside, corpses were hanging on withered trees. Crows were wailing and dark clouds filled the sky. Swamps and corpses were everywhere under the withered trees. Luin froze and looked on in shock. Everyone was watching this scene in silence. Everyone, including the 9,990,000 people who were listening to Yuan Xing's teachings, was dumbfounded. Was this Yuan Xing's ancestral world? Yuan Xing had never revealed his ancestral world to his enemies. He had relied on the three divine essence strikes to defeat Jiang Xing and firmly occupy the top position among the 9 sages. Many people had guessed that this was Yuan Xing's ancestral world, but no one had ever seen it. At this moment, Yuan Xing's ancestral world was displayed in front of everyone. This was a scene that no one had ever seen before. The ancestral realm was a reflection of one's inner heart and strength. On the other hand, the ancestral realm of a Yuan sage was filthy, mournful, despairing, deep darkness, and wailing crows. Everything combined to form an unacceptable scene, not to mention the countless corpses hanging on the withered trees. Yuan Xing trembled all over and got up with difficulty. The despair of the grief of a sage had made him completely let go. Compared to the grief of a sage, what was so unacceptable about letting go of his ancestral world? After this battle, no one in the human race would be fond of him, but he had to win this battle and kill the Liu family's son. It was this Liu family's son who forced him to use his trump card, forcing him to reveal himself in front of everyone. Yuan Xing raised his red eyes and stared at Luin with resentment. Son of the Liu family, you forced me to do this. Don't even think about living today. After saying that, the corpses turned into powder. The withered trees, swamps, crows, and dark clouds all shattered and turned into spirit essence, and spirit that entered Yuan Xing's body. This scene was not real but was transformed by the spirit essence, and spirit. It could also be said that it was the spirit essence, and spirit that Yuan Xing had slaughtered. In an instant, he had devoured all the spirit essence, and spirit that had been accumulated in the ancestral world for countless years. His body continued to grow and strange black spots covered it. Then, a disgusting cuticle formed, making Yuan Xing look like a monster. His body continued to grow, his skin turned dark green, and his facial features were completely distorted. Countless people were horrified and looked at Yuan Xing as if they were looking at a monster. Yuan Xing opened his mouth and roared. His voice was low and hoarse, completely different from his original voice. Son of the Liu family, die. After saying that, he raised his hands and aimed his left palm at Luin while his right palm hit the back of his left palm. An inexplicable force whizzed out and swept towards Luin. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold and his breathing stopped. He subconsciously took a step back. What a strong spirit essence. His spirit essence, and spirit should be as stable as a rock, but it was shaken at this moment. Yuan Xing's body was 5 meters tall at this moment. When he saw Lu Yin take a step back, he laughed wildly. You can't take it. This is my spirit concealment. I have stored so much spirit essence, and spirit for countless years. How can you compare to it? No one can take on my spirit concealment head on. Go to hell. After saying that, he struck out with his palms again and again. Lu Yin could feel that Yuan Xing's spirit essence, and spirit were terrifyingly strong at this moment. He would not be able to take it head-on, but that was under normal circumstances. He could recite the ancestral scripture. Given by the heavenly way, swallowing and spitting out hundreds of rivers, the ancient land is harmonious, just like the high sage. If Yuan Xing's spirit essence, and spirit were a tsunami, then the ripples produced by Lu Yin's recitation of the ancestral scripture would be the cornerstone of the shaking sea. Yuan Xing struck out with his palms again and again. The terrifying spirit essence, and spirit were frantically oppressing Lu Yin. Ripples appeared in the void in front of Lu Yin as the ancestral scripture came out. Although it seemed weak, it was able to block the spirit essence, and spirit. Divine Venerable Shaoyin's pupils constricted. Impossible. Yuan Xing's 3 divine essence strikes had impressed him, but his spirit concealment strike had made him wary. If he had not reached his current level, he might not have been able to withstand this move in the past. The 9 sages each had their own trump cards, and Yuan Xing's trump card was considered the strongest. When he used his spirit concealment strike, he could even be ranked in the top 3 of the 9 sages. He might even be the strongest. This move had turned him into a monster. Even he could not withstand it, let alone others. But how had Liu Shaoxian withstood it? What was he talking about? Thank you. Book friend 544322203. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters, thank you. Today is my daughter Chinchin's 1-month birthday and also the day that the theme song of Star Stepping, Only Idealism, will be released on the internet. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28:15. The Wood God Sighed. I heard the ancestral scripture again. It is broad and profound. Only the 3 realms and 6 paths can obtain the true inheritance of the ancestral scripture. The Yuan Sage era is over. I heard from Wu Tian that the ancestral scripture represents the peak of human cultivation and contains the great path. Everyone obtains it and comprehends it differently. The Liu family relied on this to make up for the lack of essence, energy, and spirit, and even made essence, energy, and spirit the most unshakable point. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. There were very few people who knew about the ancestral scripture. Even Elder Gu didn't know about it. However, those who knew were certain that the Yuan Sage era was over. No one could use essence, energy, and spirit to shake the Liu family with the support of the ancestral scripture. The Yuan Sage's body was shrinking, but his essence, energy, and spirit were not much left. He couldn't believe it when he saw Lu Yin standing steadily. Impossible, impossible, impossible. He had already turned into a monster, exposed himself in front of everyone, and exhausted all his trump cards. However, he was still unable to deal with the Liu family. Why? Why was this happening? Behind Lu Yin, Chu Jian thought that he could win or at least severely injure Lu Yin. However, when he saw Lu Yin's relaxed expression, he knew that the situation wasn't good. The Yuan Sage had already reached his limit. He could only attack and break Lu Yin's ancestral scripture. 7 God arrows shot out, and the Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix appeared at the same time. 2 forces headed toward Lu Yin, trying to break Lu Yin's ancestral scripture. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and sensed Chu Jian's attack. It was time to let the power of the Liu family reappear in the 6 Direction sect. In fact, there was no need to use the Divine Seal catalog against these 2 people. However, he had underestimated the Yuan Sage. In that case, he would use it to show these people what the Liu family was all about. The golden light illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands, illuminating the samsara spacetime and shining on everyone's faces. This light was unstoppable and unstoppable. Everyone's face was illuminated golden, and even the great heavenly venerates were no exception. Outside the tea party, the entire 6 Direction sect, including the boundless battlefield, was covered in a golden light. The Divine Seal catalog of the Liu family appeared at this moment. Nongyi walked out and raised his hand, sending a green leaf flying towards 7 God arrow and the Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix to contain the 2 attacks. However, Nongyi alone was unable to stop First Jian. First Jian possessed the strength to fight against Ancestor Realm experts. The next person to appear was Ling Qing. While Lu Yin was in seclusion in the above heaven, he had met Ling Qing. Ling Qing was the leader of one of the 12 Elysium gates, and after breaking through to the progenitor realm, she had become extremely strong. However, she did not have enough time to build up her foundation, and she was far from being able to compare to Elder Mo. At best, she was comparable to Xiaoxinji. Even Xiaoxinji could ascend to godhood, and Ling Qing was no exception. Ling Qing struck out with her blade, cutting the Nirvana heavenly phoenix in half. She then slashed her blade at Chu Jian. Nong Yi raised his hand, and the hoe fell. At first sight, he was shocked. What the hell? How could there be two more extreme powerhouses? At the tea party, everyone was watching closely. What kind of power was this? The Six Paths Guild completely erupted. Everyone was dumbstruck, their blood boiling. What the hell is that? Why are there so many powerhouses helping Lu Yin? Cheating, this is cheating. How could the Grand Empyrean allow the people of the origin space to cheat? Could it be that the battle has started? This was the first time that the God Investiture catalog had completely appeared in front of everyone in the six-way clubhouse. They couldn't imagine how a person could have such a powerful helper. How did that happen? Wasn't this cheating? Not to mention them, even at first sight, they could not accept it. In front of him, Ling Qing's blade was incomparably sharp, pressuring him so much that he couldn't breathe. He had no choice but to use the Grade 5 Lotus to block it. However, the Grade 5 Lotus couldn't completely block it and couldn't keep up with the speed of Ling Qing's blade. Nong Yi had even threatened him several times with his farming techniques. Why didn't his master stop him? This was cheating. Shaoyin divinity gritted his teeth. Lu family's son, you cheated. In their opinion, this was cheating. Wood deity shook his head. In the Lu family, one person is the ruler of a country. The God Investiture catalog sealed the living and the general appointment platform sealed the dead. This isn't cheating. Void Master exclaimed, this is the Lu family. They won't let off the living or the dead. Lotus Venerable sighed. There's actually such a power inheritance in the universe. This wasn't the first time she had seen it. Once a person died, everything would be gone. However, the Lu family could still use the general appointment platform and the God Investiture catalog to open the eyes of everyone in the Six Paths Guild. Lu Yin stood under the golden light like a deity, looking down on everything. The Yuan sage's body gradually shrank to a normal height. Lu Yin stopped talking. There was no need to recite the primogenitor scripture anymore. He turned around and looked at Chu Jian, who was being suppressed by Nong Yi and Ling Qing. Although Chu Jian had joined forces with the Yuan sage in this battle, Chu Jian hadn't been of much help. At most, he had suffered more injuries and lost more blood. The Yuan sage knelt on one knee and panted heavily. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead and mixed with his blood, blurring his vision. Lu Yin walked up to him. The Yuan sage slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Yin's cold face. Lu Yin's eyes were calm and there was no killing intent. However, the calmer Lu Yin was, the more uneasy he felt. I'm one of the 3 venerables and 9 sages. So what? I don't want to die. I can't die. If I die, you will completely offend the samsara spacetime. Lu Yin smiled and bent down to look into the Yuan sage's eyes. Are you begging me? There was no more resentment, hatred, or killing intent in the Yuan sage's eyes. Instead, there was only anxiety, confusion, and regret. He regretted provoking this son of the Lu family, going to the origin space, and helping Divine venerate Shaoyin. He regretted too much, but the one thing he regretted the most was not killing Lu Yin immediately. If he had joined forces with Madman Lu and the 4-way scales, he might have been able to kill Lu Yin. Why didn't he do that? At that time, he represented the samsara spacetime and the 6-way sect and looked down on the origin space. At that time, the 4-way scales were very polite to him. At that time, he was one of the 9 sages and everyone had to look up to him. Therefore, he didn't care about this son of the Lu family at all. He had only looked at him as if he was a clown and played with him casually. He had torn the void beside the above heaven sect and allowed the eternal race to invade, causing the above heaven sect to suffer heavy losses. He liked seeing the angry and helpless look in the Yuan sage's eyes. He liked the fact that the Yuan sage hated him but couldn't do anything to him. That feeling fascinated him because the Yuan sage was a member of the Lu family that had once been extremely glorious. Therefore, he had never thought of getting rid of the Yuan sage at that time. He had enjoyed the pleasure of being high and mighty. However, that was the root cause of the current situation. He regretted it to the extreme. There were many powerhouses at the tea party, but at this moment, no one spoke. Everyone was watching this scene and wondered if Lu Yin would kill the Yuan sage. Normally, he wouldn't. This was a tea party and Lu Yin had to consider the reputation of the samsara spacetime and the great heavenly venerate. The Yuan sage naturally thought of this, but he didn't dare to take the risk. He looked at Lu Yin. His calm eyes made the Yuan sage even more uneasy. He could feel the oppression of death. The more Lu Yin remained silent, the more this oppression drove him crazy. I will go to the endless battlefield and fight to the death with the eternal race. I will never come back and never appear in front of you again. Before the Yuan sage could finish speaking, a shadow enveloped him. It was Ling Qing from the God's Sealing Catalogue. She raised her hand and her blade fell. A head flew out with a face full of apprehension, uneasiness, and the desire to live. His face froze in the void and was fixed in the eyes of countless people. It was the head of the Yuan sage. Blood splattered everywhere. No one had thought that Lu Yin would really kill the Yuan sage in front of the great heavenly venerate at the tea party. Void Master sighed. This was going to be troublesome. Great Elder Shan Gu frowned. He could kill a Yuan sage, but not here in front of the great heavenly venerate. This kid was really unscrupulous. No one had thought that Lu Yin would really kill the Yuan sage. Just as he had said, he would do as he said. No one could change the fact that he had killed a Yuan sage at the tea party. He wasn't being impulsive or provocative. He was just fulfilling his promise. Was the result important? The tea party had just begun. Kid of the Lu family, how dare you? Divine Venerate Xiaoying shouted. Venerate Lotus's face turned cold. This kid didn't take the 3 venerates and 9 sages seriously at all. Gongsheng and Jiangsheng also had ugly expressions. No matter what the Yuan sage had done and whether he deserved to die or not, he shouldn't die here as long as he wasn't a traitor of humanity. This kid was too arrogant. Outside the tea party, countless people from the Six Directions sect were silent as they stared blankly. Lu Yin had killed one of the 3 venerates and 9 sages in front of everyone. This was a major event that hadn't happened in many years and was enough to make history. This guy was really domineering. Yuan Chunan's eyes were red as she stared at the screen with hatred. She wanted revenge. She couldn't let her master's death be in vain. On the boundless battlefield, Bodhi Saint looked at Lu Yin's calm face and recalled what Lu Yin had said when he had exchanged his battle merits to choose a Yuan sage. He hadn't chosen a Yuan sage because he was afraid of becoming an enemy but because he didn't have time to waste on a Yuan sage. Bodhi Saint finally understood. Lu Yin wanted to kill the Yuan sage at the tea party. He was really ruthless. How many years had it been since such a ruthless person had appeared in the Six Direction sect? The headless corpse of the Yuan sage slowly fell to the ground and stained the ground red. Fresh blood fell from the sky. This was the blood of an extremely strong powerhouse and wouldn't dry up so easily. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. The Yuan sage was dead. One grudge had been settled, but there was still the next one. There was no hurry. He turned around and looked at Chu Jian. Chu Jian was also stunned. He hadn't expected the Yuan sage to die. You asked him to join forces with me to fight you. Are you planning to kill him? Lu Yin didn't deny it. He gave you time, didn't he? Chu Jian stared at Lu Yin. You are really ruthless. Lu Yin smiled faintly. I once said that I would chop off the head of the Yuan sage. Since I said so, I must do it. After saying that, Lu Yin looked at Chu Jian strangely. His death isn't worthless to you. At the very least, it bought you time. Furthermore, Lu Yin looked around. That's not all. The surrounding essence, energy, and spirit that should have died with the Yuan sage slowly flowed into Chu Jian's body as though they had a consciousness of their own. Chu Jian was confused. The essence, energy, and spirit that entered his body were constantly replenished and made up for the lack of essence, energy, and spirit in the shortest time possible. What was going on? The theme song of Star Stepping, Only Heart, has been released all over the internet and can be heard on all major music platforms. You can also follow the official account of Author Scattered by the Wind. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28:16. Mr. Daheng's voice rang out. Grafting. Back then, Yuan Xing asked me to bring him to the wood spirit realm to search for wood innate gifts. He didn't tell anyone what kind of wood innate gift he obtained after coming out. Now we know that it was grafting. No wonder. Mu Tao was shocked. Grafting. That useless wood innate gift that would only be revealed after death. It said that the power of someone who obtained this wood innate gift would enter the body of another person after death. It's usually used for revenge. Everyone understood now. It was no wonder that Yuan Xing had used his wood innate gift before his death so that Chu Jian could avenge him after his death. Only Chu Jian could fight Lu Yin, so he could only choose Chu Jian. Chu Jian felt the abundant essence, energy, and spirit in his body. This power had instantly raised his strength to the progenitor realm. He originally had the strength of a progenitor, but now, he truly had the strength of a progenitor, although he didn't know how long he could last. Lu Yin praised, not a bad innate gift. Let me see what you've prepared, perfect young master. No one understood what Lu Yin was saying. They didn't know what Chu Jian had prepared, but Lu Yin had mentioned several times that Yuan Xing had bought time for Chu Jian. What exactly was Chu Jian preparing? Chu Jian raised his hand and unleashed purple qi from the east. His essence, energy, and spirit blasted towards Lu Yin. Behind Lu Yin, Ling Qing leaped forward and slashed down with her blade. At the same time, Nong Yi attacked again, waving his hoe and smashing the void with a terrifying force. Chu Jian's grade 5 lotus opened in front of him and slapped Ling Qing with his nirvana palm. Ling Qing's blade flashed, and even though Chu Jian was protected by his grade 5 lotus, he couldn't completely block it. Chu Jian didn't use his innate gift and allowed the wounds to increase. No one noticed that Chu Jian's blood was translucent and turning golden. Under the golden light of the God's sealing catalog, the golden color of Chu Jian's blood was not obvious. However, as time passed, the golden color in his blood was gradually discovered. Is that the golden blood of Victorious Celestial? Someone exclaimed. Xiao Xi and the others were shocked. Su Heng couldn't help but say, "Brother, be careful. Chu Jian has the same blood as Victorious Celestial." Wrong. Mu Carving raised his head. He cultivated the victorious battle technique. Su Wuwei's face was solemn. Among the 3 venerables and 9 saints, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle is the absolute strongest. He is known as the Heavenly Lord. The victorious battle technique: the stronger the opponent, the braver the more the battle. It is known as a killing technique. I didn't expect Chu Yi to have cultivated the victorious battle technique. The Chu Jian's innate gift. The victorious battle technique was. It was Su Wuwei who had kept Lu Yin perfect. He had constantly reminded Lu Yin to avoid danger and protect himself. He had also warned Lu Yin to stay away from the battlefield. But in the end, Lu Yin had still been able to cultivate the victorious battle technique. Lu Yin had heard of victorious celestial's name many times. He was a legendary figure who was disliked by the Grand Empyreans, but he was still able to dominate the Six Direction Society. His opponents were always the Seven Sky Gods. This was an existence that the Grand Empyreans loathed, but they could do nothing about. Lu Yin had never thought that he would be able to exchange blows with the victorious battle technique. With a roar, Lu Yin's blood turned completely gold and wrapped around his body. Then, like lava, it turned into a golden battle suit that stuck to his body. It was extremely ostentatious. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They had all seen victorious celestial's victorious battle technique. Although Lu Yin's technique was far inferior to victorious celestial's, it still had some initial momentum. Lu Yin's strength continued to rise. Outside the tea party, countless people were panting and cheering for Lu Yin. They were frantically supporting the perfect young sovereign. Lu Yin had crushed Lu Yin in the past, leaving them breathless. But that was no longer the case. The young sovereign's strength had soared, and that person from the Genesis space could not stop him. Under Lu Yin's celestial eye, Lu Yin saw Lu Yin's victorious battle technique illuminate the sky. This technique had piqued his interest. With the victorious battle technique, Lu Yin's strength was completely different from when he had first fought First Jian. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Lu Yin lowered his head. Golden blood flowed out of his body and landed in his palm, turning into a golden staff that rippled outwards, bringing with it a gale that swept through the area. He slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Yin. "Thank you. If not for you, I would have forgotten about this technique. I started cultivating it when I was young, but the older I grew, the more unfamiliar this technique became. I didn't know why in the past, but now I understand. It was because I was afraid of losing my perfection. I was afraid of danger. I wanted to remain undefeated, but the more I was afraid, the more I didn't deserve this technique. How can there be an undefeated person in the river of time? The more you lose, the braver you become. This is the victorious battle technique. Lu Shaoxian, you're the one who made me who I am." Lu Yin smiled happily and disdainfully. "Are you sure you're the one who made me who I am?" As soon as he spoke, Ling Qing raised her blade and slashed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin suddenly looked up and smashed his staff upwards. Bang! There was a loud bang as a terrifying collision swept out in all directions. If this had not been a tea party, the sky would have been shattered. This was the first time that Lu Yin had faced Ling Qing's blade head-on. Behind him, Nong Yi's hoe fell, and Lu Yin turned around and struck out with a palm. The Nirvana celestial phoenix instantly appeared, but this time, it was enveloped in golden light. Golden light competed with golden light. One came from the Divine Seal Catalog, while the other came from the victorious battle technique. Lu Yin's victorious battle technique allowed First Jian to fight Ling Qing head-on. His strength continued to soar, and the golden blood was like a source of strength that constantly buffed him, making him more and more courageous as he fought. Lu Yin watched calmly, his eyes shining. It was a good technique, and the victorious battle technique lived up to its name. The more one fought, the more courageous one became. First Jian's innate talent was extraordinary, and it was not without reason that he was called perfect. Since he had been able to cultivate the victorious battle technique at a young age, it was easy to imagine that he and Chu Yuan were geniuses that only appeared once in countless eras. Although Ling Qing had just broken through to progenitor, her strength was not something that an ordinary progenitor could compare to. Given enough time, her strength would be enough to temper herself to the strongest level below the sequence particles, and she might even be able to touch the sequence particles. However, she had only broken through to progenitor recently. First Jian was still being suppressed by Ling Qing and Nong Yi, but he was no longer as powerless as he had been before. In particular, he became more courageous as the battle progressed, which allowed him to find time to attack Lu Yin. Divine Essence Incarnation, Sacred Kowtow, 7 God Arrows, and a series of attacks shot towards Lu Yin. However, these attacks were immediately dispersed by Lu Yin. The miniature candle god appeared on Lu Yin's shoulder, and he watched First Jian's flowing golden light battle. His rune lines enveloped and weakened First Jian's attacks. No matter what kind of power it was, as long as it affected the runes, the rune lines would have an effect, and the rune lines would weaken the power of the attack. First Jian was no exception. There was a thump as Ling Qing's blade slashed at the golden staff, forcing First Jian to retreat. First Jian was stunned. What was going on? He could have easily blocked that blade. A green leaf pressed down on him, and First Jian hurriedly dodged. He looked up, but another blade appeared and tore apart his arm, causing him to almost drop the golden staff. He abruptly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood in his original spot without moving. He looked very casual, but he gave First Jian an unfathomable feeling. What had this person done? Few could see clearly. Void Master exclaimed, "How much power has this Lu brat cultivated?" Void Master's eyes narrowed. Rune lines. Wood God exclaimed, "This power is quite strange, and it feels irreversible. Although it hasn't reached that level yet, it has that level of power. The primordial space has produced extraordinary people." The victorious battle technique grew stronger as the battle progressed. Who could match it? However, it was being weakened by the rune lines. Even if First Jian's talent was extraordinary, the victorious battle technique wasn't omnipotent. After all, his blood was limited. The golden armor shattered and peeled off. First Jian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. No, he couldn't hold on any longer. That Lu Shaoxian hadn't even made a move and was suppressing him with this cheat-like power. Preposterous, preposterous. First Jian's gaze became crazed again. He wanted to fight to the death. Even if he died, at least he could force Lu Shaoxian to make a move. He had never imagined that one day, he would fight to the death just to force this person, whom he had once looked down on, to make a move. That was all. Many people shook their heads. It was obvious that First Jian had already tried his best. At this tea party, a Yuan sage had been killed and Xiao Zun had been suppressed. The son of the Lu family wasn't here to participate in the tea party. He was here to embarrass the great heavenly venerate. Ling Qing raised her long blade and slashed down. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes widened. Ling Qing's blade had stopped. Using his heaven's eye, First Jian saw that there were sequence particles around. They came from the great heavenly venerate. Lu Yin looked at the great heavenly venerate. Void Master and the others also subconsciously looked at the great heavenly venerate. The great heavenly venerate spoke. His voice resounded through the 9 heavens, but it was ethereal and untraceable. It was as if it had come from endless time, bringing with it the sound of the Tao. This was the beginning of the tea party. The great heavenly venerate's lecture was also the most important part of the tea party. Since ancient times, countless people had broken through after listening to his teachings. This was the reason why the great heavenly venerate's tea party was the biggest event of the Six Direction Association. Many people had broken through their bottlenecks after participating in the tea party. It was all because of the tea party. At this moment, the great heavenly venerate had started his lecture while First Jian was still battling Lu Yin. The lecture wasn't just for everyone at the tea party, but also for First Jian. As the lecture started, First Jian's mind became clear and he subconsciously used his inner world. Using the minor samsara path, he saw scenes that were normally difficult to see. Lu Yin didn't stop him. The gap between him and First Jian was too big. He wanted to see how the great heavenly venerate would help him bridge this gap. If he could really bridge this gap, then First Jian's experience might be of help to Lu Yin. He had come to participate in the tea party because Mr. Mu had said that the great heavenly venerate's tea party might be of help to him. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity, even if it was a battle. Furthermore, he didn't care about the battle with First Jian at all. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28:17. Under the effects of the minor samsara path, the golden battle armor formed by the victorious fighting art completely disappeared from First Jian's body. Although his face was deathly pale, First Jian had just woken up. He was excited and moved as if he had seen something. His minor reincarnation path was originally heading towards his master's great reincarnation path. At this moment, with the help of his master, he was finally able to see the great reincarnation path, the reincarnation spacetime, and the power that his master called the rules. He saw this power, which was bestowed to him by his master. It was compatible with the samsara path, and he could borrow it. This was a supreme power. Who could resist it? Not to mention Lu Shaoxian, even the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages were confident that they could take action at this moment. His master was helping him, and the origin space's people couldn't be rampant at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Lu Yin had also seen it. He had seen Chu Jian raise his hand and touch the Grand Empyrean sequence particle. If the Six Direction Society thought that the Divine Seal catalog was cheating, then this was the real deal. A Grand Empyrean had personally appeared to help Chu Jian cheat. If not for the celestial eye, Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to see this scene. When he thought about this, Lu Yin's expression sank. He originally thought that the Grand Empyrean's Tao lecture would give First Jian an epiphany and allow First Jian to transform. He wouldn't stop it since that was First Jian's own ability. However, the reality was different. Cheating was one thing, but what angered Lu Yin the most was that First Jian had wasted his time and expectations. He had hoped to see an epiphany. Even if it wouldn't help him, seeing First Jian's epiphany would be fine. Lu Yin clenched his fists and was about to attack when a strand of saber intent cut through the void above the tea party. It suddenly descended and slashed towards the minor samsara path, towards the Grand Empyrean's particle. No one knew how strong a Grand Empyrean's particle was. This strand of saber intent couldn't cut through it, but it affected the particle's compatibility with First Jian's minor samsara path, causing First Jian to be unable to touch the particle. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Everyone looked over and saw Woodcarver slowly sheathing his saber. Listening to the teachings, I occasionally have an epiphany. These simple words made everyone envious. Woodcarver had actually gained an epiphany so quickly. Those who couldn't see the sequence particles didn't care, because the blade slashed down on the minor reincarnation path and didn't slash down on the first encounter. Only those who had reached the law of the Grand Empyrean sequence particles understood that the blade slashed down on the minor reincarnation path. Not everyone could affect Grand Empyrean sequence particles. Woodcarving strength had refreshed everyone's understanding. Even the wood deity was shocked. He didn't expect the wooden carving to have such power. Su Zhu, Great Elder Shangu, and the others all stared at the wooden carving. This was no ordinary power. Su Wuwei was shocked. He thought that wood carving was about the same as him, or even slightly worse than him. However, he knew that he could not do the same thing as wood carving. Wood carving was ahead of him in terms of sequence rules. Lu Yin stared blankly at the wooden carving. Was this helping him? Thinking about the small knife that he had gotten from the lost clan, the corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up. He was indeed senior brother. Mr. Mu had said that Grand Empyreans could not attack him, so Grand Empyreans had used this method to help Chu Jian. However, senior martial brother had stopped him. His sect was reliable. Chu Jian stared blankly at the wooden carving, then at the Grand Empyrean. Without the Grand Empyrean sequence particles, how could he deal with Lu Yin? Just as he was thinking this, the divine seal catalog disappeared from above Lu Yin's head, and the golden light completely retracted. Chu Jian looked at Lu Yin, only to see him take a step forward and appear in front of Chu Jian. "You're wasting my time." He then raised a finger and pointed it at Chu Jian. Chu Jian had subconsciously avoided using his innate gift, 9 out of 10 rooms. He had no choice but to use it now, or else he would lose. However, when no one knew about 9 out of 10 rooms' innate gift, he had been undefeated. No one could understand it, but now, Lu Yin had attacked 10 times in an instant, and 9 of them had missed. The only one that had hit had sent Chu Jian flying, causing him to fall in front of the Grand Empyrean and faint. This was Lu Yin's true attack. What about the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages battle technique? So what if a Yuan sage's essence, vitality, and spirit grafted onto Celestial Victor's victorious battle technique? They couldn't even exchange for a single finger. When Lu Yin truly attacked, Chu Jian's battle ended. The gap between them was like a chasm. From start to finish, Lu Yin only had a palm print on his clothes. The Grand Empyrean's lecture did not stop. She did not do anything because of woodcarving's attack, nor did she stop because of Chu Jian's defeat. Lu Yin stood in place and listened quietly. An invisible force chased by Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, Xia Shenji, and Luo Lao out of the tea party and into the endless battlefield. Only divine sovereign Shao Yin was not immediately thrown out and remained in the tea party. Xia Shenji wanted to say something, but no sound came out. As long as the Grand Empyrean wanted to, she could silence anyone during the lecture. No one was an exception. Inside the tea party, everyone calmed down and slowly immersed themselves in the Grand Empyrean's lecture. Outside the tea party, the 9,990,000 people were silent. The entire Six Direction Society, including the endless battlefield, seemed to be silent. Everyone was listening to the Grand Empyrean's lecture. In the boundless starry sky, there is no self and no thoughts, people and stars can be shared, lie down like a pillow. Wait for the billions of living beings to awaken, stars fall from the sky. Without death in the mortal world, one voice after another resounded in his ears, and Lu Yin just stood there. It was as if his entire being had been brought to the heavens by these voices. He saw the boundless universe, the passing of time, the changing of life forms, and countless scenes that were both ordinary and extraordinary at the same time. Stars were ordinary, and mortals could see them. But stars were not ordinary, and celestial venerates could see them. The Grand Empyrean used her vision to bring Lu Yin and everyone else to witness the birth of the universe beyond the passage of time. Lu Yin did not know how much time had passed. It might have been an instant, or it might have been billions of years. He saw the birth of stars and the convergence of power. He saw the sea of stars, the birth of species, the operation of laws, and the birth of the universe. He saw the process of the universe's stars emerging from nothing. At that moment, Lu Yin's mind rumbled as bolts of lightning flashed across his mind. He saw and understood. So this was how it was. This was the embryonic form of his own power. This was the birth of his own power. He knew what to do now. In his heart, on the calm continent of Fate's An, the withering time tree that had taken root slowly transformed into a gray stream of light that flowed towards the black and white fog. The river of void God's power also flowed towards the starry sky. The green sprouts formed by the power of wood and spacetime, the three-colored soil formed by the monarch's aura, and the astral source ocean all flowed towards the starry sky. It was as if the various powers of the earth were being pulled together, forming a phenomenon that connected the heavens and the earth. At that moment, Luin knew what he should do. 380,000 stars revolved around his body and entered his body at the same time, entering the black and white fog that enveloped the starry sky. His body rumbled as he broke through to the 7th level of the serious art. The 7th level of the serious art, simulated starry sky, had finally broken through. Simulated starry sky not only simulated the outer starry sky, but also the unrestrained starry sky. The so-called 7th level of the serious art was the last level, but that was wrong. This level was the true beginning of the serious art. Progenitor Qin had created the serious sky, and the 7th level of simulated starry sky had caused real stars to appear on the 5th continent. Luin had broken through to the 7th level of simulated starry sky, and he had moved the outer starry sky into the unrestrained starry sky. Everyone's breakthrough to the 7th level was different. It seemed like there was only one person in the starry sky, but there were endless people, and people's ideas were endless. The 7th level of the serious art was the true beginning of the serious art. Luin understood. He had broken through and transformed. He finally saw the path that he should walk. He wanted to transform the various powers that he cultivated into the stars in the starry sky. They would shine for countless years, and he would decorate his own starry sky. Although this process was very long, his divine power had been transformed into stars from the very beginning. That was the Tao of the one true God. At this moment, Lu Yin's heart was guiding the stars and transforming them into his own Tao. The Grand Emperean's lecture continued. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked up. In that instant, he met the Grand Emperean's gaze and saw the shock in the Grand Emperean's eyes. So, even you can be shocked. Lu Yin walked step by step to the 9th seat. At this moment, everyone was immersed in the Grand Emperean's lecture. Apart from Lu Yin, there was only one other person, Bai Xianer. Lu Yin sat down slowly with a calm expression. He listened to the Grand Emperean's Tao voice. This was perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime experience. This time, he was able to participate in the Tea Party and join one of the 6 direction associations in the origin space. It was likely that the Grand Emperean wanted to embarrass him through Yuan Sage and Chu Jian. Unfortunately, they were too far away from him. Brother Xiao Xian, you're amazing. Bai Xianer's voice sounded. Lu Yin was surprised. You can speak. Bai Xianer smiled. She had an elegant, noble, and holy beauty. She was as approachable as a little girl next door. The Grand Emperean is my master. Of course, I can speak. Lu Yin was curious. When did you become the Grand Emperean's disciple? Not long ago. Bai Xianer smiled. Lu Yin looked at her, and she looked back at him generously. Although Lu Yin hadn't recovered his memories, it wasn't the first time he'd interacted with Bai Xianer using his identity. Every time, Bai Xianer was unpredictable. Whether it was in terms of scheming or cultivation, Bai Xianer had never been at a disadvantage when they fought. She had even been tricked by him once. Although Lu Yin felt that he could suppress Bai Xianer in their subsequent encounters, this feeling was still unreal. Could he really suppress Bai Xianer? Lu Yin didn't know what Bai Xianer had cultivated or what her relationship with destiny was. Therefore, the first person he wanted to see after obtaining the sky eye was Bai Xianer. Thinking of this, the sky eye on Lu Yin's forehead flashed as he stared at Bai Xianer. Bai Xianer smiled faintly. Brother Xiao Xian, did you obtain the sky eye? You've cultivated the powers of the Grim Reaper, destiny, and martial heaven. Among the 6 paths, the first continent's astral source realm, the 3rd continent's palm realm, and the 5th continent's Lu family. You also control 3 powers. The 3 realms and 6 paths that once represented the infinite possibilities of the primordial space. Brother Xiaoxian, you are the master of 6 forces. In the current universe, no one can defeat you unless they have an absolute advantage. Junior brother Chu Jian is too arrogant. Lu Yin had a strange expression. Then, what about you? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28:18. He couldn't see anything with his celestial eye. Bai Xianer didn't use any power at all, but the more she was like this, the more Lu Yin wanted to see her clearly. Bai Xianer smiled. I'm naturally no match for Brother Xiaoxian. Lu Yin frowned. As the disciple of a grand Empyrean, have you never thought of redeeming her? Yuanxing was her subordinate, but I killed him. Chu Jian was her favorite disciple, but he was also defeated by me. He couldn't even hurt me. Grand Empyrean shouldn't be too happy. Bai Xianer looked at the Grand Empyrean. Master's heart is as broad as the universe. He won't care about this. She looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes, a smile and adoration in the depths of her eyes. I really am no match for Brother Little Xian. If I forcefully stand out, I will only embarrass Master even more. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and rubbed his wrist. Where did you break through to half-ancestor? Bai Xianer smiled sweetly. Reincarnation spacetime. The power seems to be the same, but it's completely opposite. You can break through here. If it's not connected, how can it be opposite? Lu Yin was stunned. He looked back at Bai Xianer again. Bai Xianer also looked at him. Their eyes were immersed in the Tao voice of the Grand Empyrean. It became a scene of time that only they could see. Time flowed. Time seemed illusory. Only they knew what they were seeing. Suddenly, a ray of red light flashed. The next moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths split. The sky gate was split in 2, and Evergreen Saint was also split apart. The Tao voice stopped abruptly. The Grand Empyrean looked into the distance. For the first time, anger appeared in his eyes. Eternal, you dare! The red light replaced everything and shone on the reincarnation spacetime. Everyone's face was illuminated by the red light. Lu Yin looked up at the red sun in shock. Is that divine power? The Eternal had attacked. Wood God, Void God, Grand Elder Shangu, and the others all stood up and looked outside the sky gate. All the powerhouses participating in the Tea Party, the entire Six Direction Society, and the endless battlefield were in an uproar. The war had come so suddenly without warning. No one had expected the Eternal to suddenly attack the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. The Grand Empyrean Tea Party had gathered nearly half of the Six Direction Society's apex experts, including the Six Direction Society's parallel spacetime sovereigns. Such a powerful lineup had never been attacked by the Eternals before, but now, the sole true God had arrived. Tai Hong, it's been a long time since we've had a real fight. Let's settle it at this tea party. A clear and cold voice came from afar. When the voice completely faded, a man walked out from the red sun in the sky. The sun was glaring, and Lu Yin raised his head to look at it. However, as the man appeared, the light became even more glaring, making it difficult for Lu Yin to clearly see the man's face. Don't look. Do you want to go blind? Master Wei reminded Lu Yin. Lu Yin lowered his head, and unknowingly, 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. He hadn't even noticed it. If not for Master Wei's reminder, his eyes would have been gone. At this time, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. Outside the broken gate of heaven, figures appeared one after another, accompanied by a terrifying and boundless pressure. I'm so tired. I want to sleep. It's time to reorganize this universe. There are too many impurities. Kiki, they're finally here. We should have destroyed this tea party a long time ago. Disgusting. Bai Wuxian still hasn't come. After this battle, I'll go talk to her. Kiki, who did I just see? Isn't this little Luin? You've stepped onto the highest stage ahead of time. Do you want big sister to go easy on you? Kill. The 6 voices represented 6 of the 7 sky gods. Countless people. Lu Yin's scalp exploded. The sole true god had led the 7 sky gods to the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. This was an unprecedented battle. Boom! Divine power surged, and a berserk force swept out. An incomparably oppressive feeling pushed Luin back, causing him to feel suffocated. The sole true god and the Grand Empyrean had exchanged blows. Through his heaven's eye, Luin saw countless sequence particles revolving around them. The heavens and the earth were filled with sequence particles. Some belonged to the Grand Empyreans, while others belonged to the Grand Empyreans and the sole true god. He had never seen such a majestic array of sequence particles before. Elder Mo was the first law sequence powerhouse that he had fought. If Elder Mo's sequence particles were placed on that battlefield, it would be like a firefly competing with the moon. There was no comparison at all. There was no possibility that these 2 types of sequence particles would be tied down. The wood god stepped out. Guiji, my wood spacetime has helped the 3rd mainland several times, but all I got in return was your betrayal. I said that I would kill you with my own hands. Dark purple spread across the ancient god's body. Then come and try. The Void Master exhaled. I'll deal with the god of forgotten ruins. Kiki, do you have a choice? The witch spirit doll appeared and moved through the void. The Void Master turned around. I've been waiting for you. A card floated, and Great Elder Dan Gu stared at Bai Wuxian. The god of forgotten ruins smiled. There are so many old fellows. Who should I kill first? Your opponent is me. The Void Master walked out. Above the god of forgotten ruins' head, 9 wolves devoured the heavens, and the sequence particles continued to spread. With just you. A lotus bloomed in the void as it approached the 9-wolf devourer. Count me in. The 7 sky gods are indeed not easy to deal with. The one who attacked was Senior Lotus. The Taishan domain, Whitebeard, and the yin-yang sword all attacked the zombie god. Most of the 7 sky gods resisted, and only the zombie god was left. But then, more figures walked out of the void, and everyone's scalps went numb. There were no less than 20 progenitor realm zombie kings. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Where did the Eternals get so many progenitor realm zombie kings? In the sky, a wolf's head swooped down. Lu Yin hurriedly stepped backward to avoid it. The god of forgotten ruins had attacked him. The wolf's head was ferocious, but its eyes were very intelligent. It seemed to be smiling as it chased after Lu Yin. The god's sealing catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head. Ling Qing appeared from Lu Yin's side and slashed at the wolf's head. Just as the blade was about to land, Ling Qing disappeared, and so did the god's sealing catalog. The wolf's head swooped down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared blankly at the wolf's head descending. How could this be? Where was the god's sealing catalog? At some point, the sequence particles controlling the wolf's head had touched him. In an instant, Lu Yin forgot everything. He forgot about the god's sealing catalog, forgot about his battle techniques, and forgot about resisting. He could only stand in place and let the wolf's head devour him. The same scene happened not only on Lu Yin's side, but also on Master Wei, Venerable Lotus, and everyone else targeted by the wolf's head. 9 wolves devour the sky was just the god of forgotten ruins' innate gift, but together with the sequence particles, it produced a terrifying power that could instantly decide the outcome of the battle. At the same time, at least 5 extreme powerhouses were exposed to the wolf's head, their lives hanging by a thread. This was the 7 sky gods. Lu Yin watched as the wolf's head swooped down on him. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to resist, but that he had forgotten to. At that moment, a figure blocked in front of him. The figure was blindfolded and wielded a blade with both hands. The blade cut off the sequence particles above the wolf's head, cut through the void, and slashed at the sequence particles above the 9 wolves devour the sky. With his heaven's eye, Lu Yin could clearly see that the sequence particles above the 9 wolves devour the sky had been cut off. It was Woodcut. Senior apprentice brother. Lu Yin was excited. His senior apprentice brother had saved him again. Woodcut's face sank. The 7 sky gods are strange and powerful. Use your full strength. Be careful. Lu Yin nodded. He had just experienced it firsthand. The god of forgotten ruins seemed harmless, but she had almost killed him. This was the true strength of the 7 sky gods. The god of forgotten ruins regretfully said, "Someone has come and is quite troublesome. Little Lu Yin, how many times can you escape from this battle?" Hee hee. But so what if you run away? Your stage is gone. Lu Yin looked at the god of forgotten ruins in fear. This was an old monster. Elder Mo had been one of the 12 Elysians during the Above Heavens era, and the god of forgotten ruins had been an ancestor of the Wang family during that era. She was an absolute progenitor, and her seniority might be greater than the 9 mountains and 8 seas of that era. She was infinitely close to the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Compared to Elder Mo, she was the true old monster. In the distance, the yin-yang sword flew backward and stabbed into the ground. Su Heng and Su Leng both coughed up blood as they were slapped down by the corpse god. Lu Yin was shocked. "Brother." Woodcut looked at the corpse god and slashed out with his blade. It pierced through the void and slashed at the corpse god's face. The corpse god raised her hand and blocked the blade with her palm, then pressed down. Lu Yin was shocked. Woodcut's blade could sever law sequence particles and was extremely powerful, but the corpse god had blocked it just like that. The corpse god's palm fell, but Woodcut raised his head and slowly raised his blade. The blade then disappeared. Saber intent. A low voice traveled into Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin saw that Woodcut had no blade, but the corpse god had suddenly retracted her arm. The void was completely torn apart, revealing a deep darkness. With Lu Yin's celestial eye, even the void had disappeared. He suspected that if the corpse god had not retracted her arm, it would have been sliced apart by Woodcut's blade. "You weren't part of the plan," the corpse god said as she stared at Woodcut. Woodcut raised his hand. There was no blade, but at that moment, all the blades in the tea party hummed. Even the blades wielded by the powerhouses trembled. Anyone who had stepped into the realm of a powerhouse through the use of the blade would have an unshakable grasp of saber intent, but they had been affected by Woodcut. Woodcut was the sharpest blade in this tea party. This blade should have a sacrifice. The corpse god grabbed the corpse king that was fighting with Lord Gon and threw it at Woodcut. Woodcut's arm fell, and the progenitor corpse king was split in two. There was no way for it to resist. However, the blade had already fallen. The corpse god punched at Woodcut, but Woodcut's blade appeared in front of him to block. Boom! There was a loud bang as Woodcut was struck by the corpse god's fist and was forced to retreat. The Divine Seal Catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head. Nong Yi, Ling Qing, and even Xia Shinji walked out and attacked the corpse god together. He even tossed the hellworm out. "Bite him." The hellworm struggled, but it did not dare to do so. It was too terrifying. Nong Yi's Ho and Ling Qing's blade attacked at the same time. Xia Shinji immediately used his divine sword domain to attack the corpse god's arm. However, the three progenitors were unable to harm the corpse god in the slightest. Luin could clearly see that the corpse god's entire body was covered in stray particles. What stray particles were these? This was the first time he had seen stray particles hidden within a body. Nong Yi collapsed, followed by Ling Qing and Xiaoshenji. The hellworm did not even dare to approach. Woodcut retreated step by step, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Lu Yin took a step forward and visualized the Akalanatha king's elephant. Within his body, the withered tree that was transforming into stars swayed as time flowed. His fish turned gray, and a blackish-purple substance appeared on the surface of his body. He punched at the corpse god, sealing the power of 50 punches. Woodcut shouted, "Don't." Lu Yin's fist brushed past Woodcut's cheek as he punched at the corpse god's fist. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28:19. Boom! An unshakable pressure pressed down on Lu Yin, and he felt as if his arm was about to shatter. Just like wood carving, he was sent flying. There was no time to think, and he quickly took out his slipper and slammed it down. The slipper slammed out, and Lu Yin saw that it had actually moved a sequence particle. The zombie god was shocked, and she pulled her arm back. Lu Yin and wood carving both retreated and coughed up blood. This was the power of a single punch from the zombie god. It was far too freakish. Wood carving's blade was powerful, but Lu Yin was unable to block the zombie god's punch. The zombie god stared at Lu Yin. "Hand over your cosmic ring." She pressed her arm down again, and the number of sequence particles continued to increase. This palm was even more terrifying than the previous punch. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. "This monster." "Retreat." Wood carving pulled Lu Yin back and turned around to attack. Su Wuwei, Mr. Daheng, Lord Gan, and the other powerhouses had all attacked the zombie god at the same time. They would rather endure the attacks of the other progenitor corpse kings. The zombie god was the greatest threat, and given enough time, she could kill everyone one by one. Lu Yin was panting heavily. How long had it been since the only true god's attack? He had been in danger twice, and the Forgotten Ruins god was right. This was the highest stage in the universe. Lu Yin could be considered a progenitor with the Divine Seal Catalog, the Slipper, and various other methods, but he was still a long way from truly participating in the top stage. Something's wrong. Wood carving's eyes were covered, but he seemed to be able to see. Lu Yin let out a long breath. "You're my senior." Wood carving frowned. "The true god guards are here, but none of the captains are here." Lu Yin was puzzled. There was a battlefield in all directions. Su Zhu, Elder Gu, and the others were fighting sequence particles, while many powerhouses were fighting the zombie god in front of them, but they were still suppressed by her. "Senior, Su Wuwei and the others can't hold on much longer," Lu Yin said. Su Wuwei had also grasped sequence particles, but he was still far from the zombie god's level. His Taishu domain could not harm her at all. Lu Yin finally understood why Su Wuwei was unwilling to go to the endless battlefield. Even he might not be able to protect himself against the 7 gods. If this was not a tea party, he might have fled long ago. Wood carving's grip on her blade. Observe the battlefield and think to break through the situation to resolve everyone's existence. Every battle has a reason. This decisive battle came too suddenly. Not a single true god guard captain is here. There must be a problem. Lu Yin suppressed his impulsiveness. What true god guards? The wooden carving slowly raised his long saber, as if he was considering where to strike. 10 corpses in a group, and 100 corpses in a group, they are the true god guards. Every 10 corpses has a captain, and by consuming their divine power, they have the strength to fight against us. They are second only to the 7 heavenly gods. However, the true god guards have arrived, but not a single captain is present." After saying this, the wooden carving's body disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already behind the corpse god. The corpse god bent his left arm and smashed it down. His flesh and blood were sliced off, revealing his white bones. However, he managed to shatter the blade. Lu Yin stood in place and stared blankly, but the words of the forgotten ruins god kept echoing in his mind. "But so what if you escape? Your stage is gone. Your stage is gone. But there's none." Suddenly, he felt someone's gaze on him, and he subconsciously looked over to see Shaoyin. The Divine Lord. He was fighting a progenitor realm corpse king, but his gaze was fixed on Lu Yin. At that moment, Lu Yin did not see the Divine Lord's ferocious determination to fight against the Eternals. Instead, he saw mockery and smugness. What was he smugness about? The Divine Lord had not expected Lu Yin to notice him at a time like this. He sneered and continued fighting the corpse king. Lu Yin stared at the Divine Lord as the Forgotten Ruins god's words echoed in his mind, as well as the memories he had obtained from Xiaoshenji's shadow. There was another truth behind the Lu family's banishment. Wang Fan had used Wang Si to incite the 4 cardinal scales to banish the Lu family. At the same time, the Divine Lord had also made a grave mistake and needed to make up for it. Thus, he had suggested to the Grand Empyrean that the Lu family should take the blame for the above heaven sect. Both sides had hit it off at almost the same time. The 4 cardinal scales had joined forces with the Grand Empyrean to forcefully banish the Lu family. Lu Yin would not believe that Wang Fan and the Divine Lord had no connection at all. It could be said that they had single-handedly contributed to the Lu family's banishment. Without the 4 cardinal scales, if the Grand Empyrean wanted to banish the Lu family, he would have to start a war with the primordial space. The Lu family could awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan, and the 6 Direction Association would not be able to gain any advantage. Without the Grand Empyrean, the 4 cardinal scales would not be able to hide Patriarch Lu Yuan, and even if the ancestral Mang overturned the situation, it would not be able to banish the Lu family. Neither could be missing, but it was the perfect combination of the two that had ultimately led to the Lu family's banishment. Then, what was the reason for their banishment? Was it because of the 4 cardinal scales' jealousy? Did the Divine Lord want to atone for his sins? It was all one-sided. Back then, Lu Yin had made a bold guess that either Divinity Shaoyin or Wang Fan had been spies. It was even possible that both of them were spies. After the Lu family was exiled, the Eternals were the ones who benefited the most, followed by Divinity Shaoyin and the 4-way scales. Ever since he had learned of this, Lu Yin had hired people to investigate in the reincarnation spacetime, and he had learned many things about the Divine Lord. Ever since the Divine Lord had become an extreme powerhouse, he had occasionally made mistakes that had displeased the Grand Empyreans, but he had always made up for them. His reparations had always been under the premise of harming others, such as the Lu family or the Lost Clan. Thus, he had been disliked by the entire 6 Direction Association. If he were to take into account the fact that he was a spy, then everything would make sense. A spy helping the everlasting race at a critical moment and causing the human race to suffer losses was very reasonable. A spy instigating a war between the reincarnation spacetime and the Lost Clan and banishing the Lu family was very reasonable. If the Divine Lord really was a spy, then he should have known that Lu Yin was Xian Qi. Lu Yin stared deeply at the Divine Lord. The battle around him seemed to be isolated from him, and he could not hear anything. All he could see was the Divine Lord. Did he know that Xian Qi was Lu Yin? If he was a spy, then he definitely knew. If that was the case, then why did he put on that act at the tea party? Why had Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and Xiaoshenji been thrown into the endless battlefield? What was his goal? Lu Yin's expression changed as the Forgotten Ruins deity's words rang in his ears again. He remembered that if the Divine Lord was a spy in the primordial space, then he could have lured by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan out of the primordial space by framing Lu Yin, causing the primordial space to lose 9 mountains and 8 seas. Regardless of whether this plan succeeded or not, those two were still at the tea party and not in the primordial space. Then, the primordial space would be facing an equally tragic battle. This was the Divine Lord's goal. The everlasting race's true target was not the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, but the primordial space. That was why the Forgotten Ruins deity had said that Lu Yin would lose his stage. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He had to leave immediately and return to the primordial space. Although everything was based on speculation, if it turned out to be true, how could the primordial space resist the everlasting race? He had left a backup plan in the celestial sect for the tea party, but this backup plan would not be able to stop the everlasting race's invasion. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He had wanted to wait until he broke through to the half-ancestor realm and brought the Lu family back before investigating the Divine Lord. After all, the Divine Lord was one of the 3 sovereigns and was the strongest person under the Grand Empyrean. However, he was still a step too late. The Divine Lord turned and looked at Lu Yin again. His eyes narrowed, and there was a bone-deep killing intent. Had this kid guessed it? In the primordial space, in the upper realm of the starry sky tree, a figure walked out of the cold immortal sect's mountain gate. He opened his scarlet vertical eye and slammed his palm down at the cold immortal sect's mountain gate. The everlasting race could not invade the primordial space on a large scale, and they had to go through the battlefield on the other side. However, once one reached the progenitor realm, as long as they had the coordinates, they could naturally come over. In the past, because Bai Wang Yuan and the other progenitors were present, the everlasting race could not invade. But now, they could. As the progenitor realm corpse king's palm landed, the cold immortal sect's mountain gate shattered, and countless wails rang out. Bai Qi raised her head and screamed, "Corpse King, progenitor realm corpse king." The corpse king looked down from above and raised his arm, tearing through the void. He slammed his palm down again, and the entire cold immortal sect shook. The clouds in outer heaven suddenly condensed and blocked the corpse king's palm. A gentle white light tried to push the corpse king away. Progenitor realm corpse kings appeared in the divine martial plane, the Wang family, and Dragon Mountain. In the sovereign realm, Wang Jian walked out. As the other progenitor of the Wang family, Wang Fan had asked his shadow, the Ghost Abyss ancestor, to help defend against the Six Paths gang. Now, he was the only progenitor left in the upper realm of the starry sky tree. Other than him, there were only Shining and Zhu Mang. Dragon Mountain shattered, and the progenitor realm corpse king slaughtered without resistance. Long Kuo roared as a scarlet vertical eye appeared in front of him. The next moment, his body turned into ashes. Even before he died, he did not expect to die at the hands of a corpse king in Dragon Mountain. Long Tian's eyes were red as he charged at the progenitor realm corpse king, but he was stopped by Old Dragon. "Don't fight it head-on. That's a progenitor realm corpse king." Ni Huang activated her inner world, and Ni Long walked out and slammed into the progenitor realm corpse king. However, the corpse king grabbed Ni Long's tail and tore it apart. Ni Long cried out in pain. He regretted staying in the upper realm and should have gone to the lower realm. If he stayed under Zhu Mang, who would dare to attack the White Dragon clan? He regretted it. Dragon Mountain looked like hell. At the critical moment, Long Shi threw out the dragon ancestor's other eye. Grand Elder. Ni Huang stared at the other eye in a daze. This is... The progenitor realm corpse king tore apart Ni Huang's claws. Ni Huang no longer hesitated. She opened her mouth and swallowed the other eye, roaring at the sky. The upper realm of the starry sky tree was attacked by the progenitor realm corpse king. However, the real intense battle in the origin space was in the fifth mainland's heavenly sect. At the same time that the one true God attacked the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, many figures tore through the void and arrived outside the heavenly sect, bringing with them a bloody aura. In the heavenly sect, Mu Xia and the other progenitor realm experts walked out and looked ahead in shock. There were a total of 10 progenitor realm corpse kings. Elder Chan was shocked. Where did so many come from? Lu Yun's face was pale. He had fought with the Eternals before, and any progenitor realm corpse king was not easy to deal with. However, there were 10 of them in front of him. Ling Qing gripped the hilt of her saber tightly. Master Shan took a deep breath. Chen Lu gritted his teeth. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28-20. 7 Ancestor Realm Experts against 10 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings seem to be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but with Mu Xia and Ling Qing's ability, they could deal with more than one. Everyone, it's time to decide the fate of the Above Heaven sect. In this battle, we must defend the Above Heaven sect to the death. Elder Chan shouted. Defend Heaven sect to the death. Those below the progenitor realm are not allowed to come out. With that said, the 7 Ancestor Realm powerhouses charged towards the 10 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. Unimaginable destructive power spread in all directions. Fortunately, the Above Heaven sect blocked the earth. Otherwise, the aftermath would have swept across the Milky Way. Above the Sky sect, the Blood Ancestor looked up. No one had expected 10 progenitor realm corpse kings to suddenly attack the Eternals. Without the Tao Lord, this battle would really decide their fate. Lu Bujing, Imperial Preceptor Butian, Kai, and the others were watching intently. Although those below the Ancestor realm were not allowed to participate in the battle, with their strength, they were more than capable of causing harm to ordinary Ancestor realm experts. Hen Axian, Fate Maiden, Yao Di, and the others all looked in the direction of the Above Heaven sect. They didn't know if they should get close to this battle. The Outerverse had been turned upside down in the shortest amount of time. Ling Qing had injured a Corpse King with a single saber strike. The Corpse Kings had the physical strength of a progenitor, but they did not have the combat strength of a true progenitor. They were not difficult to deal with. Ling Qing had injured one progenitor realm Corpse King with a single saber strike while fighting another at the same time. He was not at a disadvantage. Elder Chan used the 3 Yang ancestral qi to transform Shui Wuqing in Ancestor Hui, easily finding the Ancestor Realm Corpse King's weakness. Mu Xia was also fighting 1 against 2, suppressing the Corpse Kings. Seeing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Although these Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings were very powerful, fortunately, they did not have true Ancestor Realm battle prowess. Given enough time, they would be able to kill them all. Suddenly, a shadow covered the sky. A colossus squeezed out from the void and fiercely smashed into the sect above. Ling Qing was shocked. Countless saber edges rose from below. Heavenly Saber Realm. The Heavenly Saber Realm was extremely sharp. Anyone who fell into the Heavenly Saber Realm had to pass through it. Otherwise, they would be pierced by the endless sabers. The surface of the gigantic object shone with a black light. It stepped on the Heavenly Knife Realm and crashed into the sect above the heavens. If Lu Yin was here, he would definitely recognize that it was a camphor bug. It was a camphor bug that had escaped from the boundless battlefield. The camphor insect's defense was extremely strong, but it had met its nemesis, Lu Yin, who had smashed its back with his slipper. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for anyone to break through its defense. The camphor worm appeared and slammed into the sect above. Even Ling Qing could not stop it. At the critical moment, the ancestral turtle retracted its head and limbs into its shell and crashed into the camphor insect from the side. The two were about the same size, and the ancestral turtle forcefully knocked the camphor insect aside. Countless people were stunned. No one had thought that the ancestral turtle would be able to knock aside an existence that was obviously a progenitor realm creature. That creature could even step on the heavenly saber realm and pass through. What did the ancestral turtle have to do that? On the ancestral turtle's back, the Mavis family was stunned. River Mavis gripped the tree trunk tightly. Is it that powerful? None of the other Mavis clan members were able to provide an answer. The ancestral tortoise was something that they had swindled from the Lu clan. Initially, they had thought that it would at most possess the battle prowess of a half-martial ancestor, just that it was slightly larger in size. Usually, it would be intimidated by the caged WIRM, so it did not dare to talk back. Who would have thought that it would be so useful at such a crucial moment? Lu Bujing heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yin had told him that the ancestral tortoise was not ordinary. Although it was usually bullied by the caged WIRM, the caged WIRM's characteristics meant that it would only threaten the ancestral tortoise and not take any further action. This showed that the caged WIRM was not easy to bully. The ancestral turtle wasn't weak. It was only because of its fear of the corpse god that it was seen as weak. But who wasn't afraid of the zombie god? That was the 7 sky gods. Only now did Lu Yin truly understand how terrifying the 7 sky gods were. Animals had better instincts than humans, and it was normal for the ancestral turtle to be afraid of the corpse god. The camphor insect was knocked aside. On its back, a person wearing pitch-black armor sat up. His facial features were indistinct, and even his arms and legs could not be seen. He rubbed his head. Who bumped into me? The ancestral turtle retracted its head into its shell and carefully stared at the strange person on the camphor insect's back. It had sensed danger. The strange person wearing pitch-black armor turned around and saw the ancestral turtle. He was stunned for a moment, but then he was overjoyed. Great, another pet. Baby, were you the one who bumped into me? That's perfect. It's the collision of love. It's definitely the collision of love. Just you wait, Big Brother will love you very soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the camphor insect turned around and crashed into the ancestral turtle. The ancestral turtle's head shrank even more. Boom! There was a loud noise that caused countless people's eardrums to hurt. Everyone watched in horror as the sky was occupied by 2 colossal creatures. They were colliding with each other, and an unstoppable sound could be heard. On the other side, Ling Qing heaved a sigh of relief. 2 progenitor realm corpse kings attacked him from the front and back. Ling Qing's gaze turned cold as he raised his blade and slashed. There was a whoosh as an arm was severed from the corpse king in front of him. Even if the corpse king in front of him used the gray eyes transformation and strengthened its physical body by 10 times, it was still unable to block Ling Qing's attack. Just as he was about to slash out a second time, his body suddenly swayed, and he almost lost his grip on his blade. A strange feeling assaulted him, and countless voices echoed in his mind. It was as if they were trying to make him lose consciousness. Ling Qing's eyes went wide. He was one of the 12 Elysium sect masters from the era of the above heaven, and he was the first sect master to break through to the progenitor realm after the establishment of the above heaven. How could he be attacked by a thief? Get out here. A man walked out of the void and exclaimed, very few people can resist the invasion of my consciousness. You're not bad. Ling Qing stared at the man and kept retreating, dodging the corpse king's attacks. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. I'm the captain of the True God Guard and a member of the 1000 Bureau. True God Guard. Ling Qing had never heard of it, but he knew that the person in front of him was very difficult to deal with. Was he a corpse king? Far away, Mu Xia also encountered something strange. His evil aura was torn apart by an unknown force. It was not directly torn apart, but the evil aura became flat like a piece of paper. This piece of paper was torn apart by someone. The person who tore it apart was a woman. She had long orange hair and wore a tight white battle suit. She wore long white and orange boots as she walked towards him step by step. Mu Xia looked at the woman. Corpse King. The woman looked up, and only then did Mu Xia see that her eyes were orange, but they were unusually clear. They were definitely not scarlet vertical eyes. Captain of the True God Guard, Zhu Ji. Please enlighten me. Mu Xia was puzzled. True God Guard. Zhu Ji raised his slender fingers and pointed at Mu Xia. Turn into a flat surface. After saying that, a strange fluctuation swept across. Mu Xia's gaze turned cold. This woman was not simple. Including the black-armored man on the back of the camphor insect, there were 3 captains of the True God Guard. The battle situation changed in an instant. The captains were strong enough to restrain Ling Qing, Mu Xia, and the other experts, while the Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings that were fighting with them rushed towards above heaven. The pressure of 4 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings frightened many above heaven. Beside the cauldron, He-Ran was shocked. How could this be? She thought this place was very safe and only needed to deal with Xian Qi. How did it suddenly become a battlefield? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many extreme experts were the enemies? She had been to the ultra-spacetime border battlefield before, but, at most, there would only be 2 extremely strong enemies. He-Ran was stunned. She had never seen such a big battle. More than 20 extreme experts were in a chaotic battle. Even the most intense battle in the endless battlefield could not be compared to this. Was this the endless battlefield? Was this the front line of the battle between the Eternal Race and 6 Paths Guild? Lu Bujing exhaled. It was their turn to fight. As Heaven's Gate sect masters, they could do it. But there were too many of them. Hen Axian, Life Girl, and the others were not here. We'll take care of 2. I'll leave the remaining 2 to you. Try your best to deal with them. Dan Pu walked out along with Fang Yi. She should be called Dan Fang Yi now since she had reached the Ancestor Realm. Lu Yin had specially contacted the Lost Tribe before attending the tea party and asked them to send 2 Ancestor Realm experts to help guard above heaven. He knew that this tea party would not be simple. The 4 cardinal scales had joined forces with the Shaoyin divinity to deal with him. He could deal with the methods he saw, but it was difficult to deal with the methods he could not see. He was smart, but others were not stupid. He could only try his best to leave behind a backup plan. The Lost Tribe had given him face, which was beyond Lu Yin's expectations. He had only wanted to borrow 1 Ancestor Realm expert and then ask Su Wuji for help. He had not expected the Lost Tribe to send 2. With 2 Ancestor Realm experts hidden in above heaven and Lu Yun, they should be able to deal with most variables. Even if Bai Xing and the others returned and started a war with above heaven, they should be able to deal with it. But Lu Yin had not expected the Eternal Race to send a True God Guard. 10 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings and 3 captains. This was not within his expectations or even his knowledge. The only True God attacking Grand Heavenly Venerables Tea Party and the True God Guard attacking above heaven, who would have expected this? It could only be said that the Eternal Race's scheme was too deep and their foundation was too strong. With the 2 Ancestor Realm experts of the Lost Tribe, Lu Bujing and Kai Er were confident that they could deal with the other 2 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. In above heaven's main hall, Wang Wen looked at the battle in space and sighed. The direction of this battle would determine the future of humanity. He had to think of a way to protect himself. Thinking of this, he took out a transparent coffin and lay down in it under the strange gazes of many people. Your Highness Chess, it is not that I don't want to help you, but I can't do it. Everyone, good luck. Reincarnation spacetime, above the tea party. A wolf had appeared above Lu Yin's head again. The Forgotten Ruins deity had no intention of letting him go. Facing the Forgotten Ruins deity, he could only escape. The difference between this sequence law realm expert and ordinary ancestor realm experts was too great. It could be said to be a chasm. No matter who he faced, he had the strength to fight, even if it was by Wang Yuan or Wang Fan. But against the Forgotten Ruins deity, under the sequence law realm, he had no ability to make a move. He would forget all his methods and even forget to resist. How could he fight? Lu Yin stepped backward to dodge while taking out wireless goo. The wireless goo vibrated violently. The uneasiness in Lu Yin's heart grew stronger as he answered the call. Above Heaven's sect is in trouble. More than 10 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings have attacked. This sentence made Lu Yin's heart sink to the bottom. More than 10 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. If they were ordinary Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings, it would be fine, but this news was equivalent to Above Heaven's sect asking for help. With his senior brother, Elder Chan, and the others overseeing the situation, they had actually asked for help. One could imagine the pressure Above Heaven's sect was facing. Lu Yin looked at Divine Venerable Shao Yin again, looking at his conceited face. There was no need to guess. He was 90% likely to be a spy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28-21. Lu Yin wanted to expose Divinity Shao Yin, but if he did, he would be helping the Eternals, making this battle even more difficult to win. Divinity Shao Yin was one of the 3 sovereigns, and he was definitely not weak. He could fight against the 7 celestial gods, regardless of victory or defeat. He must have mastered the sequence particle. Any sequence particle powerhouse could change the outcome of the battle. If Divinity Shao Yin went to the Above Heaven, it would be even more impossible for them to resist. The Above Heaven lacked sequence particle powerhouses. Be careful. A thought materialization appeared behind Lu Yin, separating him from the Divine Witch Spirit doll that had suddenly appeared. The Divine Witch Spirit laughed strangely. Kiki, why are you helping him? Master Wei, do you really think that this kid was forced to rebel against the Yu family? Lu Yin frowned and slapped the Divine Witch Spirit doll with his slipper. The Divine Witch Spirit doll laughed strangely. He Rant's disappearance. Master Wei, you should investigate Bai Qian's identity. Nonsense. The thought materialized in a funnel, separating Lu Yin from the Divine Witch Spirit doll. Lu Yin was also puzzled by Master Wei's attitude. Regardless of whether he had anything to do with the Yu family's rebellion, Master Wei had spoken up for him several times during the tea party and had just saved him once. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. You helped me cripple Luo Shan. This time, I'll return the favor. Master Wei's voice sounded. Lu Yin understood. So that was the case. Divinity Shao Yin and Luo Shan had joined forces with the Yu family to rebel against Master Wei. Master Wei had been looking for opportunities to attack Luo Shan, but Luo Shan was one of the 3 sovereigns of the Six Direction Society, the Spacetime Master. It was not easy to deal with him. Thank you, but be careful of the Divine Witch Spirit. He controls space. Lu Yin reminded. After a pause, he glanced at Divinity Shao Yin and whispered, Divinity Shao Yin might be a spy. The thought materialization froze for a moment. In the distance, Master Wei and Reverend Lotus were still fighting against the God of Forgotten Ruins. Master Wei's entire being had almost materialized, constantly isolating the God of Forgotten Ruins sequence particle. When he heard Lu Yin's words, he looked at Divinity Shao Yin shock. Lu Yin had to remind him. Shao Yin's sneak attack would be too dangerous. He did not want divinity Shaoyin to help the Eternals in this battle, but if divinity Shaoyin's plan was to ambush a powerhouse, the losses would be greater. This was the only thing Lu Yin could do before he could figure out what Shaoyin was thinking. He chose the lesser of two evils. After saying that, Lu Yin tore through the void and left. He wanted to return to the above heavens sect. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He couldn't go back. Brat, since the beginning of the war, you can only enter and not leave. You want to leave the battlefield. How could it be so easy? Which spirit god laughed? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as he was unable to leave. This situation was similar to when he had been schemed against by the Sixth Mainland, where he had been forced to fight against the Corpse King. However, he had only been unable to leave because of Jiang Qingyue, and that did not mean that he was unable to leave. The power in his heart spread out, forming a starry sky of its own. Lu Yin tore through the void once more, but he suddenly stopped. In an instant, the eternal kingdom that he had found after tearing through the void disappeared. What's going on? Again. He tore the void again, but the result was the same. He really couldn't leave. It wasn't that he couldn't leave. Lu Yin looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. It was her. The god of Forgotten Ruins smiled at Lu Yin. Little Lu Yin, it's not that easy to leave this stage. Lu Yin had become the nemesis of many people, but there were also others who could be his nemesis, such as the Forgotten Ruins god. Lu Yin had many tricks up his sleeve, and no matter what kind of desperate situation he was in, he could rely on his various methods and external items to survive. Even when he had been schemed against by the Eternals and covered by the Sourcebox array, the Eternals had been certain that he could not escape. In reality, how could he not have escaped? If not for Jiang Qingyue, the power in his heart would have been enough for him to leave. But no matter how much power he had, what could he do if he forgot? The Forgotten Ruins god was his nemesis, as she could make him forget all kinds of powers, even forgetting how to deal with the current situation and the power to survive. Lu Yin did not know how the Forgotten Ruins god had done it, as the Celestial Eye had not seen any sequence particles touching him, but he had forgotten. The moment he tore through the void to leave, he had forgotten how to move, how to search, and everything else. Even if it was only for a moment, he could not leave. The Forgotten Ruins god's lips curled up seductively. The laws are not as simple as you think. This simple sentence gave Lu Yin a new understanding of the sequence of laws. The Celestial Eye could see sequence particles, but could it see through the laws? Sequence particles were just one of the external manifestations of the laws, but they were not necessarily the only form. If the Celestial Eye was truly omnipotent, then Wu Tian would not have disappeared. Furthermore, Lu Yin's own cultivation was still unable to unleash the Celestial Eye's true power. The fact that he could not leave sent a chill down Lu Yin's spine. At this moment, he had to withstand the murderous intent of the 7 sky gods, and the above heaven was facing a desperate situation. The Eternals seemed to have completely awakened, and they wanted to capture the humans in one fell swoop. At some point, a gloomy power approached Lu Yin. It came from the Shaoyin divinity. He had seen what Lu Yin had said to Master Weiwei, but he had not expected Lu Yin to see through him. He did not know what had gone wrong, but it did not matter. Since he had been exposed, then he would completely cut off all ties with the Six Direction Society. With the true gods restraining him, the Grand Empyrean could not retract his power. He would completely cut off all ties at this tea party. After so many years, he had done enough. Path of Decaying Heaven. Lu Yin turned around and swatted with his slipper, dispersing the dark green lunar energy that came from the side. Immediately after, the Yin God All appeared. The complete ancestral weapon, the Yin God All, stabbed at Lu Yin and collided with the slipper. With a crack, the Yin God All shattered. The Shaoyin divinity was shocked, as he had not expected Lu Yin's slipper to be so powerful. However, it was just an external item. The decaying lunar energy surrounded Lu Yin in an arc, and with his celestial eye, Lu Yin saw the arc of sequence particles approaching and corroding the void. As expected, the Shaoyin divinity had also grasped the sequence particles. Mu Feng, Master Su, Elder Dan Gu, Master Wei Wei, and the others all had their own opponents. None of them could help Lu Yin, so he could only face the Shaoyin divinity alone. The corrosive sequence particles were a power that Lu Yin had never faced before. The Shaoyin divinity avoided the slipper, and the lunar energy transformed into a current that rushed forward. Lu Yin moved the spatial lines, but he discovered that they were also being corroded. He used the reverse step, reversing spacetime to avoid the lunar energy, but he found that it was all around him. A dark purple substance spread out, and Lu Yin tried to strike out with his palm. His palm was fierce and peerless, and it pushed aside the lunar energy. However, the sequence particles touched his arm and corroded it. And this was just a touch. The irreversible path of decaying heaven. Die, kid. The Shaoyin divinity sneered. Do you really think I don't know that you're Xian Qi? Lu Yin nodded. Above him, the divine seal catalog bloomed with golden light. Xia Xinji, Ling Qing, and Nong Yi all attacked together, continuously chipping away at the lunar energy. However, just as the Shaoyin divinity had said, the path of decaying heaven was irreversible, and it continuously corroded the void and everything. Even the shadow that Fengshen had borrowed was corroded. When things reached an extreme, they could only move in the opposite direction. The plan's secret art and other techniques could reverse the situation under normal circumstances, but they could not reverse the sequence particles. This was the power of laws, and laws were corrosion. Lu Yin wanted to use the eternal darkness to suck the Shaoyin divinity in order to cut off the sequence laws, but he could not get close. The Shaoyin divinity could not be easily sucked into the eternal darkness either. He understood the lost clan too well, unlike Xia Xinji. A rain of red flowers fell from the sky, one after another. It was very beautiful. The red flowers were enchanting and beautiful, as if they were celebrating the arrival of this bloody battlefield. A red flower touched the Shaoyin divinity, causing him to frown. The area that was touched by the flower felt numb. There was something wrong with the flowers. The path of decaying heaven moved along his fingers and swept the flowers. The red flowers were continuously corroded and melted, but they continued to appear out of thin air without end. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw Bai Xianer's calm expression. When she saw Lu Yin looking over, she smiled. Brother Xiao Xian, let's work together to deal with him. He's using the power of sequence laws, Lu Yin said. Bai Xianer smiled. I know. As she spoke, more red flowers fell from the sky, one after another. It really did look like rain. The Shaoyin divinity stared coldly at Bai Xianer. He did not know what these red flowers meant, but this woman was clearly not stupid. She had been accepted as a disciple by the Grand Empyrean and was even his senior sister. It was better to be safe than sorry. Lu Yin raised his hand and sent the power of extreme Yin towards Bai Xianer. He wanted to see how Bai Xianer would block the Shaoyin divinity's sequence particles. Bai Xianer did not block them. Instead, she dodged them without any warning. Even Lu Yin could not see how she had done it with his third eye. Brother Xiao Xian, his strength will continue to weaken. His reflexes and adaptability will also decrease. This is all I can do. I'll leave the power of sequence laws to you. Bai Xianer smiled at Lu Yin as if she did not care about the Shaoyin divinity. Lu Yin looked at the Shaoyin divinity. Under his third eye, the Shaoyin divinity's movements were different from before. It was as if something was hindering him. One of the three sovereigns, a powerhouse of sequence laws, was actually affected by Bai Xianer. Was it because of those red flowers? How did Bai Xianer do it? What he had experienced was not something Bai Xian'er could imagine, but she could never see through it. The Shaoyin divinity did not expect that he would be affected by a mere immortal realm cultivator. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. How could a mere immortal realm cultivator do this? Two mere juniors. Do you really think you can overturn the heavens? I'll send you to hell together. Under the Shaoyin divinity's feet, the entire void transformed into a dim color. Everything around them changed. In just an instant, Lu Yin and Bai Xian'er seemed to have left the tea party and arrived in an unfamiliar city. This was a city filled with dark buildings. When they looked up, dark clouds covered the sky. There was not a single trace of life. Suddenly, dark clouds descended rapidly and enveloped Lu Yin and Bai Xian'er, bringing with them a huge pressure. The two hurriedly retreated. The dark clouds turned into the power of extreme yin and swept out, entangling the two. The two entered the Shaoyin divinity's ancestral world. This place was called Extreme Yin City. Whether it was the buildings or the living beings in this city, everything was made of extreme yin. There was a strange corrosive power everywhere. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28-22. Lu Yin was shocked. He used his celestial eye to see the city clearly, and all he could see was the power of yin. Above his head, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a full moon. The full moon shot out a beam of light that enveloped the entire city. Lu Yin and Bai Xian'er tried to escape from Sun Yin City, but it was as if they were trapped in a swamp of yin energy. If it was just yin energy, Lu Yin could absorb it with his heart. At most, he could add another yin energy star to his galaxy. However, there was more than just yin energy here. There was also the path of decaying heaven. The two of them didn't dare to touch the corrosive particles. In the distance, dimensional masters materialized consciousness and the wooden carvings blade appeared at the same time, trying to break through Sun Yin City. The Shaoyin divinity sneered, Sun Yin City has no living beings. The power of yin is living beings, and the path of decaying heaven is living beings. I've been collecting the path of decaying heaven for so many years. It's not that easy for you to break through. The wooden carving's blade could only cut off a third of Sun Yin City's power. It was the same for dimensional masters' materialized consciousness. Wood God, Void Master, Grand Elder Gu, and the others didn't have the time to care about this. Lu Yin fought the Shaoyin divinity while thinking about the above heaven. His mind was in a mess. The everlasting race had attacked, and the Shaoyin divinity had exposed his identity. There was only one possibility: they were confident of victory. Under such circumstances, it wasn't possible for one person to turn the tables. Unless the primogenitor was reborn and added a power that could suppress the one true God, even the help of the 7 sky gods might not be enough. The Six Direction Society, the endless battlefield, the above heaven, the tea party, and everywhere else had started fighting. No one knew how long the everlasting race had been preparing for this moment, but Lu Yin knew that they wouldn't allow humans to turn the tables. They must have made preparations for all the variables that they knew, such as the Thunder Lord, the extraterrestrial powerhouses, and the victorious Celestial. The Six Direction Society couldn't turn the tables, and Lu Yin himself was in a desperate situation. He looked at the Shaoyin divinity on the other side of Sun Yin City and saw the excitement in his eyes. He turned to look at Bai Xian'er. Although she wasn't panicking, she was a little pale. No matter what methods she had, she couldn't be relaxed when faced with the difference in strength between her and the Shaoyin divinity. Bai Xian'er looked at Lu Yin, and the two looked at each other. "Do you have a way?" Lu Yin asked. Bai Xian'er shook her head. "I do." Bai Xian'er was surprised, but then she smiled. "I knew Brother Shao Xian would not disappoint." Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. The Shaolin divinity didn't immediately pull us into the city, but he could have done so. His full-powered Tao of rotting heaven would have been enough to drown us. You saw it with your heaven's eye. Therefore, we can die at any time. But you said there was a way. The price is rather high. Bai Xianer smiled as if she wouldn't die if Lu Yin said he had a way. What do I have to pay? Lu Yin stared at her, the Book of Destiny. Bai Xianer was surprised. That book has already been burned. You still want it? That's my business. She took a deep look at him and took out the half-burnt Book of Destiny from her cosmic ring, tossing it to him. If Brother Xiao Xian wants it, I'll give it to you. Lu Yin took the Book of Destiny, his eyes burning with desire. He had tried it before, and the Book of Destiny could be restored by the die. Although the price was rather high, it was still useful. There was always a chance of recovery. Once it was fully restored, he would have 3 books of destiny. At that time, he would be able to see what Zhao Ran was. It wasn't impossible for him to cultivate the art of destiny. After all, the continent in his heart was formed by Fate Zan. Right, there was Fate Zan. Lu Yin looked at Bai Xianer again. And Fate Zan. Bai Xianer was stunned, but before she could react, the situation in Lunar City changed. The Shaolin divinity had truly made his move. He saw that Lu Yin and Bai Xianer were actually talking in his ancestral world and even giving him gifts. They were completely ignoring his ancestral world. Corrode. Go to hell. With that, the Tao of rotting heaven sequence particles surged towards Lu Yin and Bai Xianer. At that moment, extreme danger descended upon them. If they were enveloped by the Tao of rotting heaven, they would truly be corroded. The sequence particles were a qualitative change, and Lu Yin had very few methods to deal with them. He wouldn't even be able to escape. He took a deep breath. You still owe me, Fate Zan. Don't forget. He then looked up. It's time to break through to half-ancestor. At some point in time, a faintly discernible pressure had appeared in the sky. This was the origin tribulation. Before today, Lu Yin wasn't sure if he could break through in the reincarnation spacetime. Even if Bai Xianer had broken through here, even if she had said that at the tea party, he still wasn't sure. When Lunar City appeared, Lu Yin knew that it would be difficult for him to escape. Thus, he had tried to break through to half-ancestor, and reality had proven that he could. He didn't know why. This was clearly the reincarnation spacetime, and even if he cultivated astral energy, there was no origin tribulation here. How could he break through? The only possibility was that Bai Xianer had said, if they aren't connected, how can they be the opposite? The reincarnation spacetime and the primordial space were connected. They were clearly 2 different spacetimes. Now wasn't the time to think about this. The half-ancestor origin tribulation was really coming. The Shaolin divinity suddenly looked up, and his expression changed. What was that? At the tea party, everyone subconsciously stopped and looked up at the sky. They felt a strange pressure. To the people of the reincarnation spacetime, they didn't experience the origin tribulation. The 3 sovereigns and 9 sages could be bestowed by the Grand Empyreans, so they didn't understand. Bai Xianer's eyes lit up. Was she finally breaking through? Little Lu Yin, are you breaking through to half-ancestor? Forgotten Ruins God was surprised. What God looked over? Origin tribulation exists in the primordial space. I haven't seen it in a long time. Void Master frowned. This origin tribulation doesn't seem right. He knew Wu Tian and had seen many tribulations. However, Lu Yin's half-ancestor origin tribulation didn't seem right. Void Master was puzzled. Origin tribulation doesn't exist in the reincarnation spacetime. Why can this kid undergo it here? The origin tribulation in the sky confused everyone. However, no matter how they thought about it, the origin tribulation had indeed appeared. The pressure from the origin tribulation black hole rumbled. The sound was soft, but it made the hearts of those who heard it tremble. Not good. We can't get close to the origin tribulation. Retreat. Void Master suddenly remembered and hurriedly retreated. The 7 sky gods, Wood God, and the others all retreated. Lunar City disappeared, and Shaoyin divinity also retreated. He didn't understand the origin tribulation, but he could sense the danger. Under the origin tribulation, his entire body felt cold, as if he could die at any moment. This feeling shocked him, and he subconsciously wanted to escape. Bai Xian'er avoided him. No one dared to approach Lu Yin at this time. The war continued. However, the 7 sky gods, Wood God, Void Master, and the others were still fighting. Chu Jian woke up because someone had dragged him close to the origin tribulation. After all, he was a disciple of a Grand Empyrean, and no one wanted to see him die. Because of the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, many people in the Six Direction Society had seen the decisive battle brought by the Eternals. They had also seen Lu Yin's origin tribulation. The origin tribulation was unique to the primordial space, and now it had appeared in front of the Six Direction Society. Lu Yin was dressed in white, and he looked up. Strange, this origin tribulation didn't seem right. He had undergone many tribulations in the primordial space, and the range of each origin tribulation was huge. However, although this one was huge, it wasn't as big as the 6th origin tribulation. In fact, it wasn't even as big as an emissary's origin tribulation. What was going on? Bao Sage avoided the corpse god's arm and looked at Lu Yin. He exclaimed, "I didn't expect to see a reincarnation tribulation in my lifetime." What reincarnation tribulation? Jiang Xing didn't understand. Bao Sage explained, according to ancient records, there are no tribulations in the reincarnation spacetime. There is only one kind of tribulation, and that is reincarnation tribulation. Our cultivation is bestowed by a Grand Empyrean, but some people, even if they are bestowed with power, are too strong and attract a backlash from the reincarnation spacetime. This backlash is called a tribulation, and it's called a reincarnation tribulation. My ancestor once saw a reincarnation tribulation. It was Celestial Victor Star's reincarnation tribulation. Jiang Xing was shocked. Celestial Victor Star went through a reincarnation tribulation. Do you think he's called a celestial for nothing? Bao Sage asked. What are you talking about? Be careful not to get slapped to death. In the distance, Mu Tao's mustache trembled. He was constantly on guard against the corpse god, and he regretted coming back. Although there must have been a huge battle in the endless battlefield, or else the others would have come back to help, he would rather fight in the endless battlefield than face the 7 sky gods. Bao Sage wasn't the only one who knew about the reincarnation tribulation. Reverend Lotus and Reverend Shaoyin also remembered. Reverend Shaoyin's eyelids twitched. Reincarnation tribulation, he remembered. This was a reincarnation tribulation. This kid had actually attracted a reincarnation tribulation. Once he was bestowed with power by a Grand Empyrean, he would become another Celestial Victor Star. No, the Six Directions Guild couldn't allow another Celestial Victor Star to appear. For this operation, they had paid a huge price to trap Celestial Victor Star in the endless battlefield. If there was another Celestial Victor Star, the 7 sky gods would have to be deployed to deal with him. Lu family's son, that's a reincarnation tribulation unique to the reincarnation spacetime. Take care of yourself, Void Master reminded. Because the reincarnation tribulation had appeared too long ago, they only remembered it now. Lu Yin was puzzled. What reincarnation tribulation? In the reincarnation spacetime, batches of powerhouses will appear. What you will face is the strongest attack of those powerhouses at the same level as you. This is a reincarnation tribulation, and it is also a tribulation given to you by the reincarnation spacetime. If you can't block it, only death awaits you, Bai Xian'er said. Lu Yin looked at her. You're also a reincarnation tribulation. Bai Xian'er smiled but didn't say anything else. Instead, she pointed upwards. She wasn't the only one. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw a circular pillar of light that was connected from head to tail. It was circular in shape, and all kinds of scenes flashed within it. It really was like reincarnation. Lu Yin saw it and stared at it. He had seen a similar scene before. When he ascended the stargazing tower with the Book of Destiny, he saw the river of time and saw the history of the past. He was clearly going through the half-ancestor origin tribulation, but he actually encountered a reincarnation tribulation. Countless people's gazes were attracted by the reincarnation tribulation, and they didn't know who would appear. The reincarnation spacetime had been around for countless years, and it had existed since the Above Heaven sect was still around. No one knew how many powerhouses had been born during that time, and some of them weren't even recorded in history. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28-23. The Grand Empyrean had talked about history at the beginning of the Tea Party, and there were many names that even the 3 reverends and 9 sages had not heard of. These people were like the people who had appeared between the Daosaur Sex era and the Primordial Spaces era. Perhaps it was because of the passage of time, or perhaps it was because they had been overshadowed by too many brilliant eras, causing their history to be blurry. Lu Yin did not know how many progenitors had existed in the Daosaur sect before the 9 mountains and 8 seas, or how many of them were like progenitor Qin and the others. Although they were from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, their true strength might have been able to illuminate the past and present. The reincarnation tribulation became everyone's focus. Even though the battle was still ongoing, it was not as intense as it had been at the beginning. An intense pressure formed a hurricane that swept towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's white robes fluttered as he looked up at the reincarnation tribulation. Only by breaking through to the half-ancestor level could he awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan and lead the Lu family back. This was the only way out of this situation that he could think of. No matter how difficult this reincarnation tribulation was, he had to break through it. Who in the half-ancestor level could stop him? There was a flash of light, and a figure descended from the reincarnation tribulation. He held a spear, and the tip of the spear turned into fragments that pierced towards Lu Yin. The previous great stone saint used a spear to replace a truncheon. His meridians were like stone, and he used a stone spear technique to shatter and then reform. Jiang Xing exclaimed. In front of Lu Yin's eyes, the shattered spear tip suddenly reformed into a stone spear. Even though it was only a single point, it was as stable as a boulder. Lu Yin clenched his fist and looked up. A blackish-purple substance covered his arm as he punched out. I don't care what kind of transformation you have or what kind of boulder you are. Let's see who can block my punch. Bang! The spear shattered, and this time, it truly shattered. The figure was shattered by a single punch without any resistance. Jiang Xing was stunned. The previous Great Stone Saint had been recognized as a genius of the Great Stone Saint bloodline. He had created his own bloodline and abandoned the truncheon. He had been a brilliant figure in that era, and if he had not encountered the 7 sky gods, he would not have died. But now, he had been shattered by a single punch. Was this Lu family's son really that terrifying when they were in the same realm? Lu Yin's battle with Lu Yin had already shocked them, but now, a familiar figure had been shattered with a single punch. This shocked them even more because it had been so effortless. Following that, another figure appeared, roaring as it transformed into a huge monster that charged towards Lu Yin. It's the Taotia's bloodline. The great bloodline ancestor's bloodline. Somewhere in the reincarnation spacetime, the little food saint's eyes widened. Which generation's old ancestor was this? Before he could see clearly, the Taotai was smashed to pieces by Lu Yin's fist. It was as if the punch had landed on the little saint's face, making him feel aggrieved. This Xian Qi was a bastard. He didn't give them any face at all. At least slow down a little. Beams of light flashed one after another, and powerful figures appeared one after another. Every single one of them had a great background. Lord Lotus frowned. The reincarnation tribulation had appeared more than once. Lord Victor the Celestial had appeared once, and there were others as well. However, not all of their reincarnation tribulations had appeared at the level of the three Venerables' 9 saints. There were also others who had not reached the level of the three Venerables' 9 saints. His samsara tribulation was harder to deal with than anyone else's. These strong people that appeared at the beginning were just exhausting his strength. The real difficulty would come later. Perhaps, he himself would appear. Just as he thought of this, a lotus flower bloomed and pressed down on him. Venerable Lotus was speechless. Her power had really appeared. The god of forgotten ruins laughed, "Isn't this Xiaolian's power? Will it also be crushed by a single punch?" The others looked on. Would Venerable Lotus' power also be crushed by a single punch? Lu Yin punched out, and the lotus flower was crushed. Many looked at Venerable Lotus. He was not giving her any face at all. He had crushed it with a single punch, no matter what kind of power appeared. Even the lotus flower, which had an extremely strong defense, could not withstand a single punch. This was Lu Yin's invincible strength at this level. No one could withstand his strength alone, regardless of whether it was the 9 saints or the 3 venerables. The corpse god looked at Lu Yin, especially the cosmic ring on his hand. The Beirong was in that ring, and he wanted to snatch it away. The ancient god praised, "Since ancient times, there have been very few who have reached the imperishable palm realm. The Lu family has produced a genius, and with such strength, even the reincarnation tribulations cannot stop him." The wood god shook his head, "Guizhi, you are too confident. Although the Genesis space is invincible and you are one of the 6 paths, it does not mean that no one in the reincarnation spacetime can compare to you. The Grand Celestial can compete with the primogenitors, and the 3 venerables can also compete with the 3 realms and 6 paths." The ancient god's expression did not change. "Compete? Other than Do Xing, who else can compete with us? How long can Do Xing live? His Do Xing technique is always overdrawing his life force. Do you really think that the stronger you meet, the stronger you become? The only reason we don't fight him to the death is because we don't want to be dragged to death by him. Look around and see if there is anyone in the reincarnation spacetime who can withstand a punch from the Lu family. The imperishable palm realm is the path that humans should take." Lu Yin punched out, and another figure shattered with a thud. There were already 13 of them, and the one who had just been shattered was the Bao Saint. The Bao Saint's expression did not look good. He, who had broken through to the immortal realm, could not withstand a single punch from Lu Yin. This was equivalent to telling everyone that once Lu Yin stepped into the progenitor realm, he would not be able to withstand a single punch. Wait, no, he was no longer a match for a single punch now. The Bao Saint was not confident that he could withstand Lu Yin's terrifying punch. Lu Yin looked at the reincarnation tribulation, which showed no signs of weakening at all. He did not know how long this would take. He did not know how many progenitors had appeared in the reincarnation spacetime, and he was most afraid that even the great heavenly venerables would appear. He did not want to test how strong the great heavenly venerables who had broken through to the half-ancestor realm were now. He only wanted to break through to the half-ancestor realm as soon as possible, lead the Lu family back, and break the everlasting race's plan. Thinking about this, Lu Yin took a step forward and headed towards the reincarnation tribulation. "Why should you send a tribulation to me?" Lu Yin's gaze was fierce. He was from the origin space, not the reincarnation space-time. He wanted to directly break through this reincarnation tribulation. At this moment, everyone stopped and looked at Lu Yin as he attacked the reincarnation tribulation. Had anyone tried to break through the origin tribulation? It seemed that no one had. If there was, they were already dead. Lu Yin's action made even the Forgotten Ruins God and the others stop and look over. Facing the reincarnation tribulation, Lu Yin punched out. It was this punch that he wanted to break through the reincarnation tribulation. Suddenly, a black lotus bloomed and blocked in front of him. Lu Yin's punch landed on the black lotus, but it did not shatter it. Venerable Lotus blurted out, "Master." Although the 3 venerables and 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime all called the great celestial venerables their masters, this was only in the macro sense. They each had their own masters. The current Venerable Lotus 9th grade's master was the previous Venerable Lotus, known as the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable. If the reincarnation spacetime had to gather the 3 strongest venerables, Victorious Celestial would definitely be one of them. The second would be the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable, the Black Lotus Annihilation, and the Turbid Lotus Venerable. No one could deny the terror of the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable. She did not die in war, but self-immolated and turned into a black lotus. This was one of the most pitiful things in the history of the reincarnation spacetime. If the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable did not self-immolate and went further, her strength would not be any weaker than Victorious Celestial. There would be a second Celestial in the reincarnation spacetime. In the Six Direction Society, countless people were excited. The World Annihilation Lotus Venerable was one of the few powerhouses that was widely recorded. Even the younger generation knew about her. Lu Yin's reincarnation tribulation had also attracted the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable. The Black Lotus had blocked Lu Yin's punch. With Master here, the Lu family's son won't be able to get through this easily, Venerable Lotus muttered to herself. Void Master was shocked. The World Annihilation Lotus Venerable has also appeared. The Lu family's son is in trouble, but even the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable cannot stop him. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's expression was uncertain. He had seen and feared the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable before. That woman in black who looked like a blooming poisonous flower had left a deep impression on him. With her strength, the Lu family's son would not be easy to deal with. That was what everyone thought. Then, cracks appeared on the Black Lotus and it shattered. Everyone was stunned. Venerable Lotus was aghast. Impossible. One punch, one punch. Even though the Black Lotus did not shatter immediately and was delayed, it still shattered in the end. The strongest Venerable Lotus in history had broken through to the immortal realm, but she still could not block Lu Yin's punch. Lu Yin's punch had shocked everyone as much as the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable. Jiang Xing gasped. Even the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable could not block a punch. Who else in the reincarnation tribulation can do it? They could not think of anyone. Could it be the victorious celestial? Or an exalted celestial? Lu Yin was about to punch again when a figure appeared from within the reincarnation tribulation and sat cross-legged in front of Lu Yin. The punch that he was about to unleash suddenly stopped. Lu Yin looked at the figure sitting cross-legged. He did not know why, but he did not want to fight. This punch was hesitant. Shi Xing. Dimensional Master was shocked. Wood God, Void Master, and the rest looked over. He's here. Jiang Xing, Bao Sage, and the rest were shocked. In Limitless, Bodhi Sage was commanding the Six-Way Society to counterattack the Eternals. The 7 sky gods had all gone to the tea party. She wanted to use this opportunity to expand the endless battlefield's battle results. No matter what happened at the tea party, her battlefield was the endless battlefield. The slaughter in the endless battlefield was not much easier than the tea party. The Gourmet Sage, the current Grand Stone Sage, and some of the Six-Way Society's powerhouses were all fighting. The extraterrestrial powerhouses were also fighting the Eternals. The entire universe was in chaos. Even though the endless battlefield slaughter was fierce, Xixing's appearance attracted her attention. Xixing was one of the 3 reverends and 9 sages. His status was not as high as Lotus Sovereign Annihilation, but he could attract everyone's attention because he was too mysterious. If Bodhi Sage was mysterious because he had presided over Limitless, then that was only for a period of time. In the long river of time, Bodhi Sage was not that old and was about the same age as Jiangxing and the others. However, Xixing was different. No one knew his age, and similarly, no one knew his strength. Xixing was the only powerhouse among the 3 reverends and 9 sages who had never fought. No one had ever seen Xixing fight, and he had never been to the endless battlefield. Even so, no one dared to underestimate him. No matter what, he had lived for too long, and his seniority was even higher than Victoria's Celestial. If not for the fact that he had never fought, he might not have been one of the 9 sages. There were rumors that Xixing's existence was to stabilize the reincarnation spacetime and to help the Grand Empyreans. There were even rumors that the Grand Empyreans' tea could only be drunk at the tea party, but Xixing could drink it at any time. Xixing was the uncrowned leader of the 9 sages. Thank you. Book friend 59285813 Book friend 576669485 Cat North South QAQ Mr. Jin's tomorrow heartless little enemy brother's reward, I'll give it to you. Yesterday, the baby's 1-month-old celebration was held. Next, I have to ask for leave to give the baby an injection. In June, I have to go on a business trip to Beijing. I'm too busy. Fortunately, my brothers have always supported me. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28-24. He Wuxian looked at the reincarnation tribulation. Xixing. This person wasn't easy to deal with. He had tried to kill Xixing before, but he had given up in the end. It wasn't because of his strength, but because Xixing's fearless spirit had affected him. Once a person's willpower reached a certain level, they could really reverse the universe. Even if Xixing had been sitting still, He Wuxian had hesitated and even retreated. The Lu family's son should be feeling the same as He Wuxian. Under the reincarnation tribulation, Lu Yin hesitated. He didn't know why, but he couldn't do it. He didn't want to destroy this harmonious scene. This person sat cross-legged and stabilized the void. It was like an eternal scene that couldn't be destroyed, and he couldn't bear to destroy it. This person seemed to be sacrificing himself, which stirred Lu Yin's compassion. This person shouldn't be beaten. Lu Yin didn't attack, and neither did Xixing. The reincarnation tribulation continued to flash. Bai Xianu muttered to herself, Xixing can't stop brother Xiao Xian, so the reincarnation tribulation is still looking for him. Brother Xiao Xian, I have to admit that your strength is unfathomable. At that moment, the sky of the reincarnation spacetime suddenly changed. An indescribable astral source swept over from afar, as if it wanted to push the entire reincarnation spacetime away. Everyone looked into the distance and saw the boundless astral source whistling over. What's that? Everyone was shocked. The entire reincarnation spacetime was affected, and many people coughed up blood as the energy in their bodies flipped over. Lu Yin looked into the distance with a dazed expression. Is that an astral source? The Genesis Space's astral source? The sole true God and Grand Empyrean's battle suddenly stopped as they looked into the distance. Grand Empyrean's expression turned ugly. It actually attracted the entire Genesis space over. How can it be so impatient to help this child? The sole true God praised, even I am amazed by the Lu family's son's talent. He far surpasses his ancestor, Lu Yuan. Even Lu Yuan's tribulation didn't have such momentum. It seems like we have to invite him to die today. As the endless astral source appeared and pushed the reincarnation spacetime away, not only did it push away the astral source, but it also pushed away the reincarnation tribulation. A new black hole appeared in the sky. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. Was this necessary? He was only transcending a half-ancestor origin tribulation, but the origin tribulation from the origin space actually came to the reincarnation spacetime. How badly did she want to stop him? The ancient god looked at the new origin tribulation in the sky with an unprecedentedly serious expression. He's clearly in the reincarnation spacetime, but he managed to draw the origin tribulation from the origin space through the sequence string. This child's talent is truly terrifying. The wood deity frowned. The reincarnation tribulation is only a backlash caused by this child's strength. It won't help him in his breakthrough to the half-martial ancestor realm. However, the primal space half-martial ancestor origin tribulation is different. Once he overcomes it, he will become a half-martial ancestor and transform his inner world. That is the true tribulation that cultivators of the primal space should overcome. I wonder if the origin tribulation of the half-ancestor in the primordial space wants to destroy him or help him. The ancient god raised his head. It's fine if we destroy it, but once we cross it, we will definitely kill him. Above the tea party, the tribulation origin black hole began to expand. Everyone began to retreat. Lu Yin was certain that this expansion would surpass the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as well as the space sealed by the eternal sourcebox array. But so what? Even if the space was opened, who would be able to leave? This place was equivalent to the battlefield of the final battle. Whoever left was a traitor. Furthermore, Lu Yin himself was unable to leave. The god of oblivion had probably dispelled the reincarnation tribulation that had just occurred. With the tribulation origin tribulation affecting him, he could actually head to the primal space. But how would he leave during his tribulation? He could not leave during his half-martial ancestor origin tribulation, as leaving meant giving up on the half-martial ancestor tribulation. There was no point in him going to the primal space, as he needed to awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan. Breaking through to the half-martial ancestor realm was imperative. He no longer cared about the battle situation. Everyone was retreating, even the 7 sky gods. No one was willing to be enveloped by the tribulation origin tribulation. The tribulation origin tribulation did not matter who it was. It was based on the strength of the person undergoing the tribulation. Once the 7 sky gods were enveloped by it, the tribulation that descended would be enough to threaten them. Lu Yin temporarily forgot about everything else as he stared at the tribulation origin black hole above his head. Come, let me see what kind of tribulation this is that it can cross through parallel space to stop me. When an emissary underwent the half-martial ancestor tribulation, the greatest transformation was the transformation of the astral origin cyclone into an inner world. Everyone's inner world was different, and the type of inner world that was formed was determined by each person's personality, the strength they displayed, and the direction they wanted to cultivate. Back in the above heaven sect, Lu Yin had asked Lu Bujing and the others, and the conclusion he had obtained was that the astral origin cyclone was the foundation, and the direction of cultivation was the key to choosing the inner world that one wanted to transform. Ling Qing's inner world was the sky blade realm because he cultivated the path of the blade. Kuei Luo's inner world was the dragon's gate, which suited his personality better. Lu Yun's inner world was the thousand streams Tao breaker, which suited the characteristics of Lu Yun's strength. Elder Chan's inner world was more special, as it was the Hall of Honor. It resonated with the Hall of Honor in the real world, and it also represented Elder Chan's wish to have the Hall of Honor protect humanity. Everyone could choose which inner world they wanted to develop, and Lu Yin had long since decided that the first inner world that he wanted to transform would be based on strength. He had 4 astral origin cyclones, and an ordinary person could transform a single astral origin cyclone into an inner world. Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, and he was unwilling to give up on 3 astral origin cyclones, but he also had no way to combine all 4. Thus, he decided to transform them all. First, the first one. Lu Yin looked up and muttered to himself. Behind him, the Akalanatha elephant appeared vividly, and it roared at the tribulation origin black hole. Its terrifying power rippled through the void, visible to the naked eye. Outside the tribulation origin black hole, the forgotten ruins god was shocked. Based on strength? That's not a good choice. The sorcerer spirit god was puzzled. This kid was not stupid. He had cultivated various powers from the 3 realms and 6 Daos, and he himself had cultivated a strange power that could ignore spatial seals. How could he use strength as a base? The ancient god narrowed his eyes. Strength as a base. That was not a bad choice, as the imperishable realm was the true path that humans should take. Unfortunately, everyone was short-sighted. If this kid could use strength and battle force to carve out an unprecedented path, then he would coincide with the ancient god's goal. However, it was still a little narrow-minded. The realm of mastery was the path that humans should take, but there was more than one path. The ancient god had not known before, but now he knew. In the 6 Direction Society, countless people were fighting the Eternals while watching the screen in shock. They watched as the tribulation origin black hole continued to expand. This was the first time that they had seen such a scene. Why would there be tribulations when breaking through? Wasn't it good to break through and increase one's strength? Perhaps this was the true reason for the origin space's destruction. The tribulation origin black hole was deep and terrifying. Lu Yin dared to attempt the reincarnation tribulation, but he was not confident in facing this black hole. In the end, the reincarnation spacetime was not on the same level as the origin space. The ripples in the void slowly approached the tribulation origin black hole and finally connected. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Feel it. Let me see what I'll encounter if I want to transform my inner world. In the long river of time, what was the first thing that came to mind when strength was mentioned? If this question was asked to the people of the 5th mainland, they would only mention Lu Yin. However, if this question was asked to the people of the origin space, they would not mention the Lu family, but the Mavis family. The Lu family was synonymous with strength, but the Mavis family was the controller of that strength. In terms of pure strength, even the Lu family could not compare to the Mavis family. This was because the Mavis family had inherited strength. Lu Yin watched as a person descended from the tribulation origin black hole. It was a humanoid tribulation origin black hole. Everyone who understood the tribulation origin black hole knew that the humanoid tribulation origin black hole was the most difficult to deal with. This was because the tribulation origin black hole believed that it could stop the person undergoing the tribulation. Lu Yin immediately recognized that the humanoid tribulation origin black hole was a Mavis. Their clothes were very distinctive. Should he let the Mavis family stop him? Lu Yin's eyes blazed. He had defeated the ascendant Mavis of this era, as well as he Luo Mavis of the origin space. He wanted to see if there was anyone in the Mavis family who could stop him when he was on the verge of breaking through to the ancestor realm. There was no one more suitable than the Mavis family for this tribulation. As the family that controlled the 2nd mainland, they had the same status as the Lu family. Lu Yin had never underestimated the Mavis family, and today, he might be able to see the peak of their era. The humanoid tribulation origin black hole waved a hand, and a divine tree appeared behind it. This divine tree connected the heavens to the earth, and its shining fruits shone brightly. At the same time, boiling battle force scorched the void. This was the Warring States period. Lu Yin raised his brows. He Luo Mavis also cultivated battle force. It seemed that the Mavis family had admired Guiji's strength in that era. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, the Elder God and Wood God did not make a move. They both stared at Lu Yin, who was undergoing his tribulation. In any case, it would not take long, and even if he broke through to the ancestor realm, it would not change the situation. Perhaps I know who she is. The elder god looked at the humanoid tribulation origin black hole. How nostalgic, little girl. Bang! The void exploded, and black cracks spread out in all directions. The humanoid tribulation origin black hole collided with Lu Yin's fist, and its body was sent flying. Lu Yin took a step forward and punched out again. The Mavis family was very strong, but he was not an ordinary Lu family member. Even if he was the Lu Tianyi of that era, he would not be able to do so. He knew that he was stronger than anyone in his generation. The humanoid tribulation origin black hole raised its arms in response to Lu Yin's punch. With a bang, the tribulation origin black hole was dispersed, and the Warring States period shattered. Lu Yin stood in the sky and looked into the distance. The divine tree had yet to disappear. Lightning bolts intertwined, and the humanoid tribulation origin black hole reappeared beneath the tree. This time, the humanoid tribulation origin black hole raised its hand without hesitation. Glowing fruits fell from the tree and were caught by the humanoid tribulation origin black hole. 1 fruit, 2 fruits, 3 fruits, 10 fruits, 15 fruits. Lu Yin was stunned. She could eat like this. Regardless of whether it was Yuhua Mavis or He Luo Mavis, they would use their infinite strength to visualize the divine tree and then eat a fruit. At most, they could eat 2 or 3 fruits. But this girl had eaten so many. As the fruits were eaten, the humanoid tribulation origin black hole's strength increased at a visible rate. Lu Yin could feel the pressure of its power just by standing there. Outside the range of the tribulation origin black hole, the Forgotten Ruins god exclaimed, "I remember now." It's that Chi. The elder god looked at the humanoid tribulation origin black hole with nostalgia. It really is you, Chi. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28-25. The Mavis clan had once produced a freak during the above heaven era. His eyes were dull, and he had no life instincts. He was always in a daze, and only when he was fighting did he resemble a human. That Mavis was called Chi. No one remembered her name. They only knew that she was called Chi. Her cultivation speed was extremely fast. What made everyone gasp in admiration was her stomach that could continuously swallow fruits, allowing her strength to truly reach an infinite level. She was the true synonym of infinite strength. Despite being an idiot, everyone was certain that she would break through to the ancestor realms sooner or later. Once she did, Mavis would welcome an absolutely terrifying expert, a monster that would make even the 3 realms and 6 Daos sigh in admiration. It was as if she was born just for Mavis. Unfortunately, she had died. She had become the eternal regret of the Mavis clan, and also the regret of the Dao Lord of the Third Mainland, Guizhi. That Chi's favorite thing to do was to look for Guizhi to train his battle chi. Even we have to admit that in this realm, there is no one who can surpass Chi in terms of strength. Son of the Lu clan, if you can surpass her, you will become the strongest person in the inner world since ancient times, the ancient god murmured. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the humanoid tribulation origin in front of him. She was still eating her fruit. The pressure grew stronger and stronger, and if Lu Yin didn't use any other methods, he wouldn't be able to win just by relying on brute strength. This was a true Mavis monster. He Luo Mavis was far too weak compared to this humanoid origin tribulation. To think that she was a Dao child. Finally, all of the fruits on the divine tree were eaten, and the humanoid origin tribulation casually dispersed the tree. There was no need for visualization, nor was there any need for Sengoku. It slowly raised its right fist and punched at Lu Yin. Lu Yin could feel the pressure of pure power. His breathing almost stopped. How many years had it been? Ever since he surpassed Ascension Mavis, he had never been at a disadvantage in terms of strength. With just one punch, he knew that he was no match for this humanoid tribulation origin being in terms of strength. This was the limitless power of the Mavis family. Since she was able to consume the fruit, then he would not hold back. There was a loud bang as the humanoid origin tribulation charged towards Luin and punched out. This punch crushed the very fabric of space and brought with it an unparalleled pressure. Just the aftershocks alone tore through the void and extended beyond the origin tribulation's range. As the aftershock swept out, the gate of heaven was shattered, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook as they were torn apart. Su Heng, Xiu Xiai, Jiang Xing, and the others also felt it at this moment, and they found it hard to breathe. They couldn't believe that there was actually such a terrifying power. This was not a power that an immortal should possess. Even the Divine Eater did not possess such power. Lu Yin looked at the incoming fist. It was so small, but its strength was exaggerated. If the speed was not fast, he could avoid it. However, this was a competition of strength. How could he avoid it? If he avoided it, how would he be able to form his inner world? Since the origin tribulation had appeared, he had to destroy it. Lu Yin's expression turned cold as the purplish-black substance spread out from his palm. He activated his inextinguishable battle force and the immovable heavenly king elephant roared, causing his arm to wither. He punched out, and the withered tree within his heart swayed. 50 punches. Bang! The violent collision almost ruptured everyone's eardrums. Many people felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. The shockwaves formed an earth-shattering force that swept through the void. The stable void floated like a wave before turning into a tsunami that spread out in all directions. This was Lu Yin's peak punch, and he had used pure strength to forcefully shatter the humanoid origin tribulation. The humanoid origin tribulation's boundless strength was enough to kill a progenitor. However, Lu Yin's strongest punch could threaten anyone below the sequence particle realm. The humanoid origin tribulation shattered without any resistance. Lu Yin passed through the tribulation, and his tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed. Qi had been defeated. The ancient god was not surprised that Qi was outside the range of the origin tribulation. The Lu family's son had all sorts of methods, and even if his strength could not compare to Qi's, he still had other methods to win, such as the Divine Seal Catalog. That punch just now had not been based on pure strength. However, Qi's strength also originated from the Mavis god tree, so they were the same. The half-progenitor origin tribulation had just begun, so why had he encountered Qi right at the beginning? There should not be anyone whose strength surpassed Qi's, and the ancient god was somewhat puzzled. Lu Yin had a connection with the origin tribulation black hole, and it was a connection of strength. This connection was the direction in which Lu Yin wanted to transform his inner world. When the humanoid origin tribulation shattered, an invisible force caused the astral origin cyclones within Lu Yin's body to change. Lu Yin raised his brows. He had succeeded just like that. Normally, there should be more than one origin tribulation. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Could it be that the black hole had sensed his 4 astral origin cyclones, which was why the tribulation that appeared was the strongest? That was not impossible. No wonder the humanoid origin tribulation had appeared, and it had been so monstrous. If it had been an ordinary half-progenitor and not him, then no ordinary progenitor would have been able to block the humanoid origin tribulation's punch, let alone after swallowing the fruit. After all, the humanoid origin tribulation had blocked one of his punches before shattering the second one. Within the samsara tribulation, even the Black Lotus had not been able to block a single punch. This was definitely the strongest origin tribulation that had appeared when transforming one's inner world. Within Lu Yin's body, the astral origin cyclones began to change. They left his body and turned into rays of light that circled around his body, gradually spreading out in a beautiful manner. Lu Yin raised a hand and touched one of the rays of light. Energy surged into his body, and he was delighted. This was pure strength, and these rays of light represented strength. He continued to draw the rays of light into his body, and his strength continued to swell. His original strength continued to increase, and his inner world continued to expand as more rays of light appeared. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. Just how many rays of light were there? If all of these rays of light entered his body, how much would his strength increase? He could not even begin to imagine, as his inner world would expand. The higher his cultivation, the greater the range. This was what it meant to use strength as a foundation to obtain an inner world that would allow one's strength to increase without limit. The seemingly simple lines continued to expand like flat plains, but they brought about the possibility of unlimited strength. Since that was the case, this inner world was called limitless. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, those from the Six Direction Society did not understand and felt that it was normal. However, the Forgotten Ruins God, Sorcerer Spirit God, and the others felt that something was amiss. The Eternals understood Lu Yin too well. Each of his origin tribulations was world-shaking, so how could a humanoid origin tribulation end? However, when they saw that Lu Yin's inner world had transformed, they knew that it had indeed ended. How could this be? If a half-progenitor's origin tribulation ended like this, then they felt that it would be a waste of the price they had paid to cross over to a parallel universe. No, there's a problem, Sorcerer Spirit God said. The Forgotten Ruins God stared at Lu Yin. Little Lu Yin, there's no accident. Then she looked up at the black hole, and her eyes flashed. This origin tribulation shows no signs of dissipating. Everyone in the Six Direction sect thought that Lu Yin's origin tribulation had broken through to half-ancestor. It should have disappeared. Jiang Sheng and the others also prepared to continue attacking the corpse god. However, not only did the black hole not dissipate, but it also expanded. Lu Yin took a deep breath. This was how it should be. Although the origin tribulations were terrifying, which one of his origin tribulations wasn't world-shaking? The emissary's origin tribulation against progenitor Qin, the sixth origin tribulation against the mother tree, and the eighth origin tribulation without limit. This half-ancestor origin tribulation was no exception. It was great to undergo tribulation in the reincarnation spacetime. He wanted to let the reincarnation spacetime and the Six Direction sect see how the Genesis space cultivated and how difficult it was for someone from the Genesis space to reach the progenitor realm. What bestowal? What talent? All of that was useless. It would never be able to create the glory of the above heaven. Only by overcoming the origin tribulation and narrowly escaping death could one achieve supreme glory. Lu Yin let go of the lower passage, using the astral origin cyclone as the foundation. This time, he had already thought about it. Space. Space and time were both elusive powers. Some people even said that they didn't exist. Regardless, Lu Yin wanted to use space to touch the origin tribulation and see what kind of inner world would be born. Tai Jade Domain. Lines appeared. It was Su Wuwei's Tai Jade Domain. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, Su Wuwei watched in amazement. He had never undergone an origin tribulation before, so what would happen if he touched it with his Tai Jade Domain? He was looking forward to this moment. Everyone's attention was on Lu Yin. It was just a half-ancestor origin tribulation, but it was enough to stop all the battles in the Tea Party. Even the Soul True God and the Grand Empyrean were in a stalemate, waiting for Lu Yin to undergo his tribulation. The lines of the Tai Jade Domain touched the black hole, and an astral origin cyclone appeared in the lower passage. Black Wushan raised his head. A second astral origin cyclone. Forgotten Ruins God's eyes widened as he licked his bright red lips. There's actually a second astral origin cyclone. No wonder. Little Lu Yin, you're really surprising. The Undying God opened his eyes. Interesting. When the lines of space touched the origin tribulation black hole, Luin suddenly fell into a trance. He saw familiar scenes that had just appeared. He saw Tyene City, Saint Evergreen's corpse, Yuan Sage's despair, and the arrogance of their first meeting. These were all things that had happened before, so why was he seeing them now? A gust of wind blew through the origin tribulation black hole, cool and refreshing. Then, an invisible river appeared. Except for a few people, the rest couldn't see it at all. The ancient god's expression changed as he blurted out, "The river of time." The zombie god stared at the origin tribulation. The undying god was much more awake. Void Master and Grand Elder Gu were stunned. The river of time. This kid was clearly undergoing a tribulation, but a river of time had appeared in his origin tribulation. Only powerhouses at the level of sequence particles could see the river of time. It was a place that only existed in legends. Even powerhouses who had the innate gift of time or cultivated to the point where they could reverse time might not have set foot in it. The undying god's eyes widened. He was the founder of Reverse Step, which could reverse time and space. He understood time very well. Seeing the river of time appear, the corners of his mouth curled up. You touched the river of time with space. It's impossible for you to live with your realm. The appearance of the river of time represented time, ancient and modern, and represented an incomprehensible level. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28-26. Lu Yin's scalp went numb when he saw the river of time appear. No matter how confident he was, he had never thought of drawing out the river of time. Was this an origin tribulation? This is murder. The river of time flowed towards Lu Yin. He had experienced traveling through spacetime before, but he didn't know what would happen if he came into contact with the river of time. Going back to the past. Or to the future. Either way, he didn't want to. However, as the river approached, he had no way to stop it. Space and time, how could they compare to the boundless flow of time? He must have been out of his mind to use space to touch the origin tribulation. This was an uncontrollable power. Xia Xinji had come into contact with the power of time and had secretly hidden it, not wanting Bai Wang Yuan and the others to know about it. One could imagine how important the power of time was to him. As for Xia Xinji, he was already considered one of the most powerful existences below the sequence particle realm. This was not a power that he could come into contact with at the moment. He was too impulsive. He had only wanted to use space to transcend the origin tribulation and transform his inner world, but he had never thought that it would be so difficult for him to transcend the origin tribulation. In particular, he didn't expect the space to draw out the river of time. Why? Why did space bring time? With no time to think, he raised his hand and summoned his die. The only thing he could do now was roll it. With a flick of his finger, the die began to spin. With a flick of his finger, a useless object was revealed. With a flick of his finger, the die began to spin. With a flick of his finger, the die began to spin. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, the ancient god and the rest looked at Lu Yin. Was that his innate gift? No one knew much about dice. What the Eternals knew about Lu Yin was that he could control others at close range, improve the performance of certain objects, and disintegrate certain things that could not be disintegrated. The die had 6 points of talent. The Eternals, or perhaps many people, had guessed a little, but not all. They had never thought that the talent of the 6 dice would be concentrated in one person. Lu Yin tapped out with a finger. The river of time did not move very quickly, but it was still closing in. Lu Yin did not want to give up on transcending his tribulation. If he did, then it would be difficult for him to break through to the half-ancestor realm, and it would also be difficult for him to break through the Eternals' ambush. At 4 o'clock, the scene in front of him changed and he appeared in the time-stop space. He had only come here to give himself more time to consider. It was impossible for the origin tribulation to be unsolvable. Since he could draw down the river of time, there should be a way to break it. He had to consider it carefully. Suddenly, the timer in the time-stop space started to jump. It started out as 3 days, but when he looked at it, he saw that there was only 1 minute left. He was shocked, and he quickly used the star source to increase the time. The star source kept increasing the time in the time-stop spatial dimension, and the time kept jumping, sometimes increasing and sometimes decreasing. Lu Yin was overjoyed. He finally understood. The river of time represented time, and its essence was time. Although he was hiding in the time-stop space, this place was also time. Two similar forces were colliding. The constant collisions caused the time in this space to be constantly consumed. The moment the number jumped was the moment the river of time in the outside world flowed. This was a battle between the long river of time and the die's 4 pips time-stop space. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. So that was how it was. Right, he should have thought of this. As he watched the numbers continuously jump, he continued to fuse with his astral source. He wanted to forcefully grind away the river of time. The moment the numbers stopped jumping would be the moment the river of time flowed past. He didn't know what others were looking at. Only a second had passed, but the river of time had already passed. However, the river of time was not something that others could understand. He didn't even have the time to hide his innate gift. All he wanted to do was to pass this trial. As long as he could pass it, everything would be fine. Very quickly, the numbers suddenly skyrocketed, and Lu Yin subconsciously stopped. The numbers stopped moving, and the river of time flowed past. Lu Yin gulped. This meant that he had passed the trial. Almost a year had passed, and Lu Yin had increased the time in the time-stop space by almost a year, which was about the same as the amount of time he normally spent. Now, he only had 41 days left. He wasn't in a hurry to leave, and he simply waited while recovering his body. The half-ancestor origin tribulation wasn't that simple, as there were still 2 more half-ancestor origin tribulations. He hadn't forgotten that the reincarnation tribulations hadn't disappeared and had only been pushed away. However, the Shisheng was still around, and more powerhouses would appear during the reincarnation tribulations. Although Lu Yin was disgusted by the reincarnation tribulations and felt that these tribulations were completely unnecessary, he had no choice since he was in the reincarnation spacetime. In a flash, the time ended, and the scene in front of Lu Yin changed as he appeared in the area where he had undergone his tribulation. However, only a second had passed in reality. Outside the range of the origin tribulations, those who had seen the river of time had seen a strange scene. The river of time had clearly been flowing slowly, but it had suddenly disappeared in an instant. The entire process had only lasted 1 second, and although the river of time itself couldn't be understood due to the existence of time, that 1 second of disappearance had still made those who had seen it feel uncomfortable. Blacklist God's eyes stared at Lu Yin. The power of time. This kid really does control the power of time. What happened in that 1 second must be his innate gift. The Forgotten Ruins God smiled. Little Lu Yin, the power of time isn't easy to control. Do you want to tell me? Let me help you. Lu Yin ignored them. The disappearance of the river of time meant that he had passed the origin tribulations, which meant that his inner world was about to transform. Although the Forgotten Ruins God was teasing him, they were all very curious as to how his inner world would transform after crossing the river of time, and what it would transform into. Even the sole true God and the Grand Empyrean were curious. Someone who hadn't even reached the half-ancestor realm had actually crossed the river of time. This was something that they hadn't expected, but once he did, the results would be unimaginable. Under everyone's gazes, Lu Yin began to move. Lu Yin's breakthrough astral origin cyclone slowly transformed until it finally transformed into a beam of light. Everyone was stunned. Light? Lu Yin looked at the ray of light in front of him. It was a ray of light that hadn't disappeared. It was grayish-white in color and looked very ordinary, but this was his second inner world. Lu Yin opened his celestial eye, and what he saw was still a ray of light, but it also seemed to be formed by spatial lines. He raised his hand and touched the light. The next moment, his face lit up with ecstasy. He didn't know how to explain it. This seemed like light, but it was actually space, and its greatest use was to chase after time. Space chased after time. What kind of concept was that? He hadn't thought about it before. Someone once said that time was light and that it was propagation, but it was also an illusion. If a person's speed was fast enough to surpass the speed of time, then they could reverse time and return to the corresponding scene at that time. Lu Yin had traveled through time before, but back then, he hadn't understood it at all. Now, however, he seemed to understand a little. Space was the carrier of time, and time traveled through space. It was both real and illusory, and what flowed out could be either time or space. Mastering either would allow one to touch the other. Now, Lu Yin's inner world had transformed into both a physical space and time that could be seen with the naked eye. He could rely on this to chase after time. This also meant that Lu Yin truly had the ability to reverse time. His breathing quickened. Reversing time was completely different from reversing time. Reversing time was said to be reversing time and space, but what he could control was only to cause it to become chaotic. This ray of light was different, as it could truly reverse time. Lu Yin knew this the moment he touched it. However, he didn't know how long it would take to reverse time. He had to try it, and he also had to test the results of reversing time. The ray of light revolved around Lu Yin and then entered his body. Lu Yin raised his head. Since this ray of light could reverse time, then he would call it flowing light. The transformation of his second inner world, flowing light, was complete. Outside the origin tribulation, everyone was silent. Those who didn't understand were at a loss. They only saw Lu Yin standing under the origin tribulation, his expression changing from calm to fear, then to ecstasy a second later. Finally, a ray of light appeared in front of them, but no one knew what had happened in the middle. As for those who could understand it, they were very interested in that light. That light was definitely not simple. The sorcerer spirit god laughed strangely. "Hey, kid from the Lu family, are you interested in sharing your second inner world?" Lu Yin looked at him. "Not interested." "But..." Lu Yin looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. "If you ask me, I can tell you." The Forgotten Ruins god was stunned, then laughed happily. "Little Lu Yin, I didn't dote on you for nothing. I'll tell you whatever you ask." "If I ask you, will you tell me too?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "As long as you ask." The Forgotten Ruins god's eyes turned and pointed at Lu Yin's head. "Are you digging a hole for me? Or are you digging a hole for yourself? The origin tribulation hasn't disappeared yet." Everyone looked at the sky, speechless. The origin tribulation black hole hadn't disappeared. The origin tribulation hadn't dissipated, and the person who was going through the tribulation talked to outsiders. It was very likely that outsiders would be implicated. No one knew what kind of origin tribulation would descend. But then again, the origin tribulation hadn't disappeared yet. Lu Yin looked up. "Yes, it hasn't disappeared. It really saw me." "Then, let's continue." The wood god's face was solemn. The third astral cyclone. "Guiji, has there ever been such a person in your origin space?" The ancient god's eyes were still. The more talented one is, the more intolerable he is. No matter how many astral cyclones or inner worlds he has, after this tribulation, I will personally kill him." The wood god shook his head. "You can't do it." The ancient god looked at him. "You can try." Then, he said loudly, "7 sky gods, after the origin tribulation, kill the Lu family's son. This child cannot be left alive." The witch spirit god's eyes narrowed. The forgotten ruins god raised his eyebrows, and his smile fell. The zombie god clenched his fists, still staring at Lu Yin's cosmic ring. The black god frowned. The undying god was still as lazy as ever. The wood god's voice also sounded. 6 Paths Guild, protect the Lu family's son. No matter if there is a grudge or not, the greater the threat this child can bring to the Eternals, the greater the benefit to the 6 Paths Guild. I, the Wood God, request that you all consider the overall situation of humanity and let this child live." The Void Master laughed. "Of course, I have to let him live. I promised Wu Tian to protect his inheritance. Moreover, this kid is to my liking." Grand Elder Shangu exhaled, his face solemn. "My lost clan will protect him with all our might." The Void Master looked at Lu Yin. "This child has great research value. We should keep him." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28-27. Mu Carving tightened his grip on his sword, and Su Wuwei's expression turned solemn. Mr. Da hanged, Su hanged, Su Lang, Xiao Xiai, Mu Tao, Jiang Xing, Bao Xing, and the others all adjusted their mentality and prepared for the upcoming battle. Lotus Reverend was the same. They had fought because of the Eternals' invasion, but now, the upcoming battle would revolve around Lu Yin. Humanity did not want to lose this genius with limitless potential. He had long since forgotten their first meeting. He stood in a corner and watched Lu Yin's tribulation. That spot should have been his, but why? The words he had once said to Chu Yuan kept echoing in his mind. Chu Yuan was right, this person was a monster. Bai Xianer's eyes flickered as she stared at Lu Yin. "Brother Xiaoxian, you're becoming more and more unpredictable." Beneath the black hole, Lu Yin revealed the astral cyclone within the middle pass. Everyone had been mentally prepared, as the tribulation had yet to end, and there was a high chance that there would still be an astral cyclone. However, when it truly appeared, many found it difficult to breathe. 3 astral origin cyclones. 3 astral origin cyclones could form 3 inner worlds. How terrifying! And these were just 3 inner worlds. Once he became a progenitor, he would have 3 ancestral worlds. Who could deal with him? The Lu family already had the Divine Seal catalog and the General Appointment platform, but Lu Yin had still managed to summon 3 ancestral realms, which was a cheat among cheats. Once he successfully reached the level of the sequence laws, he would be able to take on all of the 7 sky gods by himself. Lu Yin's display of strength had already surpassed everyone's understanding of it. Even the ancient gods were shocked. The 7 sky gods were going all out to kill Lu Yin. One could only imagine how shocking this was. Even the 6 Paths Society, who did not understand the cultivation path of the Genesis space, were shocked. Throughout history, no one had ever reached this step. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He planned to use his 3rd inner world, the overturning sky palm. This was something that Kuei Luo had reminded him of. Before coming here, Kuei Luo had specifically looked for him to remind him of the overturning sky palm. When Lu Xiaoxian had created the overturning sky palm, it had attracted the attention of many ancestors in the cosmic tree realm, including the Lu family's ancestor. When he had first heard this, Lu Yin had not been too shocked. However, the more he learned, the more he realized just how shocking it was to attract the Lu family's ancestor. This was Ancestor Lu Yuan, one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. It was unimaginable that the creation of a battle technique could draw out Patriarch Lu Yuan. Lu Yin could not understand how Lu Shaoxian, who had not even reached the level of an emissary, had been able to create a battle technique that had drawn out Patriarch Lu Yuan. Even if he had learned the overturning sky palm, even if he knew that the overturning sky palm was indeed powerful and belonged to the realm of battle techniques, it should not have been created by Lu Shaoxian. Even with Kuei Luo's repeated assurances, Lu Yin felt that it was impossible for Lu Shaoxian to create the overturning heaven palm. Now, he did not dwell on this. The overturning sky palm was very strong, indeed very strong. He could feel it when he fought with the undying god's avatar. Sometimes, the overturning sky palm could bring about a reversal, just like the Primogenitor Sutra. Since the overturning heaven palm was so powerful, Lu Yin decided to use it to transform his third inner world. It wasn't only because of the heaven toppling palm, but also because he wanted to give an explanation to Lu Xiaoshuan's past self. The fourth seal had nothing to do with Lu Xiaoshuan's memories. Instead, it was a test. No matter how far away the Lu family was, as long as he could break the fourth seal, he would be able to awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan. This meant that his plan to break the seal and restore Lu Xiaoshuan's memories had failed. He was Lu Yin, not Lu Shaoxian. Lu Shaoxian had his own life. From the moment the Lu family was exiled, Lu Shaoxian had already died. He was Lu Yin. He wanted to give Lu Shaoxian an explanation. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at the tribulation origin black hole. The overturning sky palm planted a sky. The sky was the palm, and the palm overturned the sky. The earth was the soil, and the sky was the soil. Now that the soil was in the sky, it was bound to overturn the sky. Others couldn't see anything when the palm overturned, but this sudden palm allowed Lu Yin to cross through parallel space and see the origin space, the starry sky tree, and the fifth mainland. What was going on? Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock. The overturning sky palm allowed him to see the origin space. The third tribulation origin black hole looked like the most ordinary tribulation. The black hole didn't display any shocking scenes. Instead, a single speck of dust slowly descended towards Lu Yin with a white light. Lu Yin stared at the speck of dust. What was this? In the distance, the only true god and the Grand Empyrean exclaimed, "Nascent dust?" The ancient god took a step forward, his expression changing for the first time as he stared at the speck of dust. This had actually appeared. Aside from the ancient god, no one else in the 7 sky gods could recognize what it was. Only 3 people on the battlefield could. It seemed like a light speck of dust, but it shocked the 3 of them. Lu Yin didn't know what it was, but he knew that since the origin tribulation had appeared, it wouldn't be that simple. Thus, he opened his celestial eye. It was difficult to describe Lu Yin's current feelings. With his celestial eye, he actually saw a sequence particle. What the? Lu Yin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It was actually a sequence particle. Damn it! A sequence particle had actually appeared when the overturning sky palm touched the origin tribulation. How could he deal with this? Old Monster Mo, the Shaoyin divinity, and the corpse god had all beaten him up so badly that he couldn't do anything about it. If he could dodge those attacks and have someone to help him, then who could help him in this tribulation? What the hell? A speck of dust had actually touched a sequence particle? Lu Yin's entire body went cold as he watched the speck of dust fall. It was very gentle, but the pressure it gave him was immense. He didn't know what the consequences of being touched by this speck of dust would be, and he didn't want to know. He didn't need to care about anything now. All he needed to do was block it as much as possible. He struck out with a palm to test the speck of dust. Lu Yin struck out with all his strength, but the speck of dust didn't even move. Lu Yin's face twitched as the God Seal catalog appeared above his head. This was the innate gift of the Lu family, and it didn't count as any outside help. Back when he had faced his sixth tribulation, his father had appeared and used the God Seal catalog to summon progenitor Wen, which had almost caused Lu Yin to fail. The God Seal catalog's golden light illuminated everyone's faces, and one figure after another walked out towards the speck of dust. The speck of dust seemed insignificant, and it couldn't even block out the God Seal catalog's light. However, that speck of dust made Lu Yin feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Nong Yi raised his hoe and swung it down, causing countless overlapping images to appear. His all-out strike landed on the speck of dust, but it still didn't move in the slightest. It could clearly be blown away by the wind, but it couldn't be moved. Ling Qing raised her blade and slashed down. The blade slashed down, but it still couldn't move the speck of dust. Elder Chan walked out, and a quiet path extended towards the speck of dust in an attempt to take it away. However, the path shattered the moment it came into contact with the speck of dust. This was the first time the speck of dust had revealed its might, and it caused Lu Yin's scalp to go numb. Xia Xinji unleashed his divine martial sword domain, and his astral energy swirled around him as he slashed down with all his might. His blade landed on the speck of dust, but it was useless. The blades either brushed past the speck of dust or were crushed by it. It was clearly an attack from a progenitor, but it was as powerless as a child's attack. What they were facing wasn't speck of dust, but more like a giant. The ancient god heaved a sigh of relief. There's no need for us to do anything. That's primordial dust. The wood god frowned. Primordial dust. I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. He suddenly raised his head in shock. Primordial dust. The progenitor's ancestral weapon? The ancient god's gaze was deep. The progenitor's ancestral weapon is dust. A speck of dust can destroy space-time. Even though this speck of dust is only guided by the primordial dust, and its power can't reach the progenitor's level, it's still not something that the Lu clan's son can block. Primordial dust is filled with rebirth and rebirth. If he can't even block rebirth, how can he block rebirth? The primordial dust is over. Lu Yin watched as the speck of dust fell, and Nong Yi, Ling Qing, and Xia Xinji all rushed out. It didn't matter if they could block the speck of dust, as long as they could grind it away, Lu Yin could at least see some hope. However, the three figures were all crushed, and the speck of dust didn't even slow down. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated, but the speck of dust still appeared above his head. The distance between them slowly shrank, and the speck of dust didn't increase just because he avoided it. Lu Yin struck out with his palm, and 50 punches landed. The speck of dust remained unmoved. Lu Yin grew anxious, and he almost took out his slipper to slap it. Fortunately, he held himself back. Calm down, he had to calm down. There had to be a chance of survival. The primordial dust couldn't possibly kill someone, so there had to be a chance of survival. Lu Yin took a deep breath and forced himself to close his eyes and calm down. No matter how close the speck of dust was to him, he had to remain calm. This speck of dust was too strange. Did he have to use the power of his newly transformed inner world? He had a feeling that no matter what power he used, it would be useless. This speck of dust couldn't be eliminated by strength alone. What had he drawn out by using the overturning heaven palm? If he really couldn't do it, could he take out the Bairong? This was a corpse, so how could it be considered an external object? Back when he had faced the emissary origin tribulation, he had relied on the Bairong to resist the final bolt of lightning. However, that bolt of lightning shouldn't have been considered an origin tribulation. If not for the Bairong's corpse, he would have had no chance of survival. Similarly, that origin tribulation didn't care about external objects, so he could rely on the corpse. This time, however, it was a genuine origin tribulation. Overturning heaven palm, a palm technique with a concept. Lu Yin suddenly looked up. He understood that this speck of dust represented a concept, and it wasn't something that could be resisted by physical strength. The overturning heaven palm had drawn out Patriarch Lu Yuan because of its concept. If even Patriarch Lu Yuan was concerned, then it was normal for this speck of dust to have such power. Since it was a concept, then it had to be resolved with a concept. If the overturning heaven palm drew out a speck of dust, then the overturning heaven palm would resist it. Lu Yin raised his hand and placed it in the sky. It was bound to be the overturning heaven palm. A surging concept allowed Lu Yin to see the primordial space once more. He saw the mother tree, the fifth mainland, and countless people. Some were familiar, some were unfamiliar. The speck of dust trembled, but it only trembled for a moment before slowly descending. Lu Yin saw hope, as the overturning heaven palm was indeed effective. Since the first time wasn't enough, he would try a few more times. He realized that the fifth mainland was a little clearer this time. Did this mean that the overturning heaven palm's power would increase? Concept. What exactly was a concept? He didn't understand, and he didn't need to. The overturning heaven palm was the correct answer. Overturning heaven palm. Overturning heaven palm. Overturning heaven palm. Overturning heaven palm after overturning heaven palm allowed Lu Yin to see the fifth mainland more clearly, as well as the people who were both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28. The dust continued to vibrate, and Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. He had to shatter this dust. At this moment, the dust was only a meter away from him. The pressure descended, and Lu Yin felt like an ordinary person. He watched the mountain descend, and he couldn't help but cough up blood. Continue, overturning sky palm, overturning sky palm, overturning sky palm, overturning sky palm. The speed increased, and the dust trembled more violently. The pressure on Lu Yin grew, and he didn't know how much longer he could hold on. He couldn't hold on any longer. A light appeared beside him. It was his second inner world, flowing light. The light shuttled back and forth, and Lu Yin felt as if time had reversed. He saw the dust a few meters away from him, and he wanted to leave, but he couldn't. It was as if he was looking at another version of himself, and the light had brought him back to the past. What was the use of seeing the past but not being able to change it? Lu Yin returned to reality, and the light whistled towards the dust. The dust miraculously retreated a bit, and although it was only a tiny bit, equivalent to a second's worth of distance, it still excited Lu Yin. Flowing light could reverse time, even if it was only a portion of it. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Flowing light continuously shuttled around the dust as Lu Yin continuously used overturning sky palms. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, countless people stared blankly. Most still didn't understand what was happening, but those who did were shocked. He actually reversed time. Mu Tao was shocked. Time was ethereal to most people, and even if there were existences that could touch the power of time, they couldn't reverse it. For example, Xia Xinji could rely on the scale of time to prevent others from escaping, but he couldn't reverse time. Reversing time, for example, was just messing up time, not reversing it. The only person who was similar to this was Wendy Yushan, who could reverse time. It was her innate gift that she had been born with, and she had been immediately accepted as a disciple by Bodhi sage the moment she had been discovered. However, her innate gift had remained the same for many years, and it had been difficult for her to improve. This was the power of time. Lu Yin was using flowing light to continuously reverse time. This wasn't just touching time, but also controlling it. Right now, it was just a second, but in the future, it wouldn't be. As his cultivation level increased and his understanding of his inner world deepened, his control over time would become stronger, and he would have a path to cultivate time. Even though it was just the beginning, it had already saved his life. If not for Flowing Light's inner world, Luin would have either to withdraw from the tribulation and fail or be destroyed. Streams of light shuttled back and forth. Even the ancient gods were shocked by Lu Yin's tribulation. This kid was clearly only undergoing a half-progenitor origin tribulation, but it was even more shocking than the progenitor origin tribulation of others. He had seen too many people undergo the ancestor realm origin tribulation. Among them were the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the era of the above heaven sect, as well as people like Ancestor Chin. Their origin tribulations were quite shocking, but they were not as shocking as this child's. He was only a half-progenitor origin tribulation. Lu Yin's face was deathly pale, and he had no idea how much time he had reversed. Dust continued to fall from the top of his head, and he turned his head back, falling, and turning his head back. After being struck countless times by the overturning palm, Lu Yin was able to see the 5th mainland more and more clearly. His body continuously cracked open from the pressure, and he coughed up blood. The sequence particles above the dust didn't change at all. Lu Yin couldn't even move a single sequence particle. The one true God praised, to be able to endure for so long under the first dust, this child is indeed worthy of the title of Taoist master. The Grand Empyrean stared at Lu Yin, as she had still underestimated this child of the Lu family. This child's inner world was extremely powerful, and he could create limitless possibilities. If he had been born in the upper sect era, he would have been protected by the Grand Empyrean and smoothly reached the progenitor realm. He would have definitely been one of the strongest humans, but this era was different. Even if she didn't act, the Eternals wouldn't have allowed this child to live. With the one true God and the 7 sky gods watching him, it was impossible for this child to leave alive. Lu Yin's body cracked open inch by inch. Even though he was continuously reversing time, his body was finding it difficult to endure. His head was dizzy, and his limbs were numb. He didn't know how many more overturning palms he could unleash, and he didn't know how long it would take for the dust to disperse. He had to endure and endure until now. He had obtained the power of time, and he possessed truly limitless strength. He had a strength that even Mr. Mu was shocked by. He couldn't die, and he had to live. He had to break through, and he had to fight for a chance at survival for the above heaven sect. He had to bring it back to the Lu family. With a low roar, Lu Yin spat out blood, and his eyes turned red. He continued to unleash overturning palm, overturning palm, overturning palm. In the starter space, the battle between the above heaven sect on the 5th mainland grew even more intense. Countless ordinary people were implicated, and they wailed in agony. Planets shattered one after another, and spacecraft exploded one after another. Invisible attacks could instantly tear through the universe, and no one could stop them. Many people knelt in front of Lu Yin's statue, praying for the Path Master's return. More and more people knelt down and prayed, and countless voices converged to form an enormous wish that constantly called out Lu Yin's name. Lu Yin saw the overturning palm, and he saw the war in the above heaven sect. He saw countless people struggling on the edge of life and death. His eyes turned even redder, and he had to survive no matter what. He had to fight for a chance at survival for himself, for the Lu family, and for the people who were praying for him. What had they done wrong? They had only wanted to live on and live an ordinary life. The 5th mainland trembled slightly, and the black hole trembled as well. The wishes of the people on the 5th mainland, the concept of the overturning palm, and Lu Yin's hope had all transformed into an indescribable attack, the overturning palm, which was bound to overturn the heavens. The dust violently trembled for a moment before disappearing. A stream of light floated in the air, and Lu Yin's entire body was bathed in blood. He looked up and saw that the speck of dust had disappeared. The surroundings were silent, and he could clearly hear his own heartbeat thumping loudly. Lu Yin let out a long breath. It was impossible for an origin tribulation to be absolutely unsolvable. Since an origin tribulation had appeared, then no matter how terrifying the tribulation was, there had to be a chance of survival. He had grasped that chance with his second inner world. Even though he had survived the tribulation, Luin still felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. If he hadn't thought things through and continuously used the overturning palm, if he hadn't had the stream of light that could reverse time, what would have happened to him? Luin didn't dare to think about it. He had only wanted to try using the overturning palm and give himself an explanation to Lu Xiaoxuan's era, but he had almost gotten himself killed. This overturning palm definitely couldn't have been created by Lu Xiaoxian. It was absolutely impossible. As the dust disappeared, the astral origin vortex in Lu Yin's middle finger began to transforming into an inner world. After experiencing the tribulation, he had to wait for the results. He had narrowly escaped death, and Lu Yin was very curious as to what his third inner world would be like. Everyone was curious, including the only true God, the Grand Empyrean. What would the inner world of a person who could survive under the first dust look like after his metamorphosis? The stream of light entered Lu Yin's body, and a speck of dust appeared in front of him. Lu Yin blinked. Was it this again? Outside the tribulation's range, whether it was the Six Paths sect or the Eternal Race's 7 sky gods, all of them were staring at Lu Yin. Most of them still couldn't understand what was happening, and they could only see Lu Yin coughing up blood and his body cracking. They knew what Lu Yin was enduring. Only the 3 of them knew. 7 sky gods, prepare to kill Lu Xiaoxian. The ancient god's voice rang out, shaking the tea party and the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He saw that Lu Yin's third inner world had actually formed the first dust, which was inconceivable. That was the progenitor's ancestral weapon, so how could it become this kid's inner world? As one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms, the ancient god was all too familiar with the power of the first dust. It was incomparable. How could this kid form the first dust with his inner world? The wood god frowned. The 6 Paths sect must protect the Lu family's son. He didn't know the first dust, and although he had been in contact with the primordial space for a long time, that didn't mean that he had come into contact with the progenitor. At most, he had come into contact with Guizhi. Although he didn't know the first dust, he understood Guizhi's impatience to kill the Lu family's son. The Lu family's threat to the eternal race had skyrocketed, which meant that the 6 Paths sect support would also skyrocket. Even further away, the Grand Empyrean frowned, his eyes filled with complex emotions. First dust. This kid's inner world formed the first dust. That person didn't die. How could his first dust become this kid's inner world? The one true God was surprised. This is getting more and more interesting. Lu Yin didn't know the first dust, but he knew that he had almost been killed by this thing. In terms of power, this thing was extremely terrifying. He slowly raised his hand. It was soft to the touch, but Lu Yin was certain that if someone else touched this speck of dust, the result would be completely different. The fact that this speck of dust could appear in the origin tribulation meant that someone had used it before. Perhaps it was a manifestation of someone's power, but why had it become his own inner world? He had clearly touched the origin tribulation with the overturning sky palm, so his inner world should be related to the overturning sky palm. His first inner world had been touched by his own power, and it had formed an inner world with limitless power. His second inner world had been touched by space, and space had chased after time. The 2 forces had formed a beam of light that had become a stream of light. This third inner world was something that Lu Yin couldn't understand. It was in the sky, so it was bound to overturn the sky. Could it be dust? Lu Yin withdrew his hand, and the dust entered his body. Since this was his third inner world, then he would call it the mortal world. Everyone outside the origin tribulation wore solemn expressions as both sides prepared to attack. Once the origin tribulation dissipated, an even more intense battle would occur. Lu Yin had become a half-ancestor, but he had changed the situation of this battle. They were all prepared to attack, but the origin tribulation had yet to disappear. Lu Yin looked around and saw the ancient god and the rest of the 7 Godski's murderous intent. He also saw the wood god and void master's vigilance. He also saw Su Heng and Su Ling's worry. He smiled faintly. Why are you all so anxious? The origin tribulation isn't over yet. In terms of urgency, Lu Yin was more anxious than anyone else. He didn't know how the battle between the sects above was going. However, he was also the one who couldn't be anxious. He had to survive the origin tribulation, and the more anxious he was, the easier it would be for something to happen. Everyone was stunned. There's more. Su Wuwei cried out. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin. There's more. That was what they were all thinking. Mu Carving loosened his grip on the hilt and looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Master, this junior brother of yours seems to be a monster. No one had expected Lu Yin to still be in the middle of his tribulation. They all looked up at the sky. That's right, the origin tribulation black hole showed no signs of disappearing. Thank you. Only the wind moves freely. Want quantity. Boss is awesome. Book friend 59292110 far away 1985. Book friend 54432203 Sun Chabja brother, thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28-29. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked up at the astral origin cyclones in Shanghui Pass. He only had 4 astral origin cyclones, but he still had the power to form his own starry sky in his heart. He didn't know if the power in his heart would experience a half-progenitor origin tribulation, but it probably wouldn't. The death god's power cultivation would not experience an origin tribulation either. This was a different power system. Even Mr. Mu was shocked by the power in his heart. Once it was triggered, he couldn't imagine what kind of monster would appear. As he thought about it, the astral origin cyclones appeared. Everyone was stunned. There really was one. The Forgotten Ruins god laughed, and her laughter grew louder and louder. Interesting, little Lu Yin. You're really interesting. No one has been as interesting as you since ancient times. How did you cultivate? For astral origin cyclones, hee. The undying god was shocked. For astral origin cyclones. You didn't die when you broke through to become an emissary. What a miracle. The witch spirit god cackled. I regret it, hee. If I'd known that this brat was such a freak, I wouldn't have come up with such a scheme. He would have directly transformed into a corpse king, and we would have had one more celestial. Elder Shangu sighed in admiration. No wonder he had been able to draw out an ancient card. This brat's cultivation had shocked even the 7 celestials. He was not bound to the current universe, which was why he had been able to break through the limits. He had to protect this brat. Lu Yin couldn't hear what the others were thinking. He was conflicted. He had already thought about the 4th astral origin cyclone, and he would use the progenitor scripture to trigger the origin tribulation. Many people transformed their inner worlds with their own battle techniques, and some even had innate gifts. However, Lu Yin didn't do that. His battle techniques, and cultivation strength were all concentrated in his heart, and he didn't want to use someone else's strength to transform his inner world. Thus, the first inner world was strength, and the second was space. This wasn't someone else's strength, but his own. It was a strength that originally existed in the universe. The overturning sky palm had been given to him by Lu Shaoxian. He had thought that Lu Shaoxian had created it himself and that it belonged to him, which was why he had used it. Although he didn't think that Lu Shaoxian could create the overturning sky palm, he was the only one in the universe who knew how to use it. In his original plan, He had planned to use the primogenitor scripture on the last of the 4 inner worlds. It was the only inner world that could receive the power of the legacy to trigger tribulation origin. Furthermore, this legacy was not simple. It came from the primogenitor, so it was definitely worth it. But now, he was starting to panic. The origin tribulations were getting crazier and crazier. The river of time, dust, and all kinds of strange origin tribulations appeared. If the last one touched the origin tribulation with the primogenitor sutra, would it attract the attention of the other primogenitors? He was confident that he was invincible against all the experts of the same era. Even the 6 Taos and the 3 worlds couldn't be stronger than him. This was absolute confidence, but that didn't include the progenitor. That was the progenitor of humanity. No one knew what kind of power he possessed. The river of time and the dust caused Lu Yin to hesitate. Should he use the primogenitor scripture to touch the origin tribulation? Everyone could see Lu Yin's hesitation, but they didn't know what he was hesitating about. They thought that he didn't know what kind of power he should use to touch the origin tribulation. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. He already had 3 inner worlds. How much energy would a person have, and how much power could he cultivate? Lu Yin's 3 inner worlds were each more terrifying than the last, and they had already exceeded everyone's imagination. How could he possibly have more power to touch the origin tribulation? Lu Yin had power, and he didn't just have one. He had even considered using the Divine Seal catalog or the General Appointment platform to touch the origin tribulation. However, Lu Bujing had eliminated this consideration. In his own words, the Divine Seal catalog and the General Appointment platform weren't powers that could touch the origin tribulation. Even if they were used, they wouldn't be able to trigger the tribulation, and they wouldn't be able to transform the user's inner world. Aside from that, Lu Yin also had rune lines, palm indestructible, and so on. There were too many things, and what he wanted the most was the primogenitor scripture. However, he was now scared stiff by the origin tribulation. After muttering to himself for a moment, Lu Yin let out a long breath. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the origin tribulation. He was definitely scared, but he couldn't die yet. He wanted to save the above heaven sect and bring them back to the Lu family. However, if he gave up on his original plan because of this, it would be tantamount to losing the determination in his heart. How would he continue on his path in the future? In order to bring the Lu family back, if he chose a safe method to pass the half-progenitor origin tribulation, would he really be able to break through the 4th seal? He didn't know how strong the seal that the Lu family had left for him was, but with Lu Tiany's foresight, it definitely wouldn't be weak. If there was even the slightest chance of failure, then all of his previous efforts would have been wasted. Where would he go to find the Lu family in the future? How would he save the above heaven sect in his current desperate situation? The origin tribulation was a narrow escape. If he could survive 3 tribulations, then he could. He had to survive the 4th one. When he thought about this, Lu Yin opened his mouth and recited the primogenitor scripture. The heavenly Tao's bestowal, swallow and spit out hundreds of rivers. The ancient earth's harmony, imitating the high sages. The heavenly Tao's insufficiency, condense qi. Leap through the starry sky and lie down. Communicate with people and swallow and spit out hundreds of rivers. Leap through the vast expanse and lie down. Lu Yin's recitation was so soft that no one outside the origin tribulation could hear him. However, his voice was like a heavy hammer that shook the universe. It constantly created ripples that continuously struck the origin tribulation black hole. In the distance, the Grand Empyrean and the only true God had solemn expressions. This child had actually dared to use the primogenitor scripture to touch the origin tribulation. There were only 2 outcomes, life or death. If the river of time and the origin dust could give him time to react or even resist, then the primogenitor scripture could not. Others didn't know, not even the 3 realms and 6 Taos. Only those who had reached their level knew what the primogenitor scripture was. It didn't bring about a calamity, but a judgment. Why were only the 3 realms and 6 Taos able to obtain the primogenitor scripture and cultivate a unique power? It was because they were the masters of their own continents. Even if others cultivated the primogenitor scripture, they could only use the 3 realms and 6 Taos as a foundation and not the true primogenitor scripture. It was the same for the Lu family's son, but it was different if he used the primogenitor scripture to touch the origin tribulation. He would bring about a true judgment of life and death. The judgment would only take an instant. Not to mention him, even the 3 realms and 6 Taos would live and die in an instant when faced with such a judgment. This was a judgment, not a calamity. It was a judgment from the universe. Voices were transmitted into the tribulation origin black hole, and Lu Yin suddenly saw a strange scene. He saw a patch of spacetime flash by, one spacetime after another, and he saw something that seemed to be connected to each other. He saw the primordial space, the mother tree, the 5th mainland, and Ling Qing's tribulation. Why did he see Ling Qing's tribulation? The next moment, Lu Yin's mind shook and his mind went blank. He couldn't remember anything, and it was as if he had lost his soul. His eyes lost focus. He was no longer himself. He was just a shell. This feeling also only lasted for an instant before Lu Yin woke up. He looked at the origin tribulation black hole in confusion. What had happened? In the distance, the Grand Empyrean and the only true God were shocked. He didn't die. The only true God's lips curled up. It seems that this child is very popular in the primordial space. He won't die. To him, this might be the easiest stage of the half-step ancestor origin tribulation. The Grand Empyrean looked deeply at Lu Yin. She knew what it meant to not die. This child had walked the same path as her. She hated this kind of person the most. The origin tribulation still hadn't appeared. Lu Yin didn't know what had happened, and neither did those outside the origin tribulation. Even the ancient gods didn't know. They all looked at the origin tribulation. Within Lu Yin's body, the astral energy vortex at Shanghui Pass underwent a transformation. He was surprised. The origin tribulation clearly hadn't appeared, but the astral origin cyclone was transforming into an inner world. Why was this happening? The more abnormal it was, the more uneasy Lu Yin felt. However, he couldn't do anything at this moment. He could only watch as the astral origin cyclone transformed. The leaf that had originally been there, the item of origin, suddenly fell down and entered the middle finger's inner world, accompanying the speck of dust. Lu Yin was like a passerby, unable to understand what was happening within his own body. Finally, the inner world of Upper Wisdom Pass appeared. Lu Yin discovered that his inner world was very strange. Other people's inner worlds would cover a large area, such as Lan Xian and Elder Chan. Or they would be weapons, such as Xia Ji. Even the more strange ones would be like Kuei Luos, which allowed one to leap through the Dragon's Gate. But what was his inner world? An infinite inner world was normal, and flowing light was also acceptable. The mortal world was strange. A speck of dust could be considered a weapon, but this 4th inner world was more like a piece of paper. Lu Yin looked at the inner world that his astral origin cyclone had transformed into. It was just a piece of paper, no, a book. No, a piece of paper. He didn't even know how to describe it. It was like a God's sealing catalog, but it was completely blank. There was nothing on it. Lu Yin looked at this blank piece of cloth, not knowing what it was for. Just as he was at a loss, words appeared on the cloth. Lu Yin hurriedly looked over and saw names: Ling Qing, Kuei Luo, Lu Bujing, Kai, Elder Chan, the Blood Ancestor, Master Shan, Elder Gong, and so on. One familiar name after another appeared on the cloth, and more names appeared. Lu Yin recognized the first few, but he didn't recognize the later ones at all. These names continued to appear on the cloth, and the names that had appeared before were pushed aside to be replaced by new names. Lu Yin stared blankly. He didn't know what these names represented, but as more and more names appeared, the cloth seemed to become more and more sacred. There was an invisible weight that wasn't physical, but rather an indescribable weight that pressed down on Lu Yin's heart. Perhaps he knew what these names represented, but he hadn't expected this to appear when he used the Primogenitor's Sutra to touch the origin tribulation. Since that was the case, he would call this inner world the wordless heavenly tome. Is it over? What happened? Jiang Xing asked in bewilderment. Lu Yin looked over. Brother, are you all right? Be careful, the 7 heavenly gods are going all out to kill you. Once it's over, run immediately. Su Leng shouted. She wanted Lu Yin to leave this place. Although he was escaping from the battlefield, this was a battlefield of extreme powerhouses, and Lu Yin was only a half-martial ancestor. Even if he left, no one would say anything, not to mention that the 7 heavenly gods were out to kill him. Great Elder Dan Gu said, "Leave." The god of forgotten ruins smiled. Little Lu Yin, can you tell big sister what your 4th inner world is? Lu Yin raised his brows and looked at the wordless heavenly tome in front of him. He then looked at the god of forgotten ruins. You can't see it. The god of forgotten ruins blinked in surprise. Should I? Thank you. Can't sleep enough. Book friend 590232661. Book friend 592935338. Book friend 568918999. Far away 1985. Brother's reward. Thank you for your support. I'll add more chapters. I'll be going to Beijing for a business trip in the middle of June, and I'll have to stay up late again. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28:30. He Wuxian's eyes constantly changed as he stared at Lu Yin. There's nothing. Lu Yin's expression remained the same as he looked at the wordless heavenly tome in front of him. There was nothing. It was clearly here, and it seemed that only he could see it. Even the 7 sky gods couldn't see it, let alone the others. The origin tribulation hasn't dissipated. Lu Brat, do you have a 5th astral origin cyclone? The corpse god rarely spoke, but his voice was low and resounding in everyone's ears. The Shaoyin god clenched his teeth. He had to kill this brat. 4 inner worlds were too strange. Lu Yin shook his head. No. He indeed didn't have a 5th astral origin cyclone, but the power in his heart was even stranger than his own. He looked up and saw that the origin tribulation still hadn't dissipated. Not only that, but the reincarnation tribulation that had been pushed aside hadn't dissipated either. Xixing was still there, but everyone had been distracted by the origin tribulation and hadn't paid much attention to him. The reincarnation tribulation also needed to be dealt with. There was a rumble as the origin tribulation rumbled, and then its range began to expand. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. No way, it's expanding again. He knew that the origin tribulation hadn't ended yet. The transformation of the inner world should have ended, but Lu Yin's was different. He knew that it wouldn't be that easy, but he hadn't expected the origin tribulation to expand. What else would appear? He felt as if this was his first emissary origin tribulation. The others were the same, forced back by the origin tribulation, but no one said anything. They wanted to see what kind of tribulation would appear. What Lu Yin feared the most was the power in his heart attracting the origin tribulation. The rumbling grew louder and louder. Lu Yin looked up at the origin tribulation and saw lightning streaking past. It was bottomless. Crack. Cracks spread to his side. Luin suddenly looked to his side. When? Crack! Crack! The ancient god shouted, space-time tempering the body, retreat. There was no need for him to say anything, as everyone could sense that unimaginable destructive power was spreading. They were clearly far away, but they felt as if there was a blade at their backs. At this moment, even the 7 sky gods had to retreat, regardless of cultivation. They didn't want to be affected by the shattered space-time. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the shattered space-time would be. From a distance, he looked like a grasshopper trapped in a glass bottle. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. The glass bottle kept shattering and cracking, and if he came into contact with any of the cracks, he would definitely die. Luin cursed under his breath as he used the reverse step to continuously evade the attacks. It was actually the shattering of space-time. This was not just the shattering of space. Rather, it was the entire space-time. Time, space. Everything within this area was shattering. Outside any of the cracks was a world of nothingness. Rune lines spread out, and Luin wanted to detect the shattered space-time in advance. However, as soon as the rune lines spread out, they disappeared into the shattered world of nothingness. In this place, all of Lu Yin's powers were laughable. The only thing he could do was run. But even if he escaped, where could he escape to? He was trapped in this tiny world, and this world was shattering and being destroyed. Lightning descended and struck Lu Yin's body, causing him to cough up blood as he was smashed down by the impact. But there was also lightning. Using his celestial eye, he saw that the lightning was wrapped in sequence particles. It was no wonder that he couldn't resist at all. His 4 inner worlds were transforming, and Lu Yin's body was transforming as well. His strength had already reached the level of a half-ancestor, and his strength had increased by quite a bit compared to before his tribulation. Even so, he still couldn't resist the sequence particles. Fortunately, he wasn't instantly torn to pieces. There was a crack as his arm broke, and shattered spacetime appeared beside him. Light shuttled back and forth within Lu Yin's body, reversing time for 1 second. Lu Yin hurriedly turned around, and spacetime shattered where he had been standing. He had avoided the attack, but if he hadn't reversed time, he would have lost his arm. The next moment, lightning descended once more. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and took out the textless heaven book to block in front of him. The lightning struck the book, and the sequence particles were blocked. This was the effect of the textless heaven book's inner world, and it was also Lu Yin's greatest gain from his tribulation as a half-ancestor. He now had a way to block the sequence particles. He relaxed, as his intuition had been correct. The textless heaven book could indeed block the sequence particles. Lightning continued to strike, and spacetime continued to shatter. Lu Yin continued to flee, as only time and space existed here. Any other power would be devoured by the shattered spacetime. He had no opponent, so he could only flee. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, everyone's faces paled as they stared blankly. It was truly a hopeless situation, and even if an extremely strong powerhouse entered, the chances of surviving were extremely small. Su Heng knew that he would only be able to last for a few seconds at most, but Lu Yin had already lasted for a long time. Spacetime continued to shatter Lu Yin's body, but the light reversed time and forcibly allowed him to survive. 1 second could do many things. On the surface of his body, Lu Yin felt that his body had become stronger. Was this the effect of the lightning? He looked up and saw another bolt of lightning crashing down. The origin tribulation was both a tribulation and a reward. If one failed, they would either fail or die. If one succeeded, their strength would transform. Right now, Lu Yin was experiencing a test of life and death. The shattering of spacetime would kill him, and the bombardment of the lightning could also kill him. However, the origin tribulation would also transform his physical strength. Luin gritted his teeth and put away the textless heaven book. Rumble, lightning crashed down, and Luin spat out a mouthful of blood. His body had almost been blasted to pieces, and his reaction had slowed down. His entire body was numb, but he could not stop. Spacetime continued to shatter, and the light gave him a second to reverse time. However, if he was completely swallowed by the void realm, then the light would be useless. Luin gritted his teeth and continued to flee. The space here had long since become chaotic, and he could not control it. The only thing he could do was flee. Flee, flee, flee. Lightning crashed down, and Luin spat out another mouthful of blood. His white robes had long since shattered, and his body had reached its limit. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, everyone was silent as they watched Luin endure it. Those from the Six Direction Society rejoiced that they had not been born in the Genesis space. Who could survive such a tribulation? This was clearly a half-ancestor origin tribulation, but most powerhouses would not survive. This was simply a hopeless situation. The more they felt the despair of the origin tribulation, the more they admired Luin. Even though this was their first meeting, they were now convinced that Luin was not someone they could fight against. Upper limit. Some people simply could not see an upper limit, regardless of whose disciple or successor he was. Boom! Boom! Bolts of lightning crashed down fiercely. They were tyrannical and difficult to resist. Luin felt that he could not hold on any longer. Using his physical body to resist the lightning was simply courting death. He did not know how much stronger his body would become, but he knew that if he continued to resist, he would really die. Within the origin tribulation black hole, a giant bolt of lightning brewed and finally crashed down, illuminating everyone's faces. Luin looked up. Damn it! He subconsciously wanted to take out the wordless heavenly book, but at that moment, he felt a burning sensation on his back and an intense pain engulf his nerves. The fourth seal that had always been there had appeared. The origin tribulation was like a temperamental little person. It seemed like a tribulation that brought death, but it also contained life. It was a narrow escape from death, and the life contained within death could transform the person undergoing the tribulation. If one looked at the origin tribulation in this manner, then one would be infinitely close to death. This was because both life and transformation also contained death. The constantly moving lightning above his head was this hidden death. Luin was absolutely certain that if he hadn't used the wordless heavenly book to block the sequence particle, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the lightning's bombardment and would have been instantly killed. The wordless heavenly book could not block an infinite number of stray particles, and there was a limit to it. Luin did not even know if he could withstand it. The moment the lightning crashed down, the fourth seal appeared on Luin's back. It was just like when he had first become an explorer. A seal could be used to suppress a person's breakthrough, but it could also be used as a barrier to block the external death energy. This fourth seal was clearly different from the previous three. It emerged from Luin's back and transformed into a transparent palm that pressed down on Luin. Its goal was to suppress Luin and prevent him from successfully undergoing the tribulation. This was the final test that the Lu family had given him. Once he broke through the fourth seal, no matter how far away the Lu family was from him, he would be able to awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan when he broke through to half-ancestor. This was both the Lu family's pressure and hope. The fourth seal sensed the descent of the half-ancestor origin calamity, and it intended to suppress Luin together with the tribulation. This seal had accompanied Luin since he had become a half-ancestor step by step, and it was no longer an external object that would attract additional calamities. The Lu family had naturally taken this into consideration, as no one would be able to break through the half-ancestor origin calamity with just this seal. If this was an ordinary half-ancestor origin calamity and Luin was just an ordinary half-ancestor, then the calamity would not be able to do anything to him. This seal would be able to suppress him and prevent him from successfully undergoing the tribulation. However, Luin was not facing an ordinary half-ancestor origin calamity. Even the ancient god, who had looked down on the universe since the era of the above heavens, had never seen such a monstrous half-ancestor origin calamity. This half-ancestor origin calamity had surpassed the ancient god's expectations, and it had also surpassed the expectations of the person who had originally placed the seal. When the fourth seal appeared, it first tried to suppress Luin, but then it sensed the terrifying threat of the lightning. The purpose of the seal was to test Luin, not to kill him. Thus, the transparent palm flipped over and smashed towards the lightning. Luin watched in a daze as the transparent palm collided with the lightning. With a loud boom, the entire world, the universe, and even the reincarnation spacetime trembled. Outside the range of the origin calamity, everyone watched in a daze as the incomparably huge lightning was blocked by the transparent palm. It was unable to penetrate the palm, and countless tiny lightning bolts scattered down like raindrops. Luin put away the wordless heavenly book and walked towards the countless lightning bolts. At this moment, the many powerhouses at the tea party and countless members of the Six Paths Society saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Luin was wearing a white robe as he underwent the tribulation. The lightning bolts were powerful, and spacetime tempered his body as he walked step by step towards an unimaginable height. With every step he took, his body was baptized by the lightning bolts. Spacetime continuously tempered his body, but when the flowing light reversed for a second, Luin would have time to regret. This allowed him to become even more relaxed and even more mysterious. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28-31. Countless people's jaws dropped, and their scalps went numb as they watched. Who could walk through the shattered spacetime? Who could remain unscathed under such lightning? Who could undergo a tribulation in white and bring about a feast that would shock the entire Six Paths Society? At this moment, Luin's image was deeply imprinted in the hearts of countless people. He faced the lightning and endured the tempering of the shattered spacetime. He was like a god in countless people's imaginations as he walked step by step on the path to godhood. The 7 sky gods, Dimensional Master, Void Master, and the rest were all silent as they watched Luin walk down this unbelievable path. Divinity Shaoyin was stunned. He could feel the terror of the lightning, and it was on the same level as his own strength. How could this kid withstand it? What level had he reached? No one could explain it to Divinity Shaoyin, as some people were naturally adept at breaking the rules. Ever since Luin had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had constantly broken the common sense of cultivation, which had caused countless people to doubt cultivation. Was the current division of cultivation realms wrong? How could a melder surpass realms to fight against an explorer? How could an explorer surpass realms to fight against a hunter? How could a hunter surpass realms to fight against an emissary? How could an emissary resist and instantly kill a half-ancestor or even a war ancestor? How? Luin's achievements were clearly outside of everyone's knowledge, and they could be recorded in the annals of history. However, Luin's achievements continued to appear. It was as if his appearance was meant to break the established common sense. Regardless of whether it was a normal person or an absolute powerhouse, their common sense would be broken. Luin walked towards the rain of lightning. The transparent palm represented the Lu family's seal, and he should break it. However, at this moment, the seal had become a protective force that was helping him break through and become his own strength. This was protection, and the Lu family was protecting him. Even in his dreams, he wanted to return to the Lu family. That was his family, and there were relatives, elders, and people who would protect him. There, he would have the confidence to be unrestrained. It was time for the Lu family to return. At this moment, the reincarnation tribulation that had been ignored by everyone suddenly moved. A figure walked out from behind Xixing, holding a long staff. His entire body was covered in a golden glow, and even under the tempering of space-time and the illumination of the lightning, this golden glow was not completely obscured. With the appearance of this figure, Lu Yin's bloodlust and killing intent appeared in the sky. Even though he was in the origin tribulation, Lu Yin could feel it. He looked towards the reincarnation tribulation. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, everyone also looked at the samsara tribulation. Many people were shocked. Celestial Lord Victor. The one who walked out after Saint's sacrifice was the second Empyrean of samsara time and space, second only to Grand Empyreans, Heavenly Venerate Victor. In fact, many people had already guessed that aside from the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages, who else could possibly stop Lu Yin's tribulation? Among the 3 supremes and 9 saints, the venerated world annihilation lotus had already appeared. The only ones who could surpass the venerated world annihilation lotus were Heavenly Lord Dual Xing and the unfathomable Xixing. However, they didn't expect that the samsara tribulation would intervene at this time. Lu Yin stopped, and his body moved from time to time to avoid the shattering spacetime. Flowing lights circled around his body, reversing time for him. He looked at the samsara tribulation in the distance. 2 figures were staring at him. A half-ancestor origin tribulation from the primordial space and a reincarnation tribulation from the prime space appeared at the same time. This had never happened before. Under the reincarnation tribulations, Xixing took a step forward. Lu Yin did not want to attack him, as the feeling of self-sacrifice and enlightenment had affected him. Although it was not a sequence particle, it was similar to the Forgotten Ruins God's art of meditating and forgetting, which made him lose all desire to attack. Xixing did not attack Lu Yin. Instead, he arrived in front of Lu Yin and sat down cross-legged. The surface of his body began to dissipate into specks of light. As these specks of light spread out, they actually formed a stable void that blocked the lightning. Heavenly Venerate Victor took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Yin. The golden light became even more dazzling as he raised his staff and swung it down. Lu Yin raised his head and saw Heavenly Venerate Victor's absolute attack. Spacetime shattered around him as lightning rained down from the sky with a thunderous rumble. Everyone held their breaths as they watched nervously. Heavenly Venerate Victor possessed absolute strength. What kind of threat could his strongest attack in this realm pose to Lu Yin? In front of Lu Yin, the golden staff swung down with an indomitable will. This was Heavenly Venerate Victor's will. Perhaps he was not as strong as Lu Yin in this realm, but he gave Lu Yin the spirit to fight against death. This spirit was not something that ordinary people could possess. Everyone feared death, including Heavenly Venerate Victor. Who would be willing to die? Xixing had gained enlightenment and was no longer afraid of death, but Heavenly Venerate Victor did not care about death. This attack allowed Lu Yin to feel Heavenly Venerate Victor's greatest will, battle. Although he would die, it was just a battle. Under the reincarnation tribulation, no one could block Lu Yin's punch. Even Heavenly Venerate Victor and Heavenly Venerate Victor were no exception. I respect your will, Lu Yin said. He then clenched his fist and punched out. His inner world circulated endlessly around him, transforming into rays of light that merged into his body as a blackish-purple substance spread out. Bang! A glaring light flashed, and the void shattered. Following that, the golden figure shattered into pieces, and Lu Yin's punch shattered it without any hindrance. The half-progenitor origin tribulation had shocked everyone who understood the primordial space, but Heavenly Venerate Victor had been shattered with a single punch, shocking the entire Six Direction Society. They had not been able to understand Lu Yin's tribulation, and although they had been shocked, it was far less shocking than when Heavenly Venerate Victor had been unable to withstand a single punch. This was Heavenly Venerate Victor, a powerhouse who was second only to the Grand Empyreans. Only Heavenly Venerate Victor. Whenever the Six Direction Guild was in dire straits, it would always be Heavenly Sovereign victorious battle who turned the tide. He didn't have the hot-blooded passion to do so. He only wanted to fight, and he only wanted to fight. No one was willing to step into his battlefield. Heavenly Venerate Victor was synonymous with invincibility in the hearts of countless people. Even though Void Master and the others were the rulers of spacetime, they could not compare to Heavenly Venerate Victor's status in the Six Direction Society. It was not that Void Master and the others could not defeat Heavenly Venerate Victor, but that only Heavenly Venerate Victor possessed such a spirit. Heavenly Venerate Victor was the Six Direction Society's war god. And now, Luin had shattered that war god with a single punch. It was still just one punch, and there were no exceptions. No matter which of the 9 sages attacked, it was just one punch. One punch was Lu Yin's way of showing respect to Heavenly Venerate Victor. Heavenly Venerate Victor was the first person to use his full strength after Lu Yin had transformed his inner world. Even if it was just the power of the reincarnation tribulation. The specks of light dissipated, and Xixing completely vanished. His existence seemed to have been to welcome Heavenly Venerate Victor, but even Heavenly Venerate Victor could not stop Lu Yin. With Xixing's disappearance, the reincarnation calamity also disappeared, and there was no longer anything that could stop Lu Yin's calamity. Countless people in the Six Direction Society fell silent. Lu Yin's punch had shattered Heavenly Venerate Victor, and it had also shattered many people's beliefs. Heavenly Venerate Victor is invincible. How can this be? Someone was dazed. However, there were also people who were excited. A new war god has appeared. Who can block a single punch from him? His name is Lu Yin, and he's the Tao Master of the Heavenly Sect in the Genesis space. This person is called Lu Yin. The giant thunderbolt continued to shrink, and the translucent palm also began to crack. Lu Yin spread out his arms, as there was no need for him to resist. His physical body was constantly strengthening, and he could now resist the thunderbolt sequence particles. Even if the particles were very small, it still represented that he stood on that level. No matter how despairing the origin tribulation was, he could overcome it. He was Lu Shaoxian, but he was also Lu Yin. He had created countless miracles and was the pillar of support for everyone in the Fifth Mainland. With a bang, the translucent palm shattered. The remaining thunderbolts crashed down. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked up at the rain of thunderbolts. Come! Boom! Light flickered on the faces of countless people, illuminating their shocked and incredulous expressions. A giant tree appeared and grew at an extremely fast speed. It covered the area of the origin tribulation and then spread out towards the 9 heavens, 10 earths, and the entire reincarnation spacetime. Mu Shen's expression turned solemn. A phenomenon. The people from the Six Direction Society did not understand. Only those who had come into contact with the Genesis space knew that whenever a phenomenon appeared, it meant that the person was extraordinary and represented a certain extreme. It represented a sublimation. Although the people from the Six Direction Society did not know, they knew that this phenomenon was definitely abnormal. It was impossible for every cultivator in the Genesis space to undergo the origin tribulation to appear. Otherwise, the Genesis space would not have been reduced to its current state. Within the Six Direction Training Hall, Su Lai, Third Master Mu, and the others were shocked. This tea party had been full of twists and turns, and they had not been able to react until now. Now, the appearance of a phenomenon had pulled them back to reality. They had seen phenomena before. When Sansi and the Spirit Palace's breakthroughs had all been accompanied by some kind of phenomenon, which was why they had been shocked. However, compared to Lu Yin's phenomenon, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. There was no comparison at all. Lu Yin's phenomenon had already exceeded the range of Jyotian Shidi and covered the entire reincarnation spacetime. This phenomenon had appeared 3 times before. The first time was when Luin was breaking through to the explorer realm, the second time was when he was breaking through to the enlighter realm, and the third time was when he was breaking through to the emissary realm. Every time a phenomenon appeared, its range would expand, and this time, it had expanded to an unprecedented extent. The Grand Empyrean looked up at the tree that had enveloped his head, and his eyes were fixed on the items that were falling from the tree branches. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Why would this kid have such a phenomenon? The only true God was also looking at the items that were falling from the tree branches. Among them, there was something that he had been searching for all this time. He looked deeply at Luin. This kid could not be left alive, but he might be able to help the Grand Empyrean find those items. Since that was the case, the Grand Empyrean glanced at the ancient god. The ancient god's expression changed, and he bowed slightly as if he had received some sort of order. When the phenomenon appeared, Luin finally relaxed. The origin tribulation had ended. The fourth seal had been broken, and Luin had become a half-ancestor. Luin could vaguely feel a trace of bloodline binding him from afar. He looked in a certain direction, which was the direction that Xiaoshenji had pointed out. It was also the direction that he had tried to go after breaking through to half-ancestor. As expected, it was in that direction. Luin did not know where the Lu family was in the heavens or which parallel spacetime it was in, but that trace of bloodline binding was connected to him through parallel spacetime. He closed his eyes and silently called out, "Ancestor." In the dark heavens, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, and the ancestor muttered to himself, "My Lu family has another genius descendant. I wonder how he compares to that kid Lu Tianyi. Impudent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2832. In the sky, the tribulation origin black hole disappeared. Luin looked up. Had it disappeared? He had become a half-progenitor. After so many years of cultivation and so many years of life and death struggles, he had finally broken through. Now, there was only one step left, breaking through. Once he broke through, Luin believed that there would be few progenitors who could fight against him. Bai Xianer looked at Luin, and her gaze suddenly became extremely cold. It was the same gaze that Luin often saw in his dreams. That gaze, that finger. Cut it off. Be careful. Someone shouted. Luin's body disappeared, and a dark green light swept past him. It was the power of extreme yin. Divinity Shaoyin had attacked. So what if you broke through? I'll still kill you. Divinity Shaoyin's expression was ferocious as he looked at Luin with unprecedented killing intent. Luin stared at Divinity Shaoyin, raised a hand, and punched out. Boundless energy from his inner world continuously fused into Divinity Shaoyin's body. Divinity Shaoyin's expression changed. Although Luin had yet to reach the level of a sequence law, his strength was too terrifying. Even Celestial Champion Celestial, who had been at the same level as Luin, could not last even a second against this punch. Divinity Shaoyin did not want to try and immediately retreated. The void shattered, revealing the void realm. Divinity Shaoyin was shocked. Although Luin had yet to touch the sequence law, his strength could shake the laws. He was too strong. He had chosen a different path, one that ignored the laws. However, this did not mean that this brat could defeat Divinity Shaoyin. He was still far from being able to truly ignore the laws. Taiyin City. Divinity Shaoyin attacked with all his strength. He had to kill this brat here. Luin took out the wordless heavenly book. He could block some of the sequence particles, but Divinity Shaoyin's corrosive sequence particles far surpassed the thunder sequence particles. After all, that one had a 90% chance of survival and was based on Lu Yin's strength. However, Luin believed that the wordless heavenly book could help him fight against divinity Shaoyin. At this moment, he could no longer only dodge when facing a sequence law powerhouse. On the endless battlefield, Bodhi Saint retracted his gaze, suppressing the shock that Luin had brought. As long as this person did not die in this battle, he would definitely change the balance between the humans and the Eternals in the future. There was no need to think about Luin now. The everlasting race had made ample preparations this time. The 7 heavenly gods had attacked the Tea Party, and more than half of the true god guards had been gathered in the boundless battlefield. In addition, there were also a few scattered extreme experts. Even if more than half of the extreme experts of the six-way faction had arrived, it would still be very difficult for her to change the tide of the battle. However, even if it was difficult, it did not mean that it was impossible. Everyone, keep your spirits up. Life and death will be decided at this moment. Yes. Yes. Wendy Yushan had a solemn expression on her face. She had breathed a sigh of relief when Luin had successfully passed his tribulation, but in the blink of an eye, they had once again fallen into a battle. She did not know how this battle would turn out. In the primordial space, the heavenly sect was locked in a battle to the death. Hen Axian and the Lady of Fate had arrived, including the Demon Emperor and the others. No matter what they thought of the above heaven sect, they couldn't let the Eternals win. Otherwise, they would die as well. It was not that easy to defeat a half-martial ancestor or battle ancestor. Qing Ping was here to judge. Hen Axian panted heavily. The dark purple substance spread out and collided with the corpse king in front of him. More than 20 progenitor realm experts were engaged in a chaotic battle, and the balance that they had barely managed to achieve began to tilt when Ling Qing was sent flying while vomiting blood. The one who had injured him was the corpse king that had almost killed him with a trap back in the 6th mainland. True deity guard captain, mid-game. The person from the Thousand Faces game laughed. This was a ruthless character. If he couldn't beat him, he would die. The mid-game was suffocating, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't withstand it. Ling Qing was the same. And so, helpless, Elder Chan's young ancestral qi transformed into Lu Tianyi and attacked the mid-game. Lu Tianyi's appearance made Elder Chan seem much older. However, if he couldn't stop the mid-game, the above heaven sect would be defeated. The person from the Thousand Faces game shook his head. If you can stop the mid-game, then who will stop me? Ling Qing collapsed at the bottom of the sky staircase. He ran was not far away. He ran looked at the person from the Thousand Faces game approaching step by step, his face pale. Ling Qing struggled to get up. The mid-game had almost crippled him, and he couldn't stop the person from the Thousand Faces game. The mutant arrived and sneered. Blood ancestor, so you're here too. In the above heaven sect's plaza, the blood ancestor looked at the disc slashing down. Was that the traitor? Who dares to court death? In the distance, a dark purple force swept out and shook the disc away. The mutant looked over. Who was it? Big Sister walked out of the void and raised her head. Give me your life. Then, the power of the netherworld formed a huge hammer and smashed down on the mutant. The mutant narrowed his eyes. This woman was strange, and he became vigilant. Big Sister had planned to go into seclusion to break through, but she was disturbed by this battle. It would have been better if she came out a little later. Once she regained the power of the netherworld ancestor, she would be able to change the situation. On the other side, the person from the Thousand Faces game landed at the bottom of the sky staircase. He was very quiet and didn't make much noise. Other than Ling Qing and a few others, no one knew that the captain of the true god guards was standing in the above heaven sect. The person from the Thousand Faces game smiled and saw he ran. Guess who this is? Isn't this he ran from the hyperspace dimension? You're here. Interesting. didn't you go missing? He ran was afraid. This person gave her a very uneasy feeling. She kept retreating. The person from the Thousand Faces game walked toward her step by step. Let me guess. Could it be that you were captured? Ling Qing slashed at the person from the Thousand Faces game. The person from the Thousand Faces game suddenly stared at him. Ling Qing's body froze, and his long blade stabbed into the ground. He almost fell to the ground. He was bombarded by his consciousness. The person from the Thousand Faces game laughed. Don't worry. Seeing that I once joined forces with your master Lu against the enemy, I'll let you die a little more comfortably. Cherry blossoms danced in the air, and 3 strings of ancient music sounded. Lan Xian attacked. On the other side, Medicine Immortal, Zhan Lin, and Kuei Luo all appeared and surrounded the person from the Thousand Faces game. The person from the Thousand Faces game laughed. Interesting. It seems that you don't understand what it means to be a captain of the true God Guards. With just a few words, his consciousness took control of everyone. Lan Xian attacked Medicine Immortal, and Zhan Lin attacked Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo broke free because he cultivated the primogenitor scripture. He stared at the person from the Thousand Faces game. Jump through the dragon's gate for this old man. The person from the Thousand Faces game didn't care about the huge waterfall in the inner world. Instead, he was surprised that Kuei Luo could break free from his consciousness. You're worth studying. He waved his hand. This time, it wasn't the power of his consciousness, but the power of the progenitor realm. Kuei Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. He had no power to resist. The captain of the true God Guards was on a completely different level from the progenitor realm. Kuei Luo was confident that he could fight the most ordinary progenitor, but he was as helpless as a child against the person from the Thousand Faces game. He lay on the ground and smiled wryly. It seems that I'm about to break through. I don't know if I'll succeed. Kid, you have to bring the Lu clan back. You want to force me to retreat by breaking through the progenitor realm? That's not a bad idea. Well, give it a try. Watching someone break through the progenitor realm is an experience. The person from the Thousand Faces game didn't stop him. Instead, he looked at Kuei Luo with interest. The above heaven sect was doomed today. No one could stop it. Not just the above heaven sect, but the fifth mainland as well. The Genesis space would become the domain of the Eternals. Kuei Luo sighed. He was about to break through when a gust of wind blew past. He saw many things. Kuei Luo looked at the back of the mountain. What's this? At the back of the mountain, Mad Dean Xiaochen took a sip of tea and smiled at Zhao Ran. It's delicious. Zhao Ran was delighted. Thank you. After she finished speaking, she looked at the starry sky. Even a simple-minded person like her was worried about the grand battle. Xiaochen smiled. Let's find a place to rest. Zhao Ran blinked and retracted her gaze. She looked at Xiaochen. Where's His Highness? Xiaochen replied, he'll be back soon. Zhao Ran shook her head and muttered to herself, it'll be good if he doesn't come back. It's very dangerous here. With that, she slowly left. Xiaochen looked at Zhao Ran's back. Regardless of whether he had memories or not, everyone had emotions, and Zhao Ran was no exception. He had promised Lu Yin that he would help the above heaven sect in times of crisis. Now was the time. The mundane world tempered his heart. He didn't know what it would be like to become a progenitor. He also didn't know if the realm after him would be called progenitor. Xiaochen hadn't broken through the 3 stages, so logically speaking, it was impossible for him to become a progenitor. However, he didn't walk the normal path. Others needed to break through the 3 stages to obtain the Genesis item, but he didn't. With the mundane world as a medium, the mundane world tempered his heart. His progenitor's world could see more clearly than anyone else's. The person from the Thousand Faces game looked at the back of the mountain, feeling as if he had been seen through. This feeling made him very unhappy. He raised his foot and took a step forward. Since he was unhappy, this feeling should disappear. The person from the Thousand Faces game arrived at the back of the mountain and saw the Mad Dean leisurely drinking tea. The Mad Dean's gaze landed on him. "Your life is very gloomy." The person from the Thousand Faces game didn't understand. A mere half-progenitor made him feel as if he had been seen through. This old fellow's eyes didn't seem to be looking at him, but they were also looking at him. The person from the Thousand Faces game released his consciousness, intending to control the Mad Dean. The Mad Dean put down his teacup. When the teacup landed and the sound was heard, the person from the Thousand Faces game suddenly retracted his consciousness. He felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't that this old fellow was very strong, but rather that he brought about an indescribable sense of danger. It was as if he had just stepped into the progenitor's origin tribulation. The Mad Dean stood up and let out a long breath. "The mundane world is me, and I am the mundane world. Let me see the mundane world's memories." As soon as he finished speaking, formless ripples began to spread out from him in all directions. The person from the Thousand Faces game was the first to see his memories transform into streaks of light that shot into the sky. He was shocked. What was this? As the ripples swept past, they didn't have any power to harm others. However, everyone who was swept by the ripples had their memories transform into streaks of light that shot upwards like a river. The streaks of memories connected the sky and the earth, attracting the attention of the entire Above Heaven sect battlefield. Outside the Above Heaven sect, the ancestral turtle, the Mavis race members, the camphor insect that was colliding with the ancestral turtle, the person fully clad in black armor on its back, and even further away, Elder Chan, Big Sister, Moose Xia, Orange Ji, Zhong Pan, and the various corpse kings. All living creatures had memories, and these memories were the footprints they left behind when they walked through the mundane world. Mundane world was an abstract term. It was like karma that had been forcefully extracted by the Mad Dean, turning into the progenitor's origin tribulation that targeted only him. It was the origin tribulation, but also not the origin tribulation. The origin tribulation was just a synonym for the tribulation to break through to the next realm. The Mad Dean's origin tribulation had nothing to do with astral origins. It was just walking through the mundane world. Brothers, thank you for your support. I'll update more. Thank you. I'll update at 2 p.m. Stay up late, stay up late, stay up late. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2833. Big Sis looked up and saw her own memories. She raised an eyebrow. A path that no one has walked before. This is a rare sight even in the Above Sky Sex era. Back then, there weren't many who could truly break free from the astral source cultivation method. She looked towards the back of the mountain. Little Seven has found a ruthless person. Lu Bujing, Fate Maiden, and the others all looked towards the mountain. They knew how rare it was to break free from the progenitor's origin tribulation and become a progenitor. During the Above Sky Sex era, the most well-known figures were Reaper, Fate, Guiji, and the others from the Three Realms and Six Daos. Most of them had completely broken free from the astral source cultivation method, which was why they had been able to reach the peak. Wu Tian was considered a different figure from the Three Realms and Six Daos. He had only cultivated astral sources, but he had also reached the peak. The crazy headmaster's path was unprecedented, and his future might not be something they could imagine. Kuei Luo considered himself to be extraordinary, and he had befriended the Lu family. He viewed the four realms as nothing and looked down on by Wang Yuan and the others. However, he had wholeheartedly accepted the crazy headmaster and believed that the crazy headmaster had surpassed him. How long had it been since the crazy headmaster had broken through to half-ancestor? One could imagine how shocking the crazy headmaster's path had been. Regardless of whether it was the above-sky sex era when human cultivation was at its peak, or the Daosaur sex era when the 9 mountains and 8 seas had just begun, there had been very few people like the crazy headmaster. The rainbows of memories represented the mortal world, and the mortal world refined one's heart, which was a tribulation. The crazy headmaster lifted his foot and walked past the rainbow of memories of the people in the game of 1,000 faces. He paused for a moment and then walked towards Ling Qing's rainbow of memories. He walked through the rainbow of memories of these people and experienced part of their lives. This was a calamity that belonged only to him. No one tried to stop him, as no one knew what would happen if they did. After all, he was breaking through to progenitor realm, and if it was the same as the progenitor's origin tribulation, no one would be able to survive. The crazy headmaster walked through the mortal world, and each time he passed through a mortal world, his temperament became more and more otherworldly. Finally, he stopped at the bottom of the stairway, and the rainbows of memories surged towards him. From afar, the mortal world bowed to him. The ripples spread further and further until they covered the entire frost wave weave. Endless mortal worlds bowed, and it was a shocking sight. Kuei Luo gritted his teeth as he stood, and wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth. He had finally broken through. Dan Pu and Dan Fangyi watched in shock. Were these the cultivators of the origin space? This kind of breakthrough method was unheard of, and there were too many possibilities. No wonder this spacetime could have a heyday. Compared with the rigidity of the 3 venerables and 9 saints in reincarnation spacetime, this spacetime was much stronger. The ripples spread out of frostwave weave towards the entire outerverse. At the same time, they spread out to the astral river and then to the innerverse. The progenitor realm was enough to shake the entire 5th mainland. The crazy principle had broken through, and now he was walking through the boundless world of mortals. His momentum was so great that even the war stopped in an instant. During the tea party in the reincarnation spacetime, Lu Yin had no intention of fighting divine sovereign Shao Yin. He just wanted to return to the above heaven. He originally thought that he could leave. With the stream of light reversing time and the wordless heavenly book blocking the sequence particles, no one could stop him. But he forgot one person, the one true God. The half-ancestor origin tribulation shocked the 6 directions guild, the 7 heavens, and the sole true God. Too many strange things had appeared during Lu Yin's half-ancestor origin tribulation. Some things were not something that a half-ancestor could come into contact with, and even a progenitor might not be able to come into contact with them. However, Lu Yin had drawn out some things that even the sole true God and the grand heavenly venerables cared about. After Lu Yin's tribulation, the sole true God used his divine power to envelop all of Jotian Shidi, and no one could escape. The strange thing was that the 7 heavens, who had wanted to kill Lu Yin, did not attack him. Lu Yin did not know that the 7 heavens were determined to kill him, and he also did not know that he had shocked the sole true God. He only knew that he could not escape. His divine power spread throughout the void, and his heavens I could see endless sequence particles. He could use his heart's power to isolate himself from the universe and tear through the void, but he could not take that final step. If the sole true God did not allow him to leave, then he could not leave. The grand heavenly venerables had no intention of helping Lu Yin leave. After all, Lu Yin was already quite powerful. You want to escape? Let's see where you can run to. The Shaoyin divinity clenched his fingers and pointed them at Lu Yin. Within Taiyin City, the decaying heaven Tao frantically spread out, wanting to corrode Lu Yin. The decaying heaven Tao was no different from the spacetime tempering that he had encountered during his previous tribulation. Even if his physical body had been strengthened greatly and he could barely resist the tiny sequence particles, he could not resist the entire decaying heaven Tao. Breaking through to the half-ancestor realm had greatly increased Lu Yin's power level. To put it bluntly, he would have no problem fighting against someone like Bai Wangyuan. Even if he faced old freak Mo, he was confident that he could escape. However, his chances of winning were still not high. The sequence laws were a qualitative change, and it was already quite good that he could escape from them. How could he possibly defeat them? The only possibility was eternal darkness. Eternal darkness had isolated old freak Mo's sequence laws, and it should also be able to isolate the Shaoyin divinity's sequence laws. As long as he entered eternal darkness, Lu Yin was absolutely confident that he could kill the Shaoyin divinity without the power of the sequence laws. Although Lu Yin could not defeat the current Shaoyin divinity, the Shaoyin divinity's chances of defeating him were not high either. Flowing light's reversal of time and the wordless heavenly book's obstruction of the sequence particles gave Lu Yin the ability to contend with the Shaoyin divinity. Before becoming a half-ancestor, Lu Yin had been unable to move around Lunar City. Even when he had teamed up with Bai Xiener, they had still fallen into a desperate situation. Now, he was confident that he could protect himself in Lunar City. If the Shaoyin divinity was careless, he might be able to turn the tables and break through to the half-ancestor realm. However, that was only against the Shaoyin divinity. Lu Yin definitely did not want to face an existence like the corpse god. The Shaoyin divinity could not compare to the 7 sky gods. Just like how Lu Yin had barely been able to protect himself against the Shaoyin divinity, the Shaoyin divinity could fight against the 7 sky gods. However, the Shaoyin divinity could only barely protect himself, and there was no way he could win. The difference was still too great. Lu Yin hid from the decaying heaven Tao as he took out the wireless goo. As long as the battle in the above heaven sect slowed down, he would be able to receive news. Ancestor, please come back as soon as possible. In the above heaven sect, a rainbow of memories rose from the entire outerverse. As long as it was a living being, be it a human, a giant beast, or the mechanically modified humans from the technocracy, the rainbow of memories would appear. Such a scene had never appeared in the outerverse before. The boundless mortal world bowed as the crazy headmaster completely transformed. His aura flashed for a moment, and everyone knew that he had broken through. Nobody knew what the crazy headmaster's breakthrough was. Was it the progenitor realm? Or was it not the progenitor realm? Nobody knew. The members of the Thousand Faces game immediately attacked. Regardless of whether the crazy headmaster was a progenitor or not, this person had to die. The path that the crazy headmaster had walked was unprecedented. It might be a path of death, or it might be a path of unprecedented strength. No matter what, the human race should not have such a person. What the Eternals feared the most was not the birth of a powerhouse, but the birth of a creator. The crazy headmaster looked back as his consciousness invaded, but he remained unmoved. Your path is very bitter. You want to impose suffering on others, but you don't know that you have never experienced the suffering of others. Now, I will let you experience it once. He then struck out with a palm. The members of the Thousand Faces game subconsciously dodged, but the crazy headmaster did not attack them. Instead, he attacked their mortal world, the rainbow of memories, and the path that the crazy headmaster had walked. The crazy headmaster could not change time, and he could not reverse the flow of time, but he could force the experiences of others onto the members of the Thousand Faces game. The Thousand Faces game's pupils shrank, and then he became sluggish. It was as if his entire person had changed at that moment. He had experienced the lives of others, experienced their suffering, and felt their pain. This pain was not something that could be brought about by physical pain. He had joined the Eternals because his life had been too bitter, and he could not bear it. Thus, he had left his identity as a human, believing that as long as he was not a human, he would not have any emotions. He did not know that indifference, selfishness, and numbness were also a type of emotion. He did not know that one day, someone would change his path in the mortal world. The member of the Thousand Faces game clutched his head and howled. He glared at the crazy headmaster with bloodshot eyes. What have you done? Dispel it. I don't want this pain. I don't want to experience this suffering. The crazy headmaster shook his head. You are very pitiful. You are courting death. The member of the Thousand Faces game raised his palms and slammed them towards the crazy headmaster. On the other side, a shadow shrouded the area as the camphor bug crashed into the crazy headmaster. The ancestral tortoise attacked from the side again, slamming into the camphor bug. Behind the camphor bug, the man in black armor leaped down with his mace and slammed into the ancestral tortoise's back. Compared to the ancestral tortoise, he was so small. But then, the black mace continued to grow. In an instant, it had replaced the camphor bug and become a colossus that was comparable to the above heaven sect. The Mavis game watched in horror as the mace fell. This mace was even bigger than the ancestral tortoise. Bang! With a loud bang, the ancestral tortoise was forced back, and its head quickly shrank back. The man in black armor and wielding the huge mace snorted coldly. Your love strike can wait. I have to deal with this old thing first and create an unprecedented path of cultivation. This kind of person cannot be allowed to live. With that, the mace shrunk, and he slammed it towards the crazy headmaster. Halfway through, Big Sister appeared with the sky hammer in her hand. She clashed with the mace. With a boom, the two of them retreated at the same time. I'm the captain of the True God Guards, Heavy Ghost. You're a ruthless person to be able to receive my mace. Tell me your name. The man in black armor roared. Big Sister sneered. Your mother. Sure, as long as you can defeat me, you can be my mother. Heavy Ghost laughed, not caring about being insulted. He raised his mace and slammed it down. Big Sister used the sky hammer. Two mighty forces collided. Heavy Ghost was excited. You're not in the progenitor realm, but you can fight with me. You're too interesting. Come, love strike. Big Sister was disgusted, but she was afraid of this Heavy Ghost. This person was extremely difficult to deal with, and each of his attacks had a strange oppressive force. She could have broken through to the progenitor realm when she was in seclusion, but this battle forced her out. Now, she had to break through. She had a feeling that these captains of the True God Guards were not simple. She glanced into the distance. There was a strong enemy hiding there. In the distance, Elder Mo stood up. Lu Bujing, little bastard of the Lu family, you owe me. You'll have to pay. Thank you brothers for your support. Thank you, I'll update more. I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28-34. In the opposite direction of Elder Mo, there was also someone hiding. It was Luo Shan. Luo Shan's eyes narrowed as he watched the battle unfold in the Heaven Sect. He hadn't expected the Heaven Sect to be hiding so much power. That was Lu Yun, right? So that was how it was. The one who had attacked Ultra Spacetime was someone from the Heaven Sect. Luo Shan didn't know who it was, but he was certain that both he and the Six Paths Association had underestimated the Heaven Sect and Lu Yin. That kid had entered the Six Paths Guild long ago. Perhaps Shamu's disappearance was also the above Heaven Sect's doing. Luo Shan could not help but kill the traitor. On the other side of the above Heaven Sect, Chenlu fired an arrow. The Corpse King raised its scarlet eye and roared, breaking the arrow with a punch. Chen Li's expression did not change as he fired another arrow. He could kill this corpse king as long as he used his ancestral world, but what about after that? He would have to face the other corpse kings. Chen Li did not want to move as he looked at the eternal corpse kings and the terrifying True God Guard captains. He had heard of the True God Guard captains through Lord Luo. Although the captains were not as strong as the 7 sky gods, they were still not something he could fight against. Each of those captains was extremely terrifying and could be called a peak progenitor. He did not want to die. The corpse king charged at him, but it was repelled by another arrow. He glanced around and saw that the star sovereign was also fighting against a corpse king. He was not sure if the above heaven sect could survive today, so he had to think of a way out. He could not die for that Luin. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger descended, and Chen Li hurriedly dodged. There was nothing. The sense of danger grew stronger and stronger, causing his hair to stand on end. Who was targeting him? Chen Li's expression changed as he looked ahead. Someone had appeared at some point and was staring at him coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chen Li's pupils shrank. Lord Luo. Luo Shan's lips curled up. Long time no see, Chen Luo. Chen Li's face turned pale as he stared at Luo Shan. You weren't in the endless battlefield. One question. Why did you betray me? Luo Shan asked coldly. Chen Li gulped. He was not clear about Luo Shan's strength. He had said that Luo Shan had faked his strength and was valued by the Grand Empyreans because the information about the tea leaves had come from him. He had always believed that Luo Shan was not powerful and could not be compared to Mr. Daheng. But no matter what, Luo Shan was stronger than him. The creator of the sovereign king's chi was not a weakling. Even if he was not as strong as Mr. Daheng, killing him would not be a problem. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. I had no choice. Luin forced me. If I didn't join the above heaven sect, he would kill me. Luo Shan's gaze was cold. We were the ones who taught you how to raise your strength. You have always been cultivating the sovereign king's chi, but in the end, you betrayed me. Die. Finished speaking, he raised his hand to grab Chen Luo. Chen Luo was shocked. Lord Luo, attacking me now is the same as betraying the 6 Directions sect. You're helping the everlasting race. Luo Shan didn't listen to him at all. Chen Luo shot an arrow, which was crushed by Luo Shan's hand. Above, the corpse king descended and punched Chen Luo. In this life and death crisis, Chen Luo opened his arms and an incomparably huge arrow appeared. Ancestral world, soaring cloud arrow. An arrow shot out, covering Luo Shan and the corpse king at the same time. Luo Shan's palm grabbed the arrow, causing it to shatter inch by inch. At the same time, Chen Li's body also shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Luo Shan in disbelief. You. Trash, how much do you know about me? The corpse king's punch did not hit Chen Luo. Luo Shan casually waved his hand. He crushed the corpse king, revealing his strength, which shocked Chen Luo. Impossible, this person killed the corpse king and him in an instant. His strength was definitely not what he thought. Luo Shan raised his hand again to grab Chen Luo. I'll let you know how a traitor should die. Stop. Star Monarch arrived, panting heavily. Luo Shan looked at her with a complicated gaze. You also betrayed me. Star Monarch frowned. The people of Star Reflecting Universe were brought here by above heaven. I had no choice. Luo Shan's gaze softened a lot. Luo Shan, let him go. Star Monarch said solemnly. Luo Shan's eyes were cold. You want me to let this traitor go? Kill him, and you will be a traitor of the 6 Directions sect. He is fighting against the everlasting race and helping above heaven, which has now become the 6 Directions sect. Is it worth it to betray the 6 Directions sect for him? Star Monarch shouted, her face flushed red. Luo Shan stared at Star Monarch, looked into her eyes, and smiled. How many years have we known each other? Star Monarch was startled. I don't remember. You've never looked at me like that. Let him go. I hate traitors, I hate above heaven. I hate Lu Yin, and I hate the Grand Empyreans even more, but... Luo Shan stared at Star Monarch. I don't hate you for anything. Star Monarch's heart trembled. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. For her, Luo Shan had risked his life to enter the endless battlefield to bring out the people of Star-reflecting universe. Although she had also joined forces with Luo Shan to guard the three sovereigns' universe, Luo Shan had never forced her to do anything for many years. Star Monarch's gaze softened. Brother Luo, don't be a traitor. Luo Shan's eyes twitched, and he slowly let go. Shenle hurriedly retreated, looking at Luo Shan in horror. He had almost died. He did not expect Luo Shan to be so strong. If he had known earlier, he would have confessed. Perhaps Luo Shan could have removed Mr. Daheng's control, and he would not have fallen to this point. Luo Shan turned and left. Brother Luo, if you still want to stay in the Six Directions sect, help above heaven. You are not helping Lu Yin, you are helping yourself, Star Monarch shouted. Luo Shan did not look back, his voice low. If I find a space-time where I can live, are you willing to go with me? Star Monarch stared blankly at Luo Shan's back and fell silent. Luo Shan smiled bitterly and took a step forward. Above heaven sect's Lu Yin must repay what he owes me. I will not attack him, but I can open a passage to the three monarch spacetime zones. If he wants to join the Six Directions sect so badly, then he can join the endless battlefield. Star Monarch was shocked. Brother Luo. Luo Shan had already left for Shenwu continent. On the other side, Lu Bujing stared at the progenitor realm corpse king in front of him. Waves of unease welled up in his heart, as if he was being watched by something. He avoided the progenitor realm corpse king's attack and tried to use his ancestral chi to perform a divination of fate. He had failed several times before, but this time, he succeeded. He hurriedly divined the source of the crisis. Not good, it's him. Lu Bujing's expression changed. That treacherous Mo Shang had actually come. Of all times, he had chosen this moment. In the current above heaven sect, who could stop Mo Shang? Mo Shang was a monster who had reached the level of a sequence law. Even without the Eternal's invasion, the above heaven sect would still need to use all of their strength to resist him, and it was hard to say whether they would survive. But now, no one could stop him. Lu Bujing remained calm, as he did not dare to search for traces of old Mo. The old man had yet to make a move, and as long as he did not attack, they still had hope. He did not dare to hope that old Mo would help the above heaven sect deal with the Eternals. With old Mo's personality, it would be good enough if he did not help the Eternals. The sense of crisis suddenly increased, and Lu Bujing felt as if there was a blade at his back. Lu Bujing's expression changed. He roared, I'm going to break through to progenitor realm. His voice was very loud, and it attracted the attention of Fate Daughter, Han Xan, and Leng Qing. The others thought that he was warning them, and they hurriedly distanced themselves. Old Mo, who had been about to attack, stopped and was bewildered. Break through to progenitor realm. He did not dare to approach. Lu Bujing's progenitor realm breakthrough would not be a small matter. If he got involved, it would be hard to say whether he would live or die. Fine, let's see if you can break through to progenitor realm. Even if you succeed, so what? At most, you'll reach Leng Qing's strength, and that kind of strength is nothing in my eyes. Breaking through to progenitor realm is even better. Old Mo sneered. I'll let you have a taste of the joy of becoming a progenitor before I push you into the abyss. Lu Bujing, you brought this upon yourself. Without the Lu family, you are nothing. Lu Bujing felt the danger disappear, and he relaxed. He had scared old Mo, but that was not enough. He had not truly broken through to progenitor realm. Without the origin tribulation appearing, old Mo would definitely be able to tell that something was amiss. As he thought about it, he spat out a mouthful of blood. I still need to wait. I need to recover first. On the other side, the Corpse Kings attacked. Lu Bujing and the Corpse Kings clashed once more. Old Mo frowned. Then, he would wait. Rather than killing Lu Bujing now, he would feel a greater sense of accomplishment after Lu Bujing had broken through to progenitor realm. He had to make Lu Bujing feel despair. Luo Shan quickly arrived at Shenwu continent and attacked the Tower of Resonating Light. No one dared to stop him, as Mu Xia, who had been guarding this place, had also participated in the Above Heaven sect battle. The seal was no exception, and Luo Shan broke it. The Luck Path Sourcebox array was pushed aside. When the seal was broken, the three sovereign spacetime and the primordial space connected once more. Countless Corpse Kings surged forth, and Shenwu continent fell into the flames of war. Luo Shan sneered. None of them would have an easy time. Mu Xia had sensed the anomaly in Shenwu continent, but he was unable to leave. This orange G was very difficult to deal with, as he had the ability to transform all attacks into flat surfaces. Mu Xia could not tell whether this ability was an innate gift or a sequence law. Logically speaking, it should not be a sequence law, but if it was an innate gift, then it would still be difficult to deal with. Lu Bujing could rely on an endless supply of power to delay by Wang Yuan and the others, but the Eternals could similarly send a powerful progenitor to delay him. I advise you not to be careless. If you dare to be careless in a decisive battle against us true God guards, you will easily die, Orange G said coldly. In the reincarnation spacetime, at the tea party, Luin continued to tangle with divine sovereign Shaoyin. Each of the 7 sky gods had their own opponents, and the endless battlefield was filled with slaughter. No one dared to say that they had the upper hand. In the Above Heaven sect, Lu Bujing continued to battle the Corpse Kings. An hour had already passed, and old Mo could not wait any longer. If Lu Bujing failed to break through and died under the origin tribulation, then old Mo would not even have a chance to take revenge. Thus, old Mo decided not to wait any longer. Lu Bujing forced the Corpse Kings to retreat. I'm about to undergo my tribulation. Old Mo stopped once again, bewildered. He waited for a while, but Lu Bujing did not undergo his tribulation. Old Mo raised an eyebrow and was about to attack again. Lu Bujing continued to shout that he was about to undergo his tribulation. Old Mo was furious, as he could tell that this bastard was definitely faking it. Did he know that old Mo was about to attack? It was not impossible, as that brat from the Lu family had told Lu Bujing about old Mo's existence, and Lu Bujing himself had the ability to manipulate fate, which allowed him to predict good or bad fortune. It was not impossible for Lu Bujing to know. When he thought of this, old Mo's expression turned sinister. This bastard had once used fate to threaten him, and now he was using tribulation to threaten him. Did he really think that old Mo was afraid? Old Mo decided to attack regardless of the consequences. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll be updating at 4 p.m. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28-35. The sense of danger grew stronger, and Lu Bujing knew that he could no longer intimidate old monster Mo. Lu Bujing had no choice but to be shameless. The danger was coming from that direction. Lu Bujing suddenly looked in old monster Mo's direction. At the same time, Big Sis and the crazy director looked over as well. Old Monster Mo appeared, and he stared at Lu Bujing with a sinister smile. Lu San, you didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? Lu Bujing's eyelids twitched. It really was him. This old bastard had survived until now. He gulped and raised his hand to cheer. Brother Mo Shang, you're still alive. That's great. You definitely have the strength of a 7 sky gods to survive from the above heaven sex era. I'll leave those true god guard captains to you. That guy over there, that black-skinned guy, and that big bug. Heavy Ghost raised his head and pointed at himself. Me? He turned to look at Old Monster Mo, comparable to a 7 sky gods. That's troublesome. The few of us can't do it. Old Monster Mo sneered. You're still so shameless. Will it work? Lu Bujing was helpless, as he did not know if it would work. He was betting that the Eternals would take the initiative to attack Old Monster Mo. He was betting that Old Monster Mo would not dare to openly help the Eternals, which would result in a 3-way battle instead of Old Monster Mo dealing with him alone. However, both Lu Bujing and Old Monster Mo had miscalculated something. The Eternals were very smart, which was why they had been able to destroy continent after continent in the above heaven sex era. They did not rely on absolute strength. Even during the above heaven sex era, the Eternals did not have absolute strength to threaten the above heaven sect. They relied on intelligence and caution. The captains of the Eternals did not believe Lu Bujing's words. They could tell that something was amiss, but no matter what, Old Monster Mo was an enemy. The Thousand Faces Bureau had immediately informed everyone of Old Monster Mo's identity. Regardless of whether or not Old Monster Mo would attack the above heaven sect, his existence would hinder the Eternals. At this point, the captains of the Eternals were indeed unable to deal with a powerhouse who had comprehended the laws of heaven. Since that was the case, they had to choose the safest method. The Thousand Faces Bureau's members endured the pain brought by the crazy director, and divine power suddenly surged out of their bodies. At the same time, Ghost, Ju, and Zhongpan's bodies. Some of the true God Guard corpses that were fighting, while some of the corpses of course, some did not. Streaks of red divine power converged upwards from all directions, forming a ring of red light that illuminated the entire outerverse. It brought about an intense sense of unease and strangeness. The red light shone on everyone's faces, illuminating their shock and fear. Even Luo Shan, who was far away on the Shenwu continent, was illuminated by the red light. At this moment, the brightest thing on the 5th mainland was the red light. It covered the entire 5th mainland, including the technocracy and the astral beast domains. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. Regardless of whether they understood divine power or not, this power made everyone instinctively afraid. Old eccentric Mo clenched his fists. It was this sort of power again. This time, there was far more divine power than back in the dark space-time. Back then, it had only been the divine power of a single person in the game of 1,000 faces. This time, however, it had gathered the divine power of 4 true God Guard captains and no less than 5 progenitor realm corpse kings. This divine power seemed to illuminate the path of death. When the divine power was completely gathered, it formed an existence similar to the sun. To the humans, it illuminated them, but to the 4 captains of the true God Guards, it gave them a power so great that it was almost a metamorphosis. Streaks of light poured into the bodies of the 4 captains. The 4 captains began to transform, and their auras skyrocketed. Mu Xia and the others had solemn expressions. Big Sis' mouth twitched. We're in big trouble. Elder Chan coughed up blood, and the crazy headmaster looked up at the divine power with a helpless expression. Chen Lub, Tixing Jun, Master Shan, and the rest of the progenitors felt the pressure of the divine power. At the foot of the stairway, he ran despaired. How could this be? There were clearly so many extremely powerful corpse kings, so how could the divine power increase? The red light made her feel extremely uneasy and fearful. In the sect's main hall, Wang Wen curled up in a transparent coffin with his head buried in it. As long as he did not look, he would not be afraid. This was too terrifying. The Eternals were truly showing their might. Old eccentric Mo wanted to retreat, as he did not want to resist the boundless divine power. He especially did not want to stand out at this time. If the 7 sky gods came, he would be in for a bad time. But before he left, he had to deal with Lu Bujing. He waved his hand, and the darkness followed him like a shadow as it headed towards Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing cried out, "Mo Shang, if you dare to attack, I'll dare to face my tribulation." Old eccentric Mo sneered. "I'll cover you with divine power. Why don't you try to face your tribulation?" Lu Bujing was stunned. He had divine power above his head, and once he faced his tribulation, the progenitor's origin tribulation would probably drag the divine power along with him. If that happened, he would definitely be finished. That was the power of the only true God. Just thinking about it made him despair. At this time, the progenitor's origin tribulation would not be able to save anyone. Old eccentric Mo took advantage of this opportunity to attack Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing looked at the incoming darkness, but he could not escape even if he wanted to. Nobody could help him. On the Shenwu continent, Luo Shan sighed. Above the sept, it was over. Crack! Crack! Far away, a crack appeared in space. At first, no one noticed it, as everyone's attention was on the divine power. But just as old eccentric Mo's darkness was about to grab Lu Bujing, and the divine power had completely transformed the 4 captains of the true God guards, the void completely shattered. A golden mountain range suddenly appeared, shattering the void and bringing with it a golden light. It brutally resisted the divine power and illuminated everyone's faces with a layer of golden light. Everyone looked in that direction. Old eccentric Mo stopped and looked over at the same time. This golden light was very familiar to him, and he hated it. What is this? Lu Bujing opened his mouth in a daze. The golden light of the divine seal catalog. As the golden light shone, the red light of the divine power was reduced to a thin layer, as if it had been draped in a golden coat. A pair of eyes opened and appeared in front of everyone from the 5th mainland. They replaced the sky, the universe, and everything that they knew. The eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, but they were also extremely domineering. They were filled with pride and arrogance, as if no one could enter his eyes. That guy's divine power. Scatter. With a shout, the golden light turned into a sharp blade that slashed out and tore apart the divine power sun that had enveloped the 5th mainland. It was tyrannical, domineering, and straightforward. It was just that simple. Old eccentric Mo's mouth fell open, and he immediately fled. He thought of a certain person. Was that person still alive? When Lu Bujing heard this voice, his eyes turned red. Ancestor. When Ling Qing, Fate Maiden, and the others heard Lu Bujing shout, their scalps went numb. There was only one person in history who could make Lu Bujing shout like this, and that was the Tao master of the 5th mainland, the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Yuan. Mu Xia, Elder Chan, and the others watched in shock as the golden light replaced everything. This power was unimaginable to them. It changed the entire 5th mainland in an instant. So what if it was divine power? Even if the only true God appeared, he would be forced to retreat by this power. This was a mighty power that exceeded everyone's imagination. That mountain, the Golden Mountain Range, broke through the void and directly descended in front of the above heaven sect. On top of the Golden Mountain Range, figures stood tall, exuding a powerful aura that suppressed the eternal race's true God guards. Heavy Ghost looked at the Golden Mountain Range. Under his black armor, his eyes were unprecedentedly serious. Hey, what's going on? This is too much of a joke. Am I hallucinating? As he spoke, he looked for the other true God Guards captains, only to find that the people from the Thousand Faces game had disappeared. Orange G and Zhong Pan, who had confronted Mu Xia, were also gone. Only him and the less than 10 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings were left outside Above Heaven sect. He rushed toward Camphor Bug without hesitation. Run! Ha! You want to run away in front of me? A majestic voice resounded throughout the Fifth Mainland, causing the entire continent to tremble. It even reached the starry sky tree and spread throughout the primal space. On top of the Golden Mountain Range, a figure walked out. Ancestor, leave them to me. I'll have to trouble you with Shaoxian. Whoever dares to bully my descendant will die a horrible death. The deafening voice shattered all of the Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings except for Heavy Ghost, including Camphor Bug with extremely strong defenses. Elder Chan and the others felt their scalps go numb, and an unprecedented sense of security enveloped their hearts. They had encountered an important figure. Heavy Ghost coughed up blood and looked at the figure that had walked out of the Golden Mountain Range. Senior Tianyi. Elder Chan was excited. In the reincarnation spacetime, Lu Yin was fighting with Divine Sovereign Shao Yin when he suddenly realized that the battle situation had changed. The 7 sky gods had all left at the same time. Little Lu Yin, let's play another time. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. Blacklist god coldly glanced at Lu Yin and did not speak. Shaman Spirit God wanted to give Lu Yin a blow, but he could not take the risk. If he was held back, he would not have a good ending. The troublesome person had returned. The sole true God had also left, and he had dragged Divine Sovereign Shao Yin away with him. The Grand Empyrean had not been able to keep the sole true God, but he had taken away Divine Sovereign Shao Yin's strength. However, Divine Sovereign Shao Yin did not care and said something to Lu Yin before he disappeared. Lu Yin relaxed. It seemed that his family had returned. Otherwise, no one would have had the ability to change the situation. It was possible that Mr. Su Mu, the Thunder Lord, and the other powerhouses had arrived, but Lu Yin did not believe that the Eternals had not considered them. If the Eternals had dared to start a war like this, then they must have considered all possible factors. The only variable was the Lu family and himself. His family must have returned. The war is over. Congratulations on protecting the Above Heaven sect. Son of the Lu family, there is a place for you in the Eternals. A voice entered Lu Yin's ears, and he stared into the distance. It was the sole true God's voice. The Above Heaven sect had been saved. The sudden end of the war had caught the Six Direction Society off guard. They had not known that the Lu family had returned. The 9 skies and 10 earths had split open, and the celestial gate had been shattered. Evergreen Saint had become the first progenitor to die. However, aside from Evergreen Saint, no one else had been sacrificed in this war. The main reason was that Lu Yin had taken too long to pass his tribulation, and the Lu family had only returned in a short amount of time. Son of the Lu family. The Grand Empyrean's voice rang out. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. After the war had ended, the first person that the Grand Empyrean had looked for was Lu Yin. Although he had contributed greatly in this war, it had not affected the 7 sky gods in any way. The only contribution he had made was that he had revealed that Divine Sovereign Shao Yin was a spy. How had he known that Divine Sovereign Shao Yin was a spy? Thank you, brothers, for your support. Today's 6th update. This book has never been published before. I'm going to stay up late tonight. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28:36. Lu Yin turned around and faced the Grand Empyrean. "Senior, are you looking for me?" The Grand Empyrean was no longer as calm as before. "How did you know that Xiaoyin was a spy?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he voiced out his many guesses. "Just because the Eternals attacked the above heaven. Does Senior think that my guesses are wrong?" "Yes." "Did Divinity Xiaoyin already know that you were pretending to be Xian Qi?" Lu Yin frowned, as this was beyond his expectations. "Indeed. He admitted it himself and knew that I was Xian Qi. The slander at the tea party was to lure Bai Wang Yuan and the others out of the astral tree. Not only did he attack the Genesis space, but he also attacked the tea party. You already guessed that Xiaoyin was a spy. Why didn't you report it to me?" The Grand Empyrean barked, and a terrifying pressure descended, causing Lu Yin to feel dizzy. Grand Elder Shan Gu hurriedly said, "Grand Empyrean. Shan Gu, this is between me and the Lu family's son. It has nothing to do with you," the Grand Empyrean interrupted. Grand Elder Shan Gu frowned. "What God said, Grand Empyrean, you know how cunning the Eternals are. Lu Yin alone cannot see through them. Otherwise, the human race's situation would not be like this." Master Wei's eyes flashed. Right now, it was not a matter of right or wrong, but rather that the Grand Empyrean had been insulted. Divinity Xiaoyin was one of her people, but he had become the Six Direction Society's biggest spy. This matter had a huge impact on the Grand Empyrean, and it had caused her to lose face. What she cared about was that Lu Yin had not told her. If he had, regardless of whether the tea party had been attacked or how the Eternals had attacked, she would not have been passive in this matter. What she cared about was face and prestige. She considered herself the leader of the human race, but she had nurtured the Six Direction Society's biggest spy. No one would be able to accept this. Now that she thought about it, Divinity Xiaoyin's numerous mistakes in the endless battlefield had been intentional. He had incited internal strife in the Six Direction Society while also telling the Grand Empyrean to banish the Lu family. These actions had caused too much damage to the human race, and all of this had been tacitly approved by the Grand Empyrean. How would the history books record this in the future? She clearly had a chance to avoid all of this if Lu Yin had told her in advance, but he had not. This was the reason why she was so angry. Reverend God Xiaoyin was not stupid. He had a clear goal. This was the method of the Eternals. Back in the primordial space, the destruction of the continents, the fall of the three realms and the six paths, and the betrayal of the Eternals, were all the methods of the Eternals. In terms of intelligence, the Eternals were no less than the humans. And because they were all loyal to the one true God, they could endure and act more decisively. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Junior is only guessing. If I told the Grand Empyrean in advance, would the Grand Empyrean believe me? Whether I believe you or not is my business. You hid the truth from me. This is your first crime. Xiaoyin used you as a breakthrough point to divert everyone's attention, causing the Eternals to launch a large-scale attack. This is your second crime. If it weren't for you, the primordial space wouldn't have been noticed by the Eternals. It is precisely because of you that the primordial space is in danger. This is your third crime. Lu Yin was amused. Is the Grand Empyrean joking with me? Everyone's expression changed. Even Void Master wanted to cover Lu Yin's mouth. Mu Feng immediately walked out. Junior brother. Su Heng, Su Leng, and the others worried. You're just trying to pin the blame on me. The Grand Empyrean couldn't defeat the Eternals and cause them losses, so you're blaming me. Did I, Lu Yin, deserve to die in the primordial space? Should I just let the Eternals fight on the other side? Do I have to report everything to you? Pin the blame on me? What right do you have? Do you really think you're a primogenitor? Do you really think the reincarnation spacetime can replace the above heaven sect? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The tea party was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin as he cursed the Grand Empyrean. He was crazy. Lu Yin was indeed crazy. This crazy woman was actually trying to pin the blame on him. She couldn't defeat the Eternals, so she wanted to push the blame to him. At this point, he no longer cared about the difference in strength. Even without Mr. Mu's guarantee and the Lu family's return, he would still have done this. Otherwise, how could he live up to his status as the above heaven sect's Tao master? It was the people in the primordial space who would lose face. He was the spiritual pillar of countless people. What right did he have to be convicted by this crazy woman? The wood carving stood in front of Lu Yin and faced the Grand Empyrean. Senior Grand Empyrean, please forgive my junior brother for my master's sake. Grand Elder Dan Gu shook his head and stepped forward to block Lu Yin. He had no other choice. He admired Lu Yin's strength and also valued him for being able to draw out an ancient card. That was a qualitative change in strength, and he could not let this kid die. The Void Master's expression changed, and he stepped forward as well. No matter how angry the Grand Empyrean was, he could not attack them. It would be best if he could plead for leniency, but if he could not, then there was nothing he could do. Wu Tian, I've tried my best. The wood god stepped forward for the sake of the wood carving and the third mainland. Furthermore, the ancient gods wanted to kill this kid, so he had to protect him for the greater good. Unexpectedly, the Dimensional Master stepped forward and also blocked Lu Yin's path. This was something that no one had expected. Please calm down, Grand Empyrean. Please calm down, Grand Empyrean. Please calm down, Grand Empyrean. Powerhouses stepped forward one after another. Su Wuwei, Su Heng, Su Lang, Xiao Xi, and the others all walked to Lu Yin's side and bowed to the Grand Empyrean. Some of these people were there for Lu Yin, while others were there to follow their own spacetime master. They all had their own goals, but no matter what, most of the powerhouses who had participated in the tea party walked to Lu Yin's side and pleaded for leniency on his behalf. Gong Xing, Jiang Xing, and the others exchanged glances. Was this kid really that popular in the Six Direction Society? Lotus Reverend frowned. Was he trying to force her master's hand? Child of the Lu family, do you plead guilty? The Grand Empyrean's voice rang out once more. Everyone's hearts sank. The Grand Empyrean's attitude had not changed because of their pleas. She had steeled her heart to blame Lu Yin. Why? The Grand Empyrean's attitude was very strange, as if she was looking for a crime. Lu Yin clenched his fists and looked at the Grand Empyrean. What crime have I committed? What right do you have to convict me? Impudent! Kneel! The Grand Empyrean roared. The void exploded and appeared above everyone's heads. This was an unstoppable force that was basically a law. This was the Grand Empyrean's pressure on Lu Yin and everyone around him. She was using her own strength to suppress everyone. The Grand Empyrean was of the same generation as the primogenitor and the sole true god, so the nature of her power was completely different. Even the wood god, who had an extremely high seniority, felt the pressure. This was the power of the human sovereign. If not for the Grand Empyrean, the sole true god could easily destroy everyone. Under Lu Yin's celestial eye, the void was filled with sequence particles. The Grand Empyrean seemed to be the embodiment of sequence laws. The entire world was pressing down on him. Kneel! The sequence particles descended above Lu Yin's head and pressed down. He did not take out the textless heavenly book, as it could not completely block Shaoyin. It was a joke for a god to block a Grand Empyrean. The sequence particles landed on Lu Yin's body, and he felt as if the heavens were pressing down on him. No matter what kind of strength he had, he could not withstand it. Kneel! The voice rang out again and again as the sequence particles slowly descended. Lu Yin was enduring an invisible pressure. No one could help him resist this pressure. He could only rely on himself. He was unyielding, would not kneel, and would not beg for mercy. Why? Why should he be convicted? What right do you have to convict me? I'm from the Lu family, the Path Master of the Heavens sect. You can't deal with the Eternals, but you take your anger out on the Heavens sect era and the Lu family. You can't stop the sole true God or Shaoyin, so you take your anger out on me. Grand Empyrean, who do you think you are? You crazy woman. Lu Yin shouted the last sentence, completely shedding all pretense of cordiality. Shan Gu, Void Master, and the others looked at him in shock. Mu Carving's face turned cold, and he crushed the jade. It was useless to say anything at this moment. Venerable Lotus and the others were stunned. This was the first time they had heard someone curse a Grand Empyrean. Would God and the others felt the same, and they all felt a strange sensation. How many years had it been? Even during the golden age of the Heavens sect, a Grand Empyrean status was extremely high. They could meet the primogenitor at any time and talk to them as equals. Yet, they were being cursed by a junior. Bai Xianer stood there calmly, and a gust of wind blew past, causing her hair to flutter. Lu Yin's eyes were red as he glared at the Grand Empyrean. He had finally spoken the words he had kept in his heart for a long time. When he had first heard the reason for the Lu family's exile, he had wanted to come over and curse the Grand Empyrean. Now, he finally did it. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was a lackey, and the Grand Empyrean was the culprit who had blocked Patriarch Lu Yuan's senses. In the sky and on the ground, the sequence particle shone brightly. Son of the Lu family, kneel. With a shout, the shining sequence particle smashed down. Lu Yin clenched his fists. He had no way to resist, so he had to bear it. Regardless of whether the Lu family returned or not, he had already awakened Patriarch Lu Yuan. His mission had been completed. No one could help Lu Yin. If they helped him, they would have to face the Grand Empyrean head-on. No one had the confidence to do so. The world trembled, and even the reincarnation spacetime was pressuring him. Lu Yin couldn't breathe, and his consciousness was scattered. He couldn't even stand steadily. He couldn't fall or lose face. He represented the primordial space and the Heavens sect. He was Lu Yin, someone who had slowly climbed from an ordinary cultivator to his current height. He had sacrificed so much, so how could he kneel at this moment? No one could force him to kneel. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were red as he stared fearlessly at the Grand Empyrean. Even if he had to die, he would die standing. Crazy, woman. The sequence particle completely descended and bombarded Lu Yin, causing the sky to collapse. A hand suddenly appeared and blocked Lu Yin's head, blocking the sequence particle. Following that, a figure walked out and roared, "Crazy woman, what are you trying to do to my Lu family's child?" Would God, Void Master, and the others stared in shock at the man who had suddenly walked out. This person was 70% similar to Lu Yin. His entire body shone with a golden light, but it was different from Divine Sovereign Shaoyin's golden robes. This golden light was difficult to resist, and it seemed to be able to pierce through space and time. The biggest difference between this person and Lu Yin was their gaze. Lu Yin's gaze was wise and calm, but it also contained an unfathomable depth. This person's gaze was very pure and domineering. It was pure domineering, and there was no reason to speak of it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28:37. The moment this person appeared, the sequence particles that filled the sky were thrown into chaos. This person had also brought along a terrifying amount of sequence particles that pushed aside the Grand Empyrean sequence particles. Everyone stared blankly. Who was this? Lu Yin's breathing quickened as he looked at this face that was extremely similar to his own. He didn't know how to describe his current emotions, he was too tired. He had walked from Earth onto the path of cultivation, and he had walked step by step until now. It had been filled with life and death crises, scheming against each other, and if not for his heaven-defying luck, he would have died countless times already. The moment this person appeared, Lu Yin's entire body relaxed. His body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. The newcomer looked at Lu Yin with a wide grin, and the overbearing look in his eyes changed to one of admiration, self-blame, and pity. Hold on a little longer. A member of the Lu family cannot fall in front of an outsider. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the newcomer with a resolute gaze. I know, ancestor. He had wanted to address this person as ancestor for a very long time. He had addressed too many people as senior. Even in his dreams, he had hoped that there would be someone he could sincerely address as ancestor. This represented that he could rely on, that he could trust, and that he could let go of everything. The newcomer was Lu Yuan, one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms from the above sky sect era. The Grand Empyrean's gaze landed on Lu Yuan, and she wasn't surprised. Lu Yuan had arrived right after the sole true God had left, but he hadn't appeared immediately. He had been staring at the Lu family's descendant the entire time. The reason she had targeted Lu Yin and condemned him was to make him submit and embarrass Lu Yuan. However, this Lu family's descendant was determined, which made Lu Yuan proud. Thinking about this made the Grand Empyrean uncomfortable. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan turned around and glared at the Grand Empyrean. What are you shouting for? Can't you see that I'm catching up with my own child? NCO is already dead, and you still dare to be so arrogant. The Grand Empyrean roared. Lu Yuan sneered. You think he'll die just because you say so? Who do you think you are? You're just a crazy woman. You're too presumptuous. What? Do you want to fight or scold me? I'll accompany you. If Master hadn't stopped you, do you think you would have been able to scold me? If it wasn't for Tai Chu's protection, you wouldn't even have the chance to grow. The others are much better than you. What do you know? If it wasn't for Master stopping us, we would have already discussed how to beat you up. Wu Tian even prepared a rod for you. That crazy woman, Fate, had already calculated where you would go. Big Yellow brought us to find you. That's one of the rare times when we brothers are united. We just want to beat you up. Go ahead and be happy. If it wasn't for Master, I would have beaten you to a pulp, Lu Yuan mocked. The Grand Empyrean angrily rebuked, nonsense. Let me tell you, back then, in order to knock you out, the few of us almost got into a fight, just to see who was the first to knock you out. By the way, Grim Reaper won. In order to knock you out, that guy specially researched a battle technique called Death Mask. This battle technique was created in order to knock you out without you noticing. Ruthless, isn't it? He was so proactive. I don't know how long he had been holding it in, but he was so excited that his eyes turned red. The Grand Empyrean was stunned. She didn't know if Lu Yuan was telling the truth or not. Back then, aside from Lu Yuan, Tai Chu's disciples were all pretty good. Wu Tian was very obedient, and although Grim Reaper was gloomy, he was very polite and was a good kid. They weren't like what Lu Yuan had described. Wood God and the others quietly listened. This was all a secret. When Lu Yuan had come into contact with the above heaven sect, Guizhi and the others were already part of the 3 realms 6 Daos. He didn't know anything about them before they became part of the 3 realms 6 Daos. Lu Yin watched as Lu Yuan crazily scolded and ridiculed the Grand Empyrean and felt elated. After being suppressed by the Grand Empyrean for so long, he had finally turned the tables. He now had a backer. Nonsense. The Lu family's son is just as impudent and rude as you. If you continue, I'll make you pay the price. Scram, he's still a child. You. The Grand Empyrean was furious. Lu Yuan laughed. Are you confused? Crazy woman, reflect on yourself. Do you think you're worthy of convicting a child of the Lu family? Then, he grabbed Lu Yin and left. Let's go. Everyone present couldn't react. The Grand Empyrean was furious. Brat, I won't let you go. On the other side, Lu Yuan brought Lu Yin back to the origin space. Lu Yin was surprised. Lu Yuan should be unable to locate the origin space like the others. I hope that crazy woman doesn't chase after us. Otherwise, if we really fight, the origin space and the reincarnation spacetime will suffer. Lu Yuan snorted. Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan curiously. This was the Tao master of the above heaven sect, the true ancestor of the Lu family. He didn't seem very majestic, although he was very domineering when he cursed the Grand Empyrean. Ancestor. Lu Yuan nodded. Seeing Lu Yin staring at him, he said, Don't look at me like that. It's not that I'm afraid of fighting with her. This woman is crazy. If she's really angered, she can do anything. She can even fight to the death with me and let the one true God benefit. We can't argue with such a lunatic, right? Lu Yin nodded. Ancestor, you're right. But what about the family being exiled? I'll settle the score with her. Lu Yuan was furious. I'll make that crazy woman pay for all the hardships the family has suffered. Don't worry, I won't give her a single cent less. I've wanted to beat her for a long time. Does she really think that she has master's power just because she's in the same generation? What a joke. She's too narrow-minded. Ancestor will teach her how to be a person. Lu Yin was excited. I have to teach her how to be a person. Lu Yin nodded. He thought about it and felt a little melancholy. But the family just returned and there's a pile of things to deal with. The origin space is a mess, and there's also a burden to save. It's difficult. He looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Little Xian, as expected of you. Lu Yin took a step back and faced Lu Yuan. He bowed deeply. Little Xian greets ancestor. Lu Yuan laughed, lifted Lu Yin up, and patted his shoulder. He was very pleased. Good, you're strong. You're a child of my Lu family. When you created the overturning sky palm, ancestor knew that you were promising, much more so than that brat Lu Tianyi. Good, huh? Lu Yin was puzzled. Was Lu Shaoxian really the one who had created the overturning sky palm? How was that possible? Now was not the time to ask such questions. Ancestor, how is the above heaven sect? Lu Yuan was puzzled. Above heaven sect. You came up with that name. Lu Yin explained the origins of Lu Bujing and the others, as well as the appearance of the above heaven sect. Lu Yuan was stunned as he listened. So Lu Bujing and the others were sealed in ice. No wonder we couldn't find them back then. Let's go. We'll talk about it when we get back. I really miss the above heaven sect. Speaking of which, you people are quite bold. Back then, when the 9 mountains and 8 seas came together, even Lu Tianyi at his peak did not dare to call the Daosaur sect the above heaven sect. Ignorance is bliss. Lu Yin smiled sheepishly. He had also traveled for 20 years, and he had only learned that the above heaven sect had been established after returning. When he saw Lu Yuan again, Lu Yin had many questions that he wanted to ask. There were many matters regarding the above heaven sect and the Tao Source sect, but he had to deal with the battlefield first. The Golden Mountain Range was magnificent. When Lu Yuan and Lu Yin returned to the above heaven sect, voices gathered above the Golden Mountain Range in the distance, forming ripples that rippled through space. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Young Master. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Young Master. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Young Master. Lu Yuan beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the Golden Mountain Range and sensed its powerful aura. A familiar yet unfamiliar feeling arose within him. The voices calling him Young Master were the same as Master Shan and the others. They were sincere and willing to give their all. He was the Lu family's Young Master, and no matter how much time had passed, he would always be the Lu family's Young Master. Atop the Golden Mountain Range, many members of the Lu family bowed to Lu Yin. Even some of the older ones did the same. This was their respect for Lu Yin, for the Lu family's Young Master who had struggled alone in the primordial space and brought it back to the Lu family. The Lu family was powerful, and there were no less than 6 half-ancestors in the Golden Mountain Range. The rest were far stronger than their peers, and all of the outstanding geniuses had respectful expressions. Regardless of gender, they all bowed to Lu Yin. Aside from Lu Yuan, there were 2 other progenitor auras. One was obscure, and the other was berserk. Lu Yin took a deep breath and released his powerful aura. This was the aura of someone who had broken through to the half-ancestor level and could directly face Shaoyin divinity and other sequence law powerhouses. Limitless power radiated from his inner world, making Lu Yin the center of the universe. Within the above heaven sect, everyone bowed. Welcome back, Tao Lord. Welcome back, Tao Lord. Welcome back, Tao Lord. Elder Chan and the others could sense Lu Yin's aura. The Tao Lord had broken through to the half-ancestor level, and he was even more powerful. Lu Yin's aura also shook the Golden Mountain Range. They bowed to Lu Yin because Lu Yin had led them back to the Lu family. Lu Yin had fought alone here to survive and faced the 4 cardinal scales. Lu Yin was Lu Shaoxian, and they respected Lu Xiaoxuan's identity as the Lu family's Young Master. However, when Lu Yin's aura erupted, the powerful aura that could rival a progenitor's completely shocked the entire Lu family. Even Lu Yuan was astonished. He had seen Lu Yin resist the Grand Empyrean sequence particle, but now that he felt it again, he could not help but be shocked. How could a half-ancestor be so powerful? Even they could not do it back then, as their master was a primogenitor. How did this brat cultivate? This was the question that everyone in the Lu family had. Lu Yin was too powerful, and when he rushed out, the Lu family's berserk progenitor's power was suppressed. The Lu family's golden light did not pose any threat to Lu Yin, as he was also the owner of the golden light. At this moment, more than 10 progenitors from the above heaven sect and the Lu family gathered in the starry sky. Everyone bowed to Lu Yin from afar. Even with Lu Yuan beside him, Lu Yin was still the center of attention at this moment. The merits that Lu Yin had brought to the 5th mainland were not something that Lu Yuan could replace, even if Lu Yuan was the Tao Lord. Lu Yuan had no intention of replacing Lu Yin as the Tao Lord. Since everyone called him the Tao Lord, then the position of the Tao Lord would be given to him. This child was the greatest pride of the Lu family. Since ancient times, who could compare to him over the endless years? 2 figures appeared, and one of them rushed towards Lu Yin and hugged him. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to push him away, but the person who had come gave him an incomparably familiar and warm feeling. When the person hugged him, Lu Yin actually forgot to push him away. Son. Lu Yin's heart trembled as he stared blankly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28:38. I'm sorry, son. I'm late. The speaker was Lu Qi, Lu Yin's father. Lu Yin clenched his fists, not knowing what to say as he allowed Lu Qi to hug him. Lu Qi let go and grabbed Lu Yin's shoulder, excitedly looking into his eyes. He then punched Lu Yin's shoulder. I knew you could do it. Son, it's good that you're alive. Leave the rest to me. Lu Yin sighed and looked at Lu Qi with a complicated expression. My memories are gone. Lu Qi paled and looked at Lu Yuan for help. Lu Yuan shook his head. In the distance, another progenitor of the Lu family walked over. There are all sorts of powers in the universe, and some cultivate karma and divination. I didn't seal your memories, but rather completely erased them. If you still have your memories, someone can use them to find you. If you can't be brought back to the Lu family, I hope that the seal can protect you for a lifetime. The ancestor will awaken sooner or later, and it's only a matter of time. Lu Yin looked at the speaker and knew who it was. He had seen him when he traveled through spacetime, Ancestor Tianyi. Lu Tianyi smiled and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. You did better than I expected, little Xian. The Lu family is proud of you. Even in the era of above heaven, the Lu family is willing to say that the family is proud of you. The Lu family was the family that controlled the fifth mainland during the era of above heaven, and it had given birth to many geniuses. The Divine Seal Catalog and the General Appointing Platform were the basic features of the Lu family's geniuses. Anyone who had awakened these two innate gifts would reach the peak. Even so, Lu Tianyi still recognized Lu Yin as a genius who surpassed all the other geniuses in the Lu family, including himself. Lu Yuan patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Even I can't compare to you. Little Xian, from now on, the Lu family is in your hands. Lu Yin didn't know what to say. This was a family that was connected by blood, and it gave him warmth and support. He took a deep breath. I understand. Lu Qi laughed. Son, let's go to above heaven. I heard that you've become a Tao master, and your father is very impressive, ha. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Although he had lost his memories and couldn't regain his feelings, Lu Qi had his own way of getting along with Lu Yin so that Lu Yin didn't feel any pressure. Lu Yin did not reject Lu Qi. Even if he had lost all his memories, he still trusted this man from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, he was no stranger to Lu Qi. Back when he was undergoing his sixth origin tribulation, his origin tribulation had drawn out Lu Qi, who had acted with the power of the God Sealing Catalog's progenitor of literature. When he ascended the star-plucking tower, he had also seen Lu Qi and his mother hugging him. Dad, Lu Yin said. Lu Qi answered happily. Mother passed away. Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Lu Qi's face darkened. Yes, he died a long time ago. There was no secret behind his mother's death, she had simply passed away due to illness. Lu Yin had found out through Kuei Luo, but he wanted to confirm it with Lu Qi. Now that he had gotten the answer, he had mixed feelings. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin asked, when did you break through to the progenitor realm? Lu Qi sighed, the clan has been exiled. If we want to return, other than awakening the old ancestor, it would be good to have a few more ancestor realm experts. What a pity. He fell silent for a moment. 2 progenitors died. This is Aeonian territory, after all. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. When he had first learned that the Lu clan had been exiled, he hadn't expected them to survive. The 4 cardinal scales hadn't thought so as well. Only Xiaxinji knew that the Lu clan was still around. Alright, I'll tell you about this later. You need to slowly understand the clan's matters. First, take us to understand your above heaven sect. Lu Qi smiled. At this time, Master Shan, Kuei Luo, Wan Ziyi, and the others who had been in the Lu clan. The remaining officials all walked out. "Greetings, Master." The fat old woman, the little girl, the crazy old man, and the rest of the Lu clan members all bowed loudly. Although the Lu clan was domineering, they weren't tyrannical. They had their own reasons, which was why the four cardinal scales had rebelled. However, there were also people who were incomparably loyal. The myriad Daos clan and Qiming clan were both loyal to the Lu clan. Kuei Luo had been a frivolous old man, but he had changed after seeing the Lu clan return. Lu Yuan looked at the remaining Lu clan members with a complicated gaze. In the end, he sighed deeply. Lu Tianyi spoke up. "The clan didn't protect you and caused you to suffer too much. For this, the main clan apologizes." Wan Ziyi was agitated. "It's the four cardinal scales' fault. It's the six cardinal associations' fault. It has nothing to do with the main clan. Senior Tianyi, please lead the main clan to reclaim the astral tree domain and kill all our enemies to show the Lu clan's might." "Master, please kill all our enemies to show the Lu clan's might." "Master, please kill all our enemies to show the Lu clan's might." "Master, please kill all our enemies to show the Lu clan's might." These people had never mentioned this request to Lu Yin, as they knew that it wasn't easy for him to reach this point. Because of this, they buried all of their hatred in their hearts as they didn't want to give Lu Yin any pressure. However, things were different now. With the Lu clan's return, the four cardinal scales would vanish into thin air. Lu Tianyi nodded with a solemn expression. The Lu clan can consider the big picture and can also support the big picture alone. Some grudges cannot be ignored. The blood ancestor, Elder Chan, and the others looked at this scene. It seemed to be a matter of the Lu clan, but didn't the Lu clan represent the entire Genesis space? Whether it was the Lu clan of the past or the current Lu Yin, they both represented the Genesis space. Chenmo looked at Lu Tianyi and then at Lu Yuan with fear in his heart. He had never felt such a terrifying aura before. Even when he had been in close contact with the Shaoyin divinity, he had never felt such despair from the Shaoyin divinity. These two people were monsters. This was the Lu clan that had been exiled by the Genesis space and reincarnation spacetime. They were Lu Yin's backing. In the past, he hated Lu Yin for lying to him. Now, he was glad. Otherwise, who knew what would happen to him if he went against such a monster clan? What about Luo Shan? Did he dare to appear? The Lu clan had dealt with the everlasting race as soon as they appeared. How powerful were they? He looked up at the bottom of the stairway. Had the Genesis space weakened? Then, how could there be so many extreme powerhouses? Even with the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages reincarnation spacetime, the number of extreme powerhouses might not be comparable to the Genesis space. She could see that the Genesis space seemed to be heading toward its peak from long ago. The Lu clan and above heaven didn't need to work together. Elder Chan, Mu Xia, and the others were already acquainted with the Lu clan. Ling Qing, Hen Xian, and the others were also acquainted with Lu Tianyi. The scene that Lu Yin had been waiting for had appeared. In the era of above heaven, when Lu Bujing and the others had disappeared, Lu Tianyi had still been a Dao child and could be considered a junior. Now, Lu Tianyi's strength was beyond their comprehension. Facing him again, everyone felt awkward. It was mainly Hen Xian and the others who felt awkward. Lu Tianyi had lived for countless years, and according to his actual age, he could be their ancestor. They looked at each other and didn't speak. Fate's daughter deliberately retreated. In the era of above heaven, she had caused trouble for both Lu Bujing and Lu Tianyi. If Hen Xian and the others faced Lu Tianyi, it was still acceptable. However, Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and the others were stunned. They didn't know how to face him. Lu Tianyi looked at them and ignored them. They were all Dao children, but time had pulled them far apart, so far that they couldn't be seen. Chu Yuan wanted to show his determination to catch up, but when he thought about how Lu Tianyi had dealt with those progenitor corpse kings like they were vegetables, he lost his confidence. He had been dealt a blow by Lu Yin and lost his arrogance from the era of above heaven. If he had just been released from the ice, he would definitely have shouted at Lu Tianyi. Above heaven's daughter and the Lu family's relationship was very natural, and the person at the helm of each was Lu Yin. Lu Yin took Lu Qi and the others to understand the current above heaven, mainly introducing Lu Yun, Chen Lo, Tai Xiu, and the others. A few days later, he found Lu Yuan alone and asked him to save Ming Yan. This matter had been weighing on his heart for too long. Ming Yan hadn't been of much help to him, nor had she experienced much with him. However, she was one of the few people who could bring him warmth and didn't need to hide his feelings. In front of Ming Yan, he could tell her what was on his mind. He could be calm, he could reveal his ambitions, and he could also be calm. This was enough for him. Lu Yuan looked at the frozen Ming Yan with a solemn expression. Lu Yin was nervous. Ancestor, she is the most important person to me. She is my wife. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Yin. Little Xian, no, I'll just call you Little Seven. Many people call you that. Little Seven, do you understand our level? Lu Yin nodded at first, but then he shook his head. I know that above the progenitor realm is to grasp the laws of the sequence, but I don't understand you or the Grand Empyrean realm. Lu Yuan clasped his hands behind his back. The laws of the sequence are laws formed by the operation of the universe. It's like hitting the surface of the water, causing the water to naturally splash. This is common knowledge to everyone. Some cultivators use their strength to stabilize the surface of the water. After hitting it, the water won't splash. They think that they have broken common sense, but isn't this also common sense? To use one's strength to break the conservation of another's strength, that is cultivation. The only thing that can truly break the laws of the sequence is the existence of the laws of the sequence. With that, the astral source in front of him turned into water. Lu Yuan hit it with his palm, and the water didn't splash or break. Instead, it changed into another substance, a strange form. Lu Yuan asked, would you have thought of this form before hitting the surface of the water? Lu Yin shook his head. What you don't think of is breaking the laws. Lu Yuan looked at Ming Yan again. There are too many laws in the universe. Without these laws, we wouldn't have existed. How many laws can a person control? Too few. When a person is strong enough, they can change the universe with the laws of the sequence, but they can never change all the laws of the universe at the same time. Among these laws, there are some that are almost impossible to control. Vitality is one of them. This child's vitality has been cut off. This piece of extreme frost froze her vitality, but it can't restore the laws of the sequence. If you want to save her, you have to reconstruct her vitality. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters. Sui Feng did his best, he really did his best. He didn't even take care of the child last night and had been typing all this time. His eyes were clearly sore. Seeing his brother's enthusiastic support, he felt that he would be letting everyone down if he didn't add more chapters. If he did, he wouldn't be able to take it. Let's wait for Sui Feng to recover and wait for the next plot climax. The next volume, Return to Origin, was about to begin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2839. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Ancestor, can you save her? Lu Yuan looked deeply at Lu Yin. Yes. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, sweating profusely. The ancestor had said so much, and the more he spoke, the more mysterious it became. But not now. Saving her would trigger the laws of the life sequence, and I'm unfamiliar with it. I can do it, but the price is too great. The Liu family has just returned, and there are internal and external troubles. No one knows if that crazy Grand Empyrean will help. Little 7, wait until the Liu family stabilizes, then I'll save her. Luyin sighed, as long as you can save her, ancestor. Lu Yuan nodded and sized up Luyin with a strange gaze. The more he looked at him, the stranger he felt. Luyin knew that the ancestor had seen through his strength. Your cultivation is a bit strange. I have 4 inner worlds. Lu Yuan raised a brow, your heart. My own starry sky is a path I unintentionally walked, Luyin said and put Ming Yen away. Lu Yuan nodded, between your eyebrows. That's martial celestial eye, Luyin replied. Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched, I seem to feel a familiar power. Luyin couldn't help but feel proud in front of his family and the ancestor. Are you referring to the Grim Reaper or Fate? Or Guizhi? Lu Yuan was surprised, you also cultivated that traitor's power. Luyin said, Guizhi is a traitor, but his power is very useful. But his power is also very difficult to cultivate. It's a miracle that you could succeed, Lu Yuan sighed with some lingering fear. Luyin asked, Ancestor, how did Guizhi betray us? Lu Yuan was in a bad mood at the mention of this, and he waved his hand, all right, some things don't need to be explained in one go, and I don't have the energy to explain them. Come, I'll take you to see someone. Lu Yuan led Luyin through the Golden Mountain Range. This was Lu Tianjing, and there were memories of Lu Shaoxian. Luyin felt like he had seen this place before, but he couldn't remember it completely. Soon after, Lu Yuan brought Luyin to the back mountain of Lu Tianjing and stopped in front of a chain. Luyin looked along the chain into the distance. He saw a person tied up in chains and lying flat in space. Luyin frowned, thinking that this person was someone the Lu family wanted to punish. Otherwise, why would he be tied up? When he saw who it was, Luyin was shocked. Withered ancestor. Lu Yuan was surprised. You know him. Luyin looked at Lu Yuan in shock. Old ancestor, this. Why did ancestor Ku? Lu Yuan raised a hand to stop Luyin from continuing. He's been tied up all this time. According to Lu Tianyi, when his family was exiled, he accidentally ran into Withered, who was drifting through space. He thought of a way to drag him back here. However, this person's mind is dried up. Just like his name, he is just a shell. To tell you the truth, the reason why this person didn't die is because of that power of his. When Lu Tianyi told me about this power, I was very surprised. There were actually so many outstanding people in the Above Heaven sect. Even in the Above Heaven sect, this person would be a top expert. What a pity. She's just a burden now. Luyin did not expect Ku Zhu to be dragged back by the Lu family. Is Ku Zhu a living dead now? Lu Yuan nodded and clasped his hands behind his back. I brought you here to tell you that the everlasting race has the advantage. Don't think that our Lu family has suppressed them instantly. The everlasting race is unfathomable, and there is still the traitor Guizhi in the 7 sky gods. If we want to deal with the everlasting race, we need more help. I've been thinking of a way to save him. For the time being, the family has to guard against the everlasting race and save Ku Zhu. There are many things we have to put aside, such as those traitors. They can't run away, but we can't afford to do anything now. Luyin understood this. Leave those traitors to me. Can you save Ku Zhu here? Lu Yuan shook his head. I'm not sure. Let's try. He did not doubt that Luyin had the strength to deal with Bai Wang Yuan and the other traitors. Although the current celestial sect was far from its peak, and there was no one who could compete with the Lu family, it had to be known that Luin had walked step by step from an ordinary cultivator. These people followed Luin, not the Lu family. The more difficult it was for Luin, the more exceptional he was. In the past, he could deal with those traitors. Now that he was strong enough to face them head-on, it would not be a problem for him to deal with them. What he was worried about was the Grand Empyreans. This was the rule that humans could not exhaust themselves, not strength. Luin had not only relied on strength to establish the celestial sect, but also on means. He would definitely have a way to deal with them, so there was no need for Lu Yuan to worry. For Luin, the Lu family's return was like a hidden key to opening a treasure chest. There were too many things he wanted to learn through the family. Bai Wang Yuan and the other traders were not easy to deal with for the time being, but the astral tree realm was different. It was time for Lu Tianjing to return. On this day, Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin arrived at the starry sky tree. The Eternals attacked the primordial space, focusing on the celestial sect. The four cardinal scales were also attacked, but the attack came and went quickly. The Shining took action and flew over, tearing apart all the progenitor realm corpse kings that attacked the four cardinal scales. Only Bai Wang Yuan and a few other ancestors of the four cardinal scales knew how terrifying the Shining and ancestral Mang were. The others did not know at all, nor could they imagine such power. After the Shining took action, countless people in the starry sky tree bowed down in worship, but the Shining remained aloof and would not show himself unless it was absolutely necessary. Although the threat of the four cardinal scales had been removed, they had never thought of helping the celestial sect resist the Eternals. They thought that the celestial sect would be in trouble this time, but they did not expect that the Lu family's return would not only bring glory to the celestial sect, but also the end of the four cardinal scales. When news of the Lu family's return spread, many people from the four cardinal scales immediately fled. Some went missing, while others fled. They were all people who had harmed the Lu family. Those who remained in the top realm were minor characters from the four cardinal scales, and there were also people like Bai Qi who had never harmed the Lu family. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan had been thrown into the endless battlefield during the tea party because they had accused Lu Yin of being a spy. Xia Xinji had also been thrown into the endless battlefield. They had not appeared during the war against the Eternals and remained in the endless battlefield. No one knew what their plans were, but it did not matter now. The Lu family could sweep through everything. As for Bai Sheng, ancestor Gui Yuan, and Xia Zhen, these three progenitors from the four cardinal scales, they were also helping to defend the Six Direction Association. The only ones left were Nong Yi, the Fog Ancestor, and Madman Lu. Nong Yi and the Fog Ancestor could be ignored, as they had no conflict with the Lu family. Madman Lu was different, and the Lu family had to deal with him. However, Madman Lu was now the reincarnation spacetime Great Stone Saint, so how he should be dealt with was still up for discussion. Lu Yuan had already cursed the Grand Empyrean, so they could not really start a war. The top realm originally had Wang Jian, but he had also run away. He had disappeared faster than anyone else. When Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin arrived with Lu Tianjing, the astral tree, the only progenitors left were Shining and Zhu Mang, as well as Grand Elder Ni Huang of the White Dragon clan, who had obtained the Dragon Ancestor's special pupil and could fight against progenitors. Lu Tianjing appeared, and a golden light enveloped the entire astral tree. Countless people in the middle realm and lower realm looked up. The Lu family had returned. This region of the universe has changed greatly. Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin stood high in the sky, looking at the glowing Wang family's land and then even further away, where the frigid immortal sect was. In the past, only my Lu family and the families recognized by my Lu family could exist in the top realm. The four cardinal scales. What a laughable name. That's all I want. If they have the ability to destroy the Eternals, I'll even help them snatch the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the Grand Empyreans, let alone the top realm. Lu Tiany's words were domineering and disregarded everything. Even the Grand Empyreans dared to speak so bluntly. He was different from Lu Yuan, who was absolutely domineering. Lu Tiany, on the other hand, was both domineering and wise. However, this was nothing to be proud of. After all, the Lu family had been exiled. The smarter Lu Tiany was, the more sinister the Eternals were. The Lu family had been destroyed by the Eternals. Lu Tiany looked at Lu Yin. Don't you remember Lu Tianjing? Lu Yin shook his head and told him about how Lu Sun had set up a trap with the Celestial Realm Treasury to give Madman Lu a chance to kill him. Lu Tiany nodded, a complicated look in his eyes. Lu Sun's betrayal of the family is shameful, but she also suffered a lot. She died with the Celestial Realm Treasury in the end, which is her fate. Little Xian, it's been hard on you to live until now. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yuan, Lu Tiany, Lu Qi, or even the entire Lu family, all of them were filled with pity for Lu Yin. Everyone marveled at his achievements, but only a small portion of them could see that these achievements represented a narrow escape. Madman Lu will be dealt with by the forefather. Let me ask you, what do you think of Lu Tianjing being higher than the astral tree? Lu Tiany asked. Lu Yin hadn't expected Lu Tiany to ask him this question. The current 4 cardinal scales had once been Lu Tianjing. Lu Tianjing was domineering and had suppressed the 4 cardinal scales, including the Lu family and the Lu family, to the middle plane. Only the Lu family could be considered supreme. In many people's eyes, this was also the reason why the 4 cardinal scales had betrayed the Lu family. What right did the Lu family have to be above everything? What right did the Lu family have to be so domineering? Lu Yin looked up at Lu Tiany. Some say that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Our Lu family's power is greater than the heavens, and our responsibility is greater than the heavens. Our Lu family will stand in the way of the Genesis space, but if the sky falls, we will be the first to perish. Since we have the power, why shouldn't we be high above? Dignity, status, we are high above. If the sky falls, we will also be high above. If anyone dies, we will die first. This is the Lu family style. Our Lu family has the straightest spine and will never bend. Lu Tiany laughed. Yes, this is the Lu family style. After so many years, how many of those who looked up to us were truly admiring us? How many people want our Lu family to perish and give up the sky for them? But they don't know who will take over once we give up the sky. Without the Lu family, trash like Bai Wang Yuan will only listen to the 6 Direction Society and bow before a Grand Empyrean. When has our Lu family ever needed to do that? The higher you stand, the higher your spine. Little Xian, this is the Lu family. Lu Yin laughed. Only our Lu family can hold up the sky. Ha 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 ha. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2840. Countless people heard their laughter, including those from the 4 cardinal scales and wandering cultivators. They were all waiting for the skies of the astral tree to change again. The Lu family had finally returned. Little Xian, open your celestial eye, Lu Tiany said as he looked at the Wang family continent. Lu Yi knew what was about to happen, so he immediately opened his celestial eye. Lu Tiany raised a finger and slowly pointed at the Wang family continent. The Wang family continent floated in the sky in the shape of a hand, and there was a ball of light that moved slowly above it. It represented the time of the Wang family continent, and that ball of light was Wang Fan's mountain sea. Wang Fan's mountain sea is called Shadow of Life, and it can allow the shadow to cultivate again and become a different life form. It looks similar to the Xia family's 9 clones, but it's also different. One is a shadow, while the other is a consciousness. It's said that Xia Chan used this mountain sea as inspiration to create the 9 clones. Given Wang Fan's character, there must be a shadow of his in this universe. Have you found out who it is? Lu Yin answered, Ancestor Gui Yuan. Lu Tianyi was not surprised. Ancestor Gui Yuan. Using a shadow to cultivate the power of the Grim Reaper, that's his style. It's a pity that they've all gone to the 6 Paths Society, or else none of them would have been able to escape. Since that's the case, I'll destroy his mountain sea first and suppress the Wang family. The heavens, I should be able to see the power of echelon natural law that ordinary people cannot see. My echelon is called destruction. There is nothing in the universe that cannot be destroyed. All things are born from destruction. Destruction and reassembly are the most basic natural law of the universe. The word destruction can send all things back to their origin. Lu Yin's finger vibrated as he spoke. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Through his celestial eye, he could see a burst of energy shooting towards the ball of light above the Wang family's continent. This energy contained a single particle, but it was invisibly connected to the void of space. Lu Tianyi had forcefully extracted one of the sequence particles that originally existed in the universe, causing his attack to transform into a terrifying power that made Lu Yin's scalp tingle. The shockwave swept through the void without causing any damage to space, but it passed through the ball of light without any hindrance and finally struck the ball of light. On this day, those who had not left the Wang family continent saw a scene that they would never have believed. The ball of light that represented ancestor Wang Fan had shattered. It was just an instant. That was Wang Fan's power, and it was enough to block the attacks of ordinary progenitors. Back when Chenlu had attacked the Wang family's mainland, he had been obstructed by the light sphere. However, this obstacle was so laughable in front of Lu Tianyi. It could not even delay him and was directly shattered. The shattered balls of light transformed into specks of light that scattered down, landing on the heads of countless people from the Wang clan continent. It was like a rain of light, extremely beautiful, yet it caused the hearts of the people from the Wang clan to turn cold. Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin appeared above the Wang family continent, looking down on everyone. Unfortunately, Wang Fan, Wang Jian, and ancestor Gui Yuan were not around. Wang Si was also dead. The only important figures left in the Wang clan were clan leader Wang Zheng and half-martial ancestor Wang Sun. As for Wang Su, Wang Yi, Wang Xiaofan and the others, they weren't here. They should have been brought away by Wang Jian. After all, they were geniuses of the Wang clan. Even if Wang Fan died, they still had a chance to return to the peak. Wang Deshuai had long been in the above heaven sect. He could no longer stay in the Wang family. Looking at the lofty Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin, Wang Jing closed his eyes. The ancestor has yet to return. As the patriarch, I will bear all the responsibility. Me too. Wang Sun spoke. He was the commander of the 3rd formation on the back of the battlefield. His attitude towards the Lu family was the same as the majority of the people in the 4 cardinal scales. Lu Yin had a deep impression of him because he was the one who protected little Ken at the back of the battlefield, preventing little Ken from dying there. The price was the wisdom root. However, after little Ken left the back of the battlefield, he was captured and brought to the Wang family to mine. For the sake of the wisdom root, he, a half-martial ancestor, had personally made a deal with little Can. This person was selfish, but he had also done his best to protect the back of the battlefield. There were too many people like him. People had a selfless side, but they also had a selfish side. It all depended on the bottom line in one's heart. Bear the responsibility. Are you qualified? Lu Tianyi was indifferent. Wang Fan and Wang Jian were not here. So what if they destroyed the Wang family? Jia Yuan's formation master Wang Nian raised his head. Senior, although the ancestor has yet to return, the descendants of the Wang family did not hide. We represent the Wang family. Lu Yin looked at Wang Nian. As a Jia Yuan's formation master, even if you go to the Six Directions Guild, your treatment won't be bad. Why don't you leave? Wang Nian looked at Lu Yin. We live as people of the Fifth Mainland, and we die as ghosts of the Fifth Mainland. You can let us die in the Fifth Mainland, but we will not escape. Wang Zheng looked up at the sky. The Wang family has our sins, and we are willing to atone for them. However, each of us will bear the consequences of our actions. The others did not do anything wrong, so please give us a chance to live. I, Wang Zheng, am eternally grateful. He then knelt down. Wang Sun, Wang Yan, Wang Nian, and the others all knelt down as well. They wanted to live, but how could they? Escape to the Six Directions Guild. Ancestor Wang Jian could have taken them with him, but they had refused. How could they cultivate if they left this region of space? Suffer the Lu family's pursuit forever. Be looked down upon by the Six Directions Guild. They might as well stay and fight for a chance to live, even if it meant death. If Wang Su and the others were taken away, then everything would be fine. The Wang family would not be destroyed. Little Xian, what do you think we should do? Lu Tianyi asked Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, if Wang Fan is still here, we should either kill the main evildoer, become a god, or appoint a general. I'm more inclined to appoint a general. Lu Tianyi nodded, me too. Unfortunately, that guy ran away. Lu Yin asked, what do you think we should do, ancestor? Lu Tianyi thought for a moment. Do you know about the 100,000 waterways? Lu Yin was stunned, but then he remembered that he had once rolled his die and fused with an island master Rong. That island master Rong was one of the 100,000 waterways that were connected to the mother tree's roots. The 100,000 waterways were connected to the mother tree's roots. To prevent the Eternals from polluting the mother tree, the Lu family had either traded or forced the cultivators into the 100,000 waterways to protect the mother tree. If Lu Tianyi had not mentioned it, Lu Yin would have forgotten about it. Ancestor, do you mean to have the Wang family protect the 100,000 waterways? Although it hasn't been many years since the Lu family was exiled, we have missed the opportunity to give those people resources. They probably hate us to death. Moreover, the number of 100,000 waterways has definitely increased over the years, and the 4 cardinal scales are just enough to fill in the gaps. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. The 100,000 waterways was indeed a good choice. It would punish the Wang family while not wasting resources. After all, there were no Eternals invading the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree realm, and it was impossible to throw them into the endless battlefield. Thus, the 100,000 waterways was the only option. These people had not fled, which meant that they still had some backbone. Ancestor, what's the situation with the Wang family continent? Lu Yin had wanted to know this for a long time. This hand was too strange, and he wondered if it had anything to do with the hand in the burial garden. Lu Tianyi became a god. His expression was serious. Ask the primordial ancestor. Although I have some guesses, he has never confirmed them. Only he can answer you. Maybe I have some guesses, Lu Yin said in a low voice. But I don't understand how the Wang family can sit on this continent. Lu Tianyi said seriously, the Lu family can be high and mighty, but we can't take away other people's opportunities. That's the most hated thing. The Wang family can obtain it because of their ability. How they use it has nothing to do with us. Lu Yin pursed his lips. That's why they used the Yellow Springs water to make the Lu family lose their ability to fight. Lu Tianyi said, that's unexpected. Sometimes, it's not your enemy that hurts you, but your friends. Lu Yin agreed. Speaking of being hated, there's probably nothing more hated than our innate gifts. Lu Tianyi smiled. That's a skill. The main culprit in exiling the Lu family was Wang Fan, but Wang Fan wasn't around. Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin didn't have the habit of implicating others, so they followed Lu Tianyi's method and threw the Wang family into the waterway under the Zhongping Hai. The Wang family had many experts, and those who guarded the waterway were at least enlighters. They didn't dare to resist and were all thrown into the Zhongping Hai. Lu Tianyi slowly moved towards the top of the Wang family continent. Within Lu Tianyi's realm, the auras of many Lu family disciples merged into one, forming a majestic aura that suppressed the upper realm and pressed down on the Wang family continent. The four cardinal scales had agreed that no one could exceed a certain height. The Wang family continent's height was the same as the cold immortal sex cloud, the divine martial sky prison dragon, and the Dragon Mountain's peak. However, Lu Tianyi had surpassed this height and was pressing down on the Wang family continent. The tree's starry sky shook, and the top realm's land shattered. The stars in outer space swayed. Countless people were attracted by this scene. They watched as the four cardinal scales replaced the Lu family and took control of the top realm. Only a few years had passed since then, and the four cardinal scales had returned to their original state. In the middle realm, directly below the Wang family continent was where the Wang family used to be in the middle realm. Now, there were many branch family members of the Wang family living there. They raised their heads and looked up. Dust fell from the top realm. From afar, it looked like rain was falling from the sky, connecting the top realm to the middle realm. This rain was gray and filled with dust. Gray enveloped the Wang family continent, and everyone's hearts sank along with the Wang family continent. Eventually, the top realm cracked open, and the Wang family continent appeared before the eyes of countless people in the middle realm. They watched as the Wang family continent slowly fell, and they all found it difficult to breathe. The Lu family had controlled the fifth mainland for countless years, so how could they be replaced by the four cardinal scales? At this moment, the seal that the four cardinal scales had placed on the Lu family shattered at the same time. Everyone bowed, and the seal spread throughout the middle realm, the lower realm, and even the outer realm to the battlefield on the back. The Lu family had returned. It was not that Lu Yin did not want to shatter the Wang family continent and completely destroy the Wang family continent, but the Wang family continent was too important, and it also contained the Yellow Springs water. Thus, he had only pressed the Wang family continent into the middle realm, where he could deal with it later. Next was Shenwu Plain. Once, Shenwu Plain's most majestic existence had been the hellworm traversing the skies. Unfortunately, it had been taken away by Lu Yin and had slipped away during the battle at the tea party. No one knew where it had gone, and Shenwu Plain had suffered a disastrous decline after that. The Lu family did not plan on punishing anyone in Shenwu Plain. After all, Xia Xinji's main body had been replaced by a clone, which meant that Shenwu Plain was now under Lu Yin's control. As for Xia Xing and the other direct descendants, Xia Xinji's clone would naturally deal with them to Lu Yin's satisfaction. There was only one person that could not be let off, Xia Ziheng. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2841. When Xia Ziheng had been ambushed, he had unhesitatingly joined the everlasting race. Lu Yin had not forgotten this. He had agreed not to deal with Xia Ziheng, and Xia Ziheng had revealed the secret between the Ghost Abyss ancestor and Wang Fan. This secret had allowed Lu Yin to scheme against Wang Fan and expose the fact that the Ghost Abyss ancestor was Wang Fan's shadow. This had been a great help to Lu Yin, but that did not mean that Xia Ziheng would be spared. This person had harmed many people in the Lu family, and the one who had left the deepest impression on Lu Yin was the old servant. The old servant had been brought out by the Xia family and eventually killed, and the main culprit was Xia Ziheng. There was also Xia Zhitong, who had slandered the Yu family's reputation and implicated the families related to the Lu family. Xia Ziheng was behind this as well. It was time for Lu Yin to repay all of these debts. Xia De and Xian Jiu stood respectfully on the dark ground. Behind them were many descendants of the Xia family, but Xia Shenfei, Xia Taili, and Xia Shengguang were nowhere to be seen. Just like Wang Su and the others, these geniuses from the four cardinal scales had been taken away to escape from the Lu family. Compared to the Wang family's continent, Shenwu Plain was in a much more miserable state. There was no power here that could stop a progenitor corpse king, and if not for the divine eagle, Shenwu Plain would have been destroyed. Lu Tianjing arrived above Shenwu Plain from the Wang family, and his golden light illuminated the entire plain, illuminating the nervous and fearful gazes of the disciples. They did not dare to raise their heads, as Lu Tianjing's pressure caused them to shiver. Lu Tianyi knew about Xia Shenji, but he did not care about Xia De and the others, nor did he plan on telling them anything. Lu Yin scanned Shenwu Plain. "Where's Xia Ziheng?" Xia De's voice was low. "He ran away." "Why didn't you run?" Xia De was helpless. "Unless we went to the Six Paths Society, where else could we run to? I've been called Hero Xia for my entire life. Although I'm not a true hero, I can't be a coward either." Lu Tianyi looked at Xia De. "I have a good impression of you." Unfortunately, the Xia family took the wrong path. Xia De bowed deeply to Lu Tianyi. "This is not something that I can control. Senior, please end this quickly. I don't want to be appointed." Xian Jiu bowed as well. "Senior, please end this quickly." This person had been tasked with guarding Xia Shenji's underground clone. If Lu Shaoge had not escaped with his clone, this person would not have been punished. Later on, he had also been snatched away by Lu Yin during the fight for the Lu family's sword steel. His days in Shenwu Plain had not been easy. "Why didn't you flee?" Lu Yin was curious, as a half-ancestor was worthy of his attention. Xian Ji opened his mouth, but no words came out. Xia De said bluntly, "I didn't let him escape. After receiving so many years of resources from the Xia clan, not only did you fail to guard the underground, you even made several mistakes. How can you just walk away like that?" Lu Yin looked at Xia Xing. "Tell me everything that Xia Ziheng has done to the Lu family over the years." Xia Xing's heart shuddered, but he did not dare to refuse. The more he listened, the gloomier Lu Tianyi's expression became. In the end, his eyes were filled with killing intent. "We must find this person." Lu Yin confidently replied, "Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. Not just him, but everyone in the four cardinal scales won't be able to escape." Xia De frowned. Where did Lu Xiaoshuan's confidence come from? If they wanted to escape, they would not have stayed in the primordial space. They would have to go to the Six Directions Society. Wait a minute. He suddenly looked at Lu Yin. "You." Lu Yin looked at him with a faint smile. "Hero Xia, what did you think of?" Xia De did not dare to say anything. If his guess was wrong, then it would be equivalent to exposing those people's tracks. However, if his guess was right, then those people would not be able to escape. Based on his understanding of Lu Yin, the most likely possibility was that his guess was right. This person had done things step by step, and he had toyed with the four cardinal scales many times. This time, he might have fallen into a trap. At a certain location in the top realm, Wang Jian, whom Lu Yin and the others thought had escaped, was here. Wang Su, Wang Yi, and the others were also here. Even Wei Rong had been brought along. The reason Wang Jian had brought him along was because he understood Lu Yin, and this was his only value. For this reason, Wang Jian had specially brought along Wang Gui and Wang Man. Among these people, there was one person who did not want to leave, but Wang Jian had forcefully taken her away. This person was Wang Miaomiao. This girl had cursed the ancestor because the Lu family had been exiled. She was an anomaly in the Wang family, and she was also the only person in the Wang family who cared about the Lu family and wanted them to return. "Stop right there," a stern voice shouted. Everyone from the Wang family looked over, and Wang Miaomiao stopped in her tracks with an ice-cold expression. "Ancestor, I want to go back." Wang Jian frowned. "Do you want to go back, or do you want to look for Lu Qi?" Wang Su and the others looked on calmly. Everyone knew that Wang Miaomiao liked Lu Qi because Lu Qi had teased her before. In the Wang family, Wang Miaomiao's status surpassed that of the direct descendants of the previous generation. She was an absolute genius, and she was Wang Jian's descendant. With her back facing Wang Jian, Wang Miaomiao said in a low voice, "Can I not escape? Why must you take me away?" Wang Jian angrily rebuked, "Do you think Lu Qi cares about you? Don't let the Wang family be laughed at." Wang Miaomiao laughed coldly. "Escaping like a stray dog? Won't we be laughed at if we rely on someone else? The Wang family has lived in the fifth mainland for countless years. If we escape now, we will be embarrassing the ancestor." "Impudent!" Wang Jian shouted sternly, and a pressure descended. Wang Miaomiao's body was pressed to the ground, and her face turned pale. However, she did not turn back. Her gaze was resolute, and she wanted to get up and leave. The pressure increased again, but Wang Miaomiao did not care. She wanted to leave even if her fingers were broken and her clothes were stained with blood. Wang Jian's gaze was cold. Wang Xiaofan walked out and bowed to Wang Jian. "Ancestor, let her go." Wang Jian stared at Wang Xiaofan. "What did you say?" Wang Xiaofan took a deep breath. "Ancestor, please let her go." Wang Su and the others looked at Wang Xiaofan. They knew that Wang Xiaofan liked Wang Miaomiao since young, but they did not expect that he would dare to go against the ancestor for her today. Wang Jian casually waved his hand and pushed Wang Xiaofan back. "You are not allowed to interrupt." He stared at Wang Miaomiao. "You can leave if you want, but let Lu Qi come and fetch you. Let's see if he dares to appear before me." The others were sad. Even if Lu Qi dared to come, he had to know where they were. Among the crowd, Wei Rong shook his head. Wang Miaomiao was too stubborn. How good would it be if she could endure it a little longer? Not long after, a group of people arrived. The leader was Xia Yan, followed by Xia Ziheng. They brought a group of geniuses from the divine martial world to meet up with the Wang family. When he saw the people from the divine martial world, Wang Jian's expression softened. Just as he was about to speak, the divine martial world sank. After the Wang family, the second giant crater appeared in the top higher world. Standing at the edge of the crater, one could see the clouds above the middle higher world. The people from the divine martial world turned pale. The people from the Wang family looked gloomy. They saw the Wang family's continent sinking. This was unavoidable. The divine martial world was the same. "Greetings, Ancestor Jian." The people from the divine martial world bowed and retracted their gazes. Now, the top higher world had nothing to do with them. Wang Jian waved his hand. "There is no need to be so polite. Where are the people from the cold immortal sect?" "Ancestor, they are still on the way. They will be here soon." Xia Ziheng stepped forward and replied. Wang Jian looked at Wang Miaomiao again. Wang Miaomiao's desolation, her desolation attracted the attention of the people from the divine martial world, but they did not dare to ask. They had already decided to go to the Six Direction Guild. The Four Direction Scales alone was not as intimidating as if they were united. That was why Wang Jian waited for them. Otherwise, he would not have waited. Not long after, the people from the cold immortal sect arrived. Led by Old Ghost Bai Su, Elder Shizi, Bai Weiwei, Dong Shan, and the others were all present. After the people from the cold immortal sect bowed to Wang Jian, he said, "If the white dragon race is not willing to come, then there is no need to force them. Let them be destroyed by the Lu family. We will go to the Six Direction Guild." "Yes, Ancestor Jian." Everyone responded respectfully. 3 people walked out from the crowd. They were the people from the Four Direction Guild that the Six Direction Guild had placed. Through them, one could obtain information about the Six Direction Guild and go to the Six Direction Guild. The Six Direction Guild did not allow the people from the Four Direction Scales to imprint their aura on the coordinates. This made the Four Direction Scales unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. "Everyone, let's go," Wang Jian said. The 3 of them looked at each other and did not move. Wang Jian frowned. "Everyone, you can go to the Six Direction Guild." The 3 of them still did not move. Wang Jian felt that something was wrong, and a wave of uneasiness surged in his heart. Looking at the 3 people's helpless expressions, his expression changed drastically. Not good. The others also thought of something and stared at the 3 people. Behind the 3 people, the void tore open and several figures walked out. They were none other than Ling Qing, Master Shan, and Chen Lu. 3 ancestor realm experts appeared, and their auras instantly covered the sky, suppressing the people from the Four Direction Scales. Wang Jian did not hesitate to tear open the void and leave, but Ling Qing's attack was faster. Other than Wang Jian, no one else could fight against an ancestor realm expert. When Ling Qing attacked Wang Jian, the people from the Four Direction Scales could only watch. Master Shan was excited. He had been waiting for this day for so long. The Four Direction Scales, the Lu family's biggest enemy, would no longer exist in the primordial space. "Lu family, if I fight to the death, you won't have an easy time either. Let me go," Wang Jian roared. He couldn't figure out how the people from the above heaven sect found him. Ling Qing's blade slashed horizontally. "You can try." Wang Jian went all out. If he did not go all out now, he would be surrounded by 3 ancestor realm experts. He would not be able to escape. The people from the Four Direction Scales kept retreating. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. This was especially so for Xiao Ziheng. The more ruthless he was to the Lu family, the more fearful he was now. In the distance, Wang Miaomiao was lying on the ground. The pressure from Wang Jian had disappeared. She wanted to leave, but she fell down due to her severe injuries. Fortunately, an arm blocked her way. Wang Miaomiao subconsciously grabbed it and looked over. She was stunned. "You're late, cold beauty." A familiar voice sounded. It was the voice that Wang Miaomiao wanted to hear and see even in her dreams. Her eyes reddened. Lu Qi. The person who came was Lu Qi. How could Lu Qi not come to seek revenge for the Lu family? Wei Rong was the one who had informed him of Wang Jian's whereabouts. Wang Miaomiao pushed Lu Qi away. "Stay away from me." Lu Qi rolled his eyes and carried Wang Miaomiao. "Don't give me that. I've received your kind intentions." Wang Miaomiao blushed and struggled. "Lu Qi, let go of me, you rascal." Lu Qi ignored her. In the distance, Wang Jian, who was fighting with Ling Qing, saw this and roared, "Lu Qi, let go of Miaomiao." Lu Qi looked at Wang Jian and his face darkened. "Ancestor Jian, did you have a part in the banishment of the Lu family?" You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.